Tanky Mage System. Chapter 251 The Bloody Dream World. Inside the captain's cabin, Gunai's face was filled with smiles. Back then, Blood Curse Master Gu's blood origin talent awakened from the level 4 Blood Pool Codex Blood Curse gave him the strange reputation of being a Blood Curse Master. The blood pool of my level 7 Blood Pool Codex is a blood origin ability that's one level higher than the blood origin ability after the second awakening. This is heaven-defying. Gunai, who had been tirelessly hacking for a long time, finally began to pay off his high level of codex. The Soul Imprint Codex, which was also a level 7 codex, allowed Gun to walk the path of a domain spellcaster. This allowed Gun's casting form, casting range, perception, and soul resistance to be enhanced. More importantly, after becoming a domain spellcaster, the soul could still survive for a while, even if Gun's head was crushed. And if he had the CO soul, it could wrap the host soul and he could live for a long time. In other words, the head was no longer Gunai's weakness. Gunai could even trade his head for one of his enemies. What I broke was my head, and what you lost was your life. As the Blood Pool Codex leveled up, it would give Gunai a powerful bloodline ability. He was only at rank 7 now, but as he advanced, he could reach rank 10, 12, 13, or even 15 in the future. At that time, what kind of heaven-defying ability would the Blood Pool Codex give Gunai? This was clearly something to look forward to. For now, the level 7 Blood Pool ability Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse was already powerful enough, giving Gunai an extremely powerful ability. He opened the hack system. First hack position, Dark Arcane Passage, level 3. Second hack position, Sigil Bona Origin Pool, level 4. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, level 7. Fourth hack slot, Great Thunder Flame Curse, level 4. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, level 7. Sixth hack slot, Arcane Bullet, level 4. The seventh idle slot, 19%. Gun replaced the arcane bullets with the Bloodborne, Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse. The main power of the arcane shot was still dependent on the energy of the Thanator. The power of the arcane bullet's own level was only a secondary effect. As he logged into the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, the experience points for the first time quickly appeared. Plus 68. 68 experience points floated out. It's only level 0 and it already has so much experience. This is much higher than a low-rank engraving's incantation. At the same time, the syllables and source power consumption of the incantation also show that this Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse's basic level is a mid-rank engraving's incantation. But innate divine abilities aren't like spells. A book of law incantations. As long as you learn this type of law incantation, you can release it. As for innate divine abilities, they are equivalent to one's own abilities. Even if someone else is familiar with my innate abhijna, he won't be able to use it. This Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse is only an innate magical ability in the form of a spell that belongs to me. In addition, innate divine abilities are much more profound than incantations of the same level, be it in terms of form, effect, power, or the depth of the aspects involved. Incantations of law only involve one aspect. Innate divine abilities, on the other hand, involve many aspects. As he sensed it carefully, the information about the Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse gradually became clearer. Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, 28 syllables for the law incantation, 16 units of blood, about 160 ml, consumed. In addition, he would continue to consume a slight amount of blood during the dream. Fortunately, Gunai's blood pool had already exceeded 10,000 milliliters. It was full of blood, and Gunai could easily convert any kind of blood into energy storage. I have her blood. When the Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse is upgraded, I can have a good talk with her in the bloody dream world. Right now, my soul still has the capacity to carry mid-grade runic curses. I'll go and find my crew to give it a try. Gunai sat cross-legged and concentrated. He immediately cast the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse and entered the bloody dream world with his own blood. Swish! As it passed through the strange, dreamlike layer of blood and corpses, Gunai had arrived at the blood dream world. The captain's room was still the first thing he saw. However, the captain's cabin was in ruins, and the air was filled with the smell of decay and rust. The window and wooden door were already in pieces. Even half of the roof of the captain's cabin was gone, and the other half was in a half-collapsed state, as if it would fall down at any moment. The rain continued to fall. This time, it was a rain of blood. The ground had long since been soaked by the blood rain, turning it blood red. The smell of blood was even more overwhelming. Gunai stepped on it, and a bloody footprint appeared. When he lifted his foot, blood stuck to the bottom of his foot. Even the deck of the ship creaked as Gunai walked. As he walked out, Gunai carefully examined his body. Although I can't use the other spells, I can still use the blood escape technique and the blood shield. And my body is very firm and powerful. According to the rules of this bloody dream world, the strength of the body should be constructed by the strength of the spirit and the strength of the blood. Fortunately, I'm not weak in either aspect. It seems to be rustling. Gunai's body moved as fast as the wind, covering a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. The body runes seem to have enhanced the strength of my blood, allowing me to travel at an extremely fast speed in the blood dream world. Gunai had already arrived on the deck. With a thought, the blood shield covered Gunai's body, and the blood rain dripped onto it. The blood turned into energy and was absorbed by the blood shield. He looked around. The sea demon ship was sailing in the endless blood sea. The clouds in the sky were like burning blood, red and beautiful. The entire world looked like an apocalyptic world with boiling blood. Things kept falling from the sky. They were fragments of the twisted bloody dream. Some weird huge birds with sharp claws and bloody feathered wings were flying in the burning bloody clouds. Gunai didn't know what those birds were. Were they really blood dream? Or some kind of projection? Or was it a special scene above the ocean? On the surface of the blood sea, corpses and broken limbs floated quietly. Some were human, some were elves, some were snake demons, and some were merfolk. Most of them were strange dream corpses that Gunai didn't recognize. Occasionally, he could see some living creatures swimming in the sea of blood. The entire bloody dream world was filled with a terrifying, weird, sinister, and blood-red aura that twisted one's soul. Gunai gently breathed in the bloody air of the blood dream world. It was sweet, and he felt comfortable in this creepy nightmare. No matter how I look at it, this world feels so terrifying. But Yingluo, why do I feel like I'm so compatible with this world? As expected, I'm becoming more and more perverted. Gunai couldn't help but rub his brow. What? Gunai seemed to have understood something, and then his mind moved. As expected. The system opened up in his mind. System, you're really omnipotent. You can even open it in the bloody dream world? This is truly an unexpected surprise. In this case, Gunai's hand moved. A sharp dagger appeared in Gunai's hand. After that, the short knife quickly became a blood-red short knife under the assimilation of this world. You don't have a weapon, but I do. I even have a shield. Yingluo, you can go find my crew now. 252 Sexy Gu Ni, hammering people online. It was already late at night. Other than the crew members on night duty, the others should be asleep by now. Once he was asleep, Gunai could find him in the blood dream world. If the other party was not in a sleeping state. However, if Gunai had his blood, he could still forcefully drag the other party into the blood dream world. Of course, if the opponent was strong enough, they could resist the pull of Gunai's innate ability. As Gunai's blood source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse leveled up, fewer and fewer people could fight it. In the crew room, Gunai saw most of his crew. Many of these people were carrying scenes of killing and nightmares. The bloody dream world could best reflect the blood and evil in a person's heart. Here, Gunai could see the sins they had committed in the depths of their hearts. To Gunai's surprise, the 3 old sea maps, which had always appeared harmless, now bore the most intense bloody and nightmarish scenes. From the pictures on old sea map, Gunai could roughly judge the sinful and repentant life of this guy. When he was young, old sea chart fell in love with a young rich girl. During a tryst, old sea chart was caught by the rich girl's family. The whipping in the dungeon that lasted for several days had left a deep impression on the old sea map. The old sea map that was about to be beaten to death in the dungeon was saved by an extraordinary. Moreover, this extraordinary had led old sea chart to become an extraordinary. A few months later, the old sea chart, which had become a first-order extraordinary, returned once again. When he wanted to find the girl who had been haunting his dreams, he found that the rich girl had long forgotten about him. They were hugging and rolling on the lawn where they had once rolled. This scene was still deeply engraved in old sea chart's memory. In the end, old sea map used a knife to cut off the head of the young and handsome man in front of the rich girl. Then, under the pleading of the rich girl, his short and obscene life ended. Later, in order to escape the official pursuit, old nautical chart joined the pirate ship and became an extremely evil pirate. In his more than 10 years as a pirate, old sea map had killed too many people. Some of them were ferocious pirates. Some were crying and begging merchants. There were sailors who could not resist. There were also official extraordinaries who came to crusade against them. Old sea chart, who had extraordinary talent, was promoted to the 4th rank and even got the position of chief officer. When old sea map was around 35 or 36 years old, he met a quiet girl on an island in the harbor. Perhaps it was because he was tired of his days as a pirate, or perhaps it was because the quiet girl had moved old Hato. Old nautical chart gave up the life of a pirate and lived a comfortable life on the island. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Old Ha's first son was 3 years old, and his second son was just 1 month old. His old enemy had come to find him. At night, the old nautical chart was ambushed by the enemy when he returned home from fishing. Although he finally killed the 3 enemies, he was seriously injured. His wife and child had long been killed by those 3 enemies. After burying his wife and child, the old sea map entered the sea again. However, this time, he was no longer a pirate, but a sea traveler who had experienced many hardships. In the end, the ocean was where he belonged. Everyone had their own story. Whether it was evil or not, whether it was just or not, it was there. Compared to the bumpy sound of the old sea map, the second mate, Baster Johnson, seemed a lot purer. This guy was a wanted criminal and a pirate through and through. Oh, this guy had really committed a lot of crimes. Moreover, we can't be sure yet. After looking at Baster for a long time, Gun shook his head. It's you then. He grabbed Baster's body. Hwala la 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 la. A clattering sound that sounded like a corpse passing through a layer of blood filled with blood rang out. Baster was dragged into the strange bloody dream world by Gun. Baster, who had entered the bloody dream world, was obviously different from Gun. Gunai's body was solid and his aura was thick. Baster's body was illusionary and weak. Baster, who had just entered, still felt like he had woken up from a dream. He looked around at the world around him in a daze. He, who was in the blood dream world, even subconsciously thought that he was in a dream and that this was not real. If your spirit is not strong enough, you don't even have enough self-awareness to enter the bloody dream world? After being in a daze for more than 10 seconds, when he saw the world around him clearly, horror and panic appeared on Baster's face. After all, this bloody dream world itself was a hellish scene interwoven with nightmares and horror. Gunai didn't even need to do anything. Just the nightmarish scene in the blood dream world was enough to make him feel fear. Baster looked at Gugni with a look of realization, his words unclear. Captain! That's it. There's no need to fight. I'll send you back. Gunai raised his hand. Pa! Gunai ruthlessly slapped down. With a single slap, Baster's body was smashed into pieces. Ah! In the ship's lounge, Baster rolled down from the hammock with a scream and hit his head on the hard deck. Hoo! Baster, who had rolled to his feet, panted heavily. His face was still filled with horror. That terrifying bloody dream world had made him tremble in fear. In particular, the last strike from Captain Jack had struck the deepest part of his heart into a nightmare, causing him to fall into endless fear and nightmares. This scream naturally woke up the other crew members around him. Some of them even took out their weapons and roared, as if they were going to kill someone. What's wrong? What's the situation? That scared me. F***ck. I'm fine, Zhen. Baster propped himself up and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. I had a nightmare. Sorry, everyone, please continue to rest. Seeing this, everyone went back to their hammocks to sleep. Baster, who couldn't fall asleep, walked up the stairs to the magic whale's deck. Nightmare, or? Baster glanced at the captain's cabin and guessed with a lingering fear. Then, Baster seemed to feel that something was wrong, and he clung to the side of the ship. Why do I feel like my vitality has decreased so much? In the bloody dream world. Gun looked at the fingernail-sized blood crystal that fell from Baster's body. It's a very pure treasure. It's very effective in expanding my blood pool. Furthermore, with this blood crystal, I can still pull Baster into the blood dream world even if he's thousands of kilometers away. It's a pity that Baster isn't strong enough. Otherwise, I could always drag him into the blood dream world and get more blood crystals. This guy is too weak. If I pull him a few more times, Baster will probably be beaten to death in the dream world. Dreamhammer man, I'm a professional. After looking around the ship, Gunai found that there was no one else on the ship that would attack, so he left the blood dream world. He could kill the rank 2 and rank 3 guys, but he was afraid that if he killed them, it would cause the evil captain to assassinate his crew. If the crew jumped into the sea and ran away, he wouldn't be able to drive the ship back. Inside the captain's cabin, with a flip of his hand, Gun took out the blood crystal that Baster had dropped. Dropping from the dreamscape and directly bringing it to reality. Not bad. Gunai slightly nodded. Gun sensed something and looked up. His blood eyes bloomed as he saw Bastet, who was on the deck, thinking about life. Did I just hammer this guy awake? The aura of the blood has also weakened a lot. After all, a blood crystal has been extracted. It's normal for it to weaken. It would be strange if it didn't. Gunai immediately calmed his mind. Obviously, the blood source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse is a very powerful innate ability. Those who have offended me, as long as I get your blood, you can forget about living a good life for the rest of your life. Arrange a shift and hammer once a day. I'll hammer all of you in turns. Sexy Gunai, I'm beating people up online. Are you guys scared? As my soul and blood become stronger, and the level of the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse increases, I will only become stronger in the blood dream world. Hoo. After a light breath, Gunai had temporarily put aside the matter of the blood source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. We'll reach the Dragon Head port in a few days. I'll finish condensing the Devil CO soul in a few days. This way, many things will be more convenient to do. Furthermore, Captain Jack's reputation has already spread far and wide at sea. If I'm not wrong, there should be many people waiting for me at the Dragon Head port. Gunai thought to himself as he stared into the dark night. 253 The Dragon's Head Harbor. The sun was warm and the house was bright. On the bow of the ship, Gunai stood firmly. As he sipped his coffee, he looked at the distant Dragon Head Harbor. Dragon Head Harbor came into view, and a large number of merchant ships were docked at the port. There were also 3 100m long steel and steam huge ships cruising on the sea. There were also many merchant ships on the sea. This made the entire Longshao port look extremely prosperous and lively. Dragonhead Harbor was the largest shelter and resource depot for many merchant ships that entered the deep sea. It was also guarded by many extraordinary masters. Naturally, many merchant ships would come here. After a long time, Gunai slowly looked away. Gunai's cultivation level had dropped from late stage to mid stage fourth order transcendent after receiving the energy from the altar on the reef island. At the same time, the strange power that had permeated through Gun's body due to the altar's sacrifice had disappeared. This was because Gunai had reincarnated. He recalled the CO soul and the coin of destiny's fight a few days ago, and a smile appeared on his face. When Gun used the origin soul of a rank 5 overlord to construct his CO soul, Gun could clearly feel the rank 5 devil overlord's CO soul. It was slowly absorbing the energy from its own body. The devil lord wanted to use Gunny's body to revive himself. But Gunai didn't give him the chance. He took out the coin of destiny and began to play a game with it in its most primitive form. Coin of destiny didn't disappoint him. The first one was an angel. As the angel's sword of fate fell, all the chains of fate on Gunai's body had been cut off. After the shackles of fate were cut off, what would happen if they were to gamble and obtain an angel? With this doubt in mind, Gun threw the coin of destiny into the air. And this time, it brought evil demons and death. It seemed that the situation after the shackles of fate had been cut could only be attempted in the future when there was time. After using up one reincarnation. After Gunai reincarnated, the system didn't let him die. The devil's original soul and original will were all wiped out. All that was left behind was the purest soul power of the devil. Gunai naturally took it for himself. As of now, Gugni had his own rank 5 devil overlord CO soul. Although this CO soul didn't have the many methods and abilities of a devil overlord, and was only a rank 5 devil overlord's soul. But it was also a very terrifying thing. Gunai, who had the devil CO soul. The first was the ability to double cast. Previously, it was still 30 curses per second. Now, it could basically be seen as doubling, which meant that it was 60 curses per second. Just this increase was enough to make Gunai's attacks explode with power. At the same time, whether it was the ability to withstand soul attacks or the ability to withstand spells when casting, Gunai would give priority to his CO soul. After all, it was a tier 5 lord's soul, and one with abomination characteristics. This ability was naturally much stronger than Gunai's soul, so even if he was injured, he could easily recover. Gunai's host soul didn't have this ability. All in all the dirty and tiring work was done by the CO soul, while the good work was done by the main soul. This was the necessity of the heavy curse rune. Captain! Just as Gun was thinking, he heard the voice of Jason Horwell behind him. Everyone's here. Gunai nodded. When he came to the side of the ship behind the captain's cabin, more than 30 crew members were gathered on the deck below. All the crew members looked at Gunai. After a moment of silence, Gunai spoke. We've arrived at the port of Longshao. However, Ching Ching, the name of your captain, Captain Jack, seems to have been known by many people on the sea. Moreover, many people want to kill me. So, if Ying Luo doesn't want to be caught by a powerful high-level extraordinary, then interrogate your souls and kill you at the same time. You'll have to be careful. When you arrive at the port, it's best for you to act alone. At the same time, don't reveal anything about our sea demon ship or Captain Jack. I also hope that everyone will be safe this time, but just in case, everyone needs to be careful. When it's time to go out to sea, I'll use the contract scroll to inform you again. Alright, let's continue with our work. Gunai waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. At this moment, many of the crew members were no longer as noisy as they were in the past. They were slightly depressed and cautious. They all carried a large amount of wealth with them, so they naturally knew what would happen if someone leaked the news and they were caught. Everyone who was working in silence was already thinking about their own actions after disembarking. The weakest of these guys was at the second rank, so they were naturally not the kind of young and inexperienced newbies. Finding a place to settle down wasn't a problem. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the harbor, the crew members had already disappeared into the depths of the crowd at the dock. After sealing the ship and making sure that no one was following him or observing him, he headed to the end of the street at Dragonhead Harbor. However, the news that the magic whale had entered the Dragonhead Harbor couldn't be hidden. After all, it was such a huge ship, and it couldn't hide from the observation of some people. Half an hour later, the news of the super spellcaster Captain Jack landing on the Dragonhead port spread like wildfire. Soon, many people who paid attention to information about super spellcasters received the news. The information was mixed with Edward the Feathered Serpent, the Misty Shadow Islands, the Great Elder, the Altar, the Angels, the Devils, and the vast amount of wealth. Gunai was already on guard. However, anyone who wanted to kill Gunai would have a strong killing intent and a powerful force. When they learned that Captain Jack had landed in the Dragonhead port, a violent storm had already quietly begun. As for Captain Jack, who was in the middle of the storm, he didn't seem to know anything about this. Night slowly fell. At Longshao Port, Boladon Hotel was the most luxurious hotel in the port. Here, normal expenses would cost more than a dozen gold pounds a day. And if they were slightly more extravagant, it would start at a few dozen gold pounds. In a spacious and comfortable room, Gunai was currently enjoying a table full of delicacies and taking in the night view of the entire Dragonhead Harbor. The quiet and brightly lit bay and the tranquil ocean did have a different charm. On one hand, it was because they had been sailing on the sea for about 2 months. 2 fish in 3 days was enough to make Gunai a bit apathetic. It wasn't easy for them to reach the shore, so they naturally needed to change their taste and enjoy the food. Another reason was, Gunai realized he was being watched. In fact, after entering Dragonhead Harbor, Gunai had been very careful. However, when he was selling and buying some things on the business street and just walked out of the Third Chamber of Commerce, Gunai found that he was being watched. The guy watching Gunai was very careful. However, when his eyes fell on Gunai, he suddenly felt a sense of fear. Gunai, who had completely cut off the chains of fate, clearly felt the slight prying feeling. Gunai didn't know which force the enemy that was targeting him belonged to. After all, Captain Jack had many enemies. It didn't matter if it was old Edward, who was defeated because he shot his son. It was still Aogu Mountain, the one he had killed. Or perhaps some black-hearted bounty hunters had come after sniffing out the scent of millions of gold pounds. Gunai was well aware that there were many people who wanted to kill him. And as time went on, Gunai found that more and more people were watching him. It was obvious that there was more than one group of people watching him. At this time, Gunai had also guessed that someone was trying to deal with him in secret. If Gunai wanted to, he could hide and disappear again. Of course, Gunai could also choose to retaliate in a bloody manner. He wanted to let his enemies who were plotting against him in the dark experience what death and terror were. After all, Gunai was no longer weak. If they could give their enemies a powerful counterattack and let them feel pain, they wouldn't reach their claws towards Gunai again. As for how to choose, that would depend on whether or not Gunai would be able to track down the enemy and find out something. Those people were trying to kill Gunai, and Gunai wanted to kill them too. After all, Weavue. After being reincarnated by the system, Gunai's CO soul and host soul had come from the same source. Devilish CO soul would become stronger after devouring the enemy's soul. At the same time, it would also feed back to the host soul, allowing the host soul to grow faster. The current Gunai's ability to kill and battle would speed up his growth. Therefore, Gunai wouldn't refuse to use the enemy's soul and flesh to nourish himself. Gunai didn't have much blood left. The followers of evil gods, the creators of terror and death, Gunai had long wanted to beat them up. 254 Assassination and Probing. Night fell. In a spacious and quiet dark room, Gunai was sitting cross-legged on the hotel bed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gunai's breathing was rhythmic and followed a mysterious pattern. Gunai, who was deep in his soul, was surprised. Originally, according to the sequence of the main soul and the CO soul, when using the scripture to cultivate the soul, one would be cultivating the host soul. The CO soul wouldn't be able to enjoy the effects of the scripture. The captured CO soul couldn't be cultivated. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Even if it was the CO soul that his own soul had nurtured, its cultivation speed was still relatively slow. Basically, it didn't have much potential to improve. In the beginning, Gunai had also thought so. But in the past 2 days, Gunai had discovered that his rank 5 Lord tier CO soul was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th step. Gunai realized that things weren't as simple as he had thought. After the system made the soul of the Devil Overlord share the same root as his main soul, not only could he enjoy the effects of cultivation, but the effects were also very fast, not slower than that of the main soul. This seemed to be a little unbelievable. Gently exhaling, Gunai opened his eyes. His face was as calm as ever. I'm already a superior spellcaster, and now I have the soul of a Devil Lord at the peak of the 5th rank, who can advance at the same time as me. This combination, I'm afraid that even ordinary powerhouses of the 6th step might not be my match. After all, the soul of a Devil Lord is too powerful. Just the soul-devouring ability alone is enough to completely suppress those extraordinaries with weak soul abilities. A lord is a lord after all. It's not something a normal creature like a human can casually provoke. Gunai rubbed his fingers. Especially those shadow men. They're stealthily approaching a devil overlord while hiding. That's simply suicide. Unknowingly, I've become quite strong. It's enough to deal with the current situation. Gunyu thought to himself. Gunai turned his head and looked outside the door. Those rat-like guys are always spying in the dark. It's about time to teach them a lesson. When Gunai arrived at the hotel, he started to eat and entered his room. Those people who thought they had hidden well had been secretly observing him. And it wasn't just one team. Gunai guessed that there were at least 5 or 6 teams. According to the rumors, more than 1 million gold pounds were on Captain Jack. This was enough to make bounty hunters like sharks who sniffed for the smell of gold pounds and come for blood. After all, 1 million gold pounds was more than enough for a master to take action. And this wasn't just a wealth of millions of gold pounds, it was also enough for bounty teams with certain strength to take the risk and try. A bounty team that dared to come here would not be weak. At least, they might be very strong in some aspects. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit, so Gunai wouldn't underestimate his opponent. If he underestimated his enemy, he might suffer a great loss. Among the extraordinaries, there was no lack of experts who had unique skills. While Gunai was thinking, bang 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 bang. There was a knock on the door. Gunai frowned. Gunai's eyes glowed with a blood-red light as he looked outside. He saw a young woman of about 22 or 23 years old in a long red dress. This woman's figure and appearance could be called a stunner, enough to make a normal man's heart move. This second rank, which should really be a special service staff. There was basically no chance of survival for a second rank extraordinary to participate in a battle of this level. Gunai's perception slightly bloomed, and a smile appeared on his face. This is a pretty good plan. If it was just a regular 4th rank incantation master, he would have died without a doubt. As for me, I should be fine if I'm careful. Ka. Gunai opened the door. Hello, I'm Luna, a 2nd rank extraordinary witch. It's my pleasure to be at your service. This is your order. As she spoke, the tier 2 witch who was holding a small suitcase took out a pink card. Gun reached out to take the pink card. A sudden change occurred. Without any warning, without any sound, a shadow followed a perfect arc. The assassin's dagger glowed with a cold green light and was aimed at Gunny's neck. It was incredibly fast. Gunai's lips curled into a smile. He completely ignored the assassin. When the Tier 4 assassin had reached a certain distance in the air, his body was like a puppet, perfectly controlled by Gunai in the air. The 4th rank Shadowman had underestimated Gun's perception. As a domain-type spellcaster, he could sense anything within 10 meters of him. At the same time, this 4th rank Shadowman's perception wasn't strong enough. Even though he was hiding in the rank 2 witch's shadow, Gunai had used the puppet's secret thread to tightly tie him up. He hadn't noticed the entire process. As a result, as soon as it jumped out, it was controlled by Gunai in the air. Ah! This sudden development caused the Tier 2 witch to cry out in shock. However, this cry of surprise did not spread out at all. On a level that the demoness couldn't see, the dense puppet secret threads had already covered the doors, windows, passages, and the entire area, crisscrossing and entangling each other, and even sealing them layer by layer. This place had long been filled with puppet strings by Gunai. With so many enemies, Gunai naturally had to make many arrangements. SHH. Gunai made a shush gesture. Immediately, the witch covered her mouth with her hand, a look of fear appearing on her face. When this 4th rank Shadowmancer made his move, she could feel the dark and cold aura. It would probably be enough to kill him in one blow. However, such a powerful 4th rank assassin was easily controlled by this man with short black hair. She could guess that she had probably been involved in an assassination. It was an assassination that could easily kill her. At the same time, compared to the Tier 2 witch's fear, the Tier 4 assassin was in a state of panic. This time, their bounty hunting squad was specifically here to hunt down this super spellcaster who was extremely wealthy. And they had already laid out a series of pretty good plans. The first part of his plan was to hide in the shadow of the rank 2 witch and launch a sneak attack to attract the target's attack. As for the Tier 5 assassin and the Tier 5 law incantation master hidden behind the wall, they would also make their move when he made his move. After all, he was only a spellcaster. Even if he was a superior spellcaster, as long as the powerful magic prohibition scroll was placed on his opponent, he would die without a doubt. Not to mention, their boss was a powerful 6-star level 6 demon knight. He was currently crouching not far from the corner of the wall, and when the battle broke out, he would quickly join in. No matter how he looked at it, this super spellcaster was going to die here today. However, the 4th rank assassin never expected that he would be controlled by a strange technique the moment he attacked. He didn't even feel how the other party attacked. At this time, let alone speaking, he couldn't even mobilize the slightest bit of origin power, let alone transmit any movement. In fact, he could feel that the scream of the witch of the second step had not even spread out. At this moment, the entire passage was under the control of an invisible force. How could this guy be so terrifying? Was this what a super spellcaster was? Endless fear surged in his heart. Both he and his opponent were at the 4th rank, and his opponent could kill him with a flick of a finger. The difference was unbelievable. He glanced at the Tier 4 assassin he was controlling and took the witch's menu. After looking through the list, Gunai pinched the delicate cheeks of the Class 2 witch and chuckled. Although I really want to experience the services on this, as you can see, I'm very busy right now. Walk out slowly along the stairs, don't panic and just walk down the stairs normally. Go. Gunai said. The witch's exquisite face was still filled with shock as she covered her mouth and quickly ran up the stairs. Then, he quickly disappeared into the stairs. After the Tier 2 witch disappeared, Gunai turned to the Tier 4 Shadowman. Swish! The tentacle of blood shot out. Gurgle gurgle. Blood gushed out. In 3 seconds, the Tier 4 assassin's blood had been drained. At the same time, the demonic CO soul in Gunai's Sea of Soul was devouring the soul of the Type 4 assassin. The Tier 4 Shadowman, who couldn't put up any resistance, was instantly killed. They were both 4th rank transcendents, but Gun had the power of a superior spellcaster. He could easily kill any 4th rank transcendent. The instant the Tier 4 Shadowman fell, the other members of the team seemed to have noticed the movement. Bang! 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 The window in the room instantly exploded, and two figures rushed in. At the same time, at the end of the corridor. Hwala-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. It was as hot as hell's flames. It bloomed in an instant and quickly extended along the corridor. The entire passageway instantly turned into a world of flames. In the flames that were like hell, a powerful 6-star fiend knight of the 6th step, riding on a fire elemental mount, charged over. 255 Chapter 76 The Dark Knight. They were fast enough. However, Gunai was already prepared, and his speed was even faster than they had imagined. The moment the other party made a move, Gun locked onto the 5th rank spellcaster who had rushed in through the window. He was a fire elementalist. He was holding a high-level anti-magic scroll that had been activated. If it hit Gunai, it would be able to seal Gunai's origin pool. It was similar to the origin ocean prison that he had encountered in the ocean. Even if it was just a high-level anti-magic scroll, Gunai had no way of dealing with it, so it could lock onto his origin pool for a minute or two. Therefore, Gunai wanted to kill him first. The moment the fire elementalist broke the glass, in a single second, the lightning incantation exploded in a frenzy, and a dense number of little thunder flame curses pierced through the air. The second little thunder flame spell broke the fire elemental's fire shield. Then, the third, fourth, fifth, and even the 10th level 4 little thunder flame curse ruthlessly pierced through the fire elementalist's body. Pang! There was a dull sound. The fire elementalist had a fragile body, but he was electrocuted to death by Gunny when he jumped in. When he landed heavily on the ground, his body was almost cooked by the electricity. Gun's spell was cast very quickly, and the little thunder flame spell numbed the soul. The Tier 5 elementalist didn't even have a chance to activate the advanced anti-magic scroll in his hand. The Tier 5 Shadowman, who was in stealth mode, felt the terrifying energy passing through his body and penetrating the fire elementalist. One could imagine the horror in his heart. How could he cast such a powerful spell so quickly? The moment the Tier 5 elementalist was electrocuted to death, Gun dashed into the room. This was because the flames in the passage had already swept over. The powerful Fiend Knight of the 6th step was already charging over. A rank 6 Demon Knight was fast and had a dangerous aura. It wasn't convenient for Gunny to fight them in this small space. The moment Gunai entered, the hidden shadow was faster than him by half a beat. The dagger was aimed at Gunai's neck. Bang! A sound. The blood shield managed to withstand the Tier 5 Shadowman's attack. Gunai estimated that this arc would be able to block a second attack. However, blocking this attack was enough to buy Gunai some time. In that instant, Gunai's soul-stabilizing ring spell bloomed in the room. Then, Gunai's body turned into a blood-red light and jumped out of the broken window. Gunai lived on the 25th floor. With the puppet's secret thread in his hands, Gunai wasn't worried about jumping down from such a high place. Even if he had hit the ground, it would have been the bricks that had shattered instead of Gunai's body. Chase! Without any hesitation, the Tier 5 assassin also leaped out of the window. Unfortunately, he was too close. He had just jumped out of the window. He saw the purple thunderbolts intertwining. The Tier 5 Shadowman was well aware of what had happened to the Tier 5 Fire Elementalist earlier. Smoke rose from his entire body as he was electrocuted, and he was dead. With a slight twist of his body, he instantly used shadow travel. He disappeared from his original spot, and the 3 little thunder flame curses that pierced through him missed. To be able to react in time, a rank 5 shadower is already a high-level extraordinaire. His means are indeed not bad, Gunai muttered to himself as he descended. It's a pity that you've been locked onto by my soul-setting divine ring spell. He followed the guidance of the soul-setting divine ring spell. Gunai quickly released a wave of small thunder flame curses. The Tier 5 shadow wielder that had just landed on the glass wall instantly felt the incoming danger. Unfortunately, he couldn't cast Shadow Walk again after he landed. He could only twist his body to avoid the attack. However, the soul-fixing ring spell's pull couldn't be avoided by dodging with small movements. Buzz! A purple little thunder flame curse instantly penetrated his body. The terrifying penetrative destructive power of the Tier 4 advanced spell instantly made him understand why that fire elementalist had died so miserably. The power of this law incantation was simply terrifying. Not only his body, but even his soul was paralyzed and unable to move. The attack hit the target, and the Shadowman had no chance of dodging. Chi 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 chi. 7-8 purple lightning bolts shot out, directly killing the Type 5 Shadowman. This Tier 5 Shadowman, Tando, wasn't any better than the Elementalist. The speed and reaction speed of a Tier 5 Shadowmancer is impressive. It's a pity that my speed and reaction are no slower than yours. In general, it's a threat to me, but not a big threat. He had just killed this Tier 5 Shadowman. Boom! The outer wall of the room where Gunai had just jumped out from exploded. Broken stones and glass flew all over the place. The surging flames bloomed to the extreme, illuminating the dark streets around them. You coward, die! The roaring fiend knight of the 6th step charged toward Gunai from the glass wall of the 20th floor. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted a lot of attention. The bounty hunters that had been spying on Gunai were also carefully observing the battle from every corner. Using the puppet strings, Gunai slid down to the street opposite the hotel. Immediately after, bang 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 bang, a large amount of crushed stones came crashing down. Boom! A sound. The fiend paladin of the 6th step that was over 20 floors above directly landed on the ground. The ground under his feet caved in half a meter deep, and the ground within a 7 to 8 meter radius cracked. The flame waves spread out more than 20 meters. The glass on the door of the Boladon Hotel instantly shattered with a loud bang. Many passers-by were caught in the flames, and their bodies were quickly burned. Then, they died quickly while screaming and wailing. These flames were not ordinary flames. They were lava flames from hell. Following the fiend knight of the 6th step's savage landing, screams and exclamations of shock and panic resounded in the street. The horses and carriages passing by neighed in panic as they tried to escape. For a time, the entire Great Tribulation was in chaos. Fortunately, it was night time, so there weren't many people here. Soon, a large number of pedestrians fled the place. Hwala lala 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 lala. A dense dark red flame spread from the Dark Rider's body to the surroundings, and the area within a 6 to 7 meter radius was already a sea of fire. The surrounding plants, the decorations in the hotel lobby, and the nearby windows, curtains, and doors quickly caught on fire. Even the ground was burned red by the flames on the Dark Demon Knight. The area within 30 to 40 meters of the Fiend Knight of the 6th step was a world of flames. When the flames reached Gunai, Gun had lost half of his energy and was now using the blood shield again. 6-star Fiend Knight. Transformation type battle type extraordinary profession. After transforming, it would have the form of a demon knight and could summon an elemental fire horse. Immune to fire attacks. It had an extremely strong resistance against all kinds of elemental attacks, magic spells, and even origin power martial techniques. Its Tanda defense was extremely strong, and when it had an elemental mount, its speed was also faster, and its attack power was stronger. It could be said that the Dark Knight was a first-class melee-type extraordinary profession. Its only weakness was its short arms. This guy was really fighting in close combat and had almost no long-range attacks. The flames burning on its body could continuously burn the surrounding enemies. There were only a few transcendent professions that could fight hand-to-hand with a demon knight. At this time, Gu Ni was on the other side of the road, not running away. He just quietly looked at the 6-star Fiend Knight. It was rare to meet such a powerful guy. Gu Ni naturally wouldn't let them go so easily, but it was a pity for those passers-by. Gunai's eyebrows twitched as he moved his finger. This flame is very powerful. It can burn my puppet's secret thread in a few seconds. As expected of the flame from hell. It should be impossible to control it with a powerful spell. It's a good thing that the soul-setting divine ring spell has directly locked onto this guy. If that's the case, then let's just kill them directly. The moment Gunai made his move, the fiend rider also moved. Boom! Like a missile, the demon knights charged toward Gun. This seemed to be some kind of forward charge skill. The distance of more than 30 meters was covered in an instant. His body moved, and he pulled out a long flame dragon. At the same time, a flame-like sharp light pierced through Gunai's head. What a fast speed! Gunai, who was secretly chanting the Thunderfire curse, saw this scene and his heart moved. It was too late to rely on his speed to dodge. Luckily, Gunai's CO soul was already preparing and used the blood escape technique. The benefits of dual casting were displayed at this moment. When Gunai's main soul was in a vacuum state, his CO soul could make up for it. With a flash of blood, Gunai appeared in the middle of the street 30 meters away. He had perfectly dodged the Dark Rider's sudden attack. By now, most of the people nearby had already fled. This wide area was more suitable for Gunai to fight. 256 The powerful super spell caster. The noisy clamor had already gone far away. The street was slightly empty. On the street, the demonic knight and the super spell caster Captain Jack were confronting each other. The humans in the distance, as well as the humans hiding behind glass in the houses on both sides of the street, were all watching the battle between transcendents cautiously and quietly. Although they didn't know the identity of these two extraordinary humans, they could feel that they were extremely powerful extraordinary humans from the blooming of the terrifying flame aura. The extraordinaries who knew the identities of the two sides were looking forward to this battle. Isn't this demonic knight the guy ITO? You know this guy? Of course I know him. I heard that when he was at Tier 5, he was defeated by a high-ranked knight commander in the South Church. I thought he was dead, but I didn't expect him to escape, and he's already Tier 6. A 6-star, 6th Order Demon Knight against that super spell caster. I'm afraid it's going to be interesting this time. Hehe, it's best if the super spell caster, Captain Jack, is strong enough. Otherwise, this guy would definitely not be able to escape today. From what I know, there are quite a few powerful 6th rank bounty hunters here. Once this guy is defeated by the Dark Knights, or even injured, those guys will definitely swarm over and eat that super spell caster until nothing is left. Hehe, hehe, that's natural. Look, they're about to make a move. At the same time as the blood escape technique landed, Gunai quickly retreated. As expected, the Dark Rider suddenly leaped. In the blink of an eye, the spear crossed another 30 meters and came down on Gun. The charging speed is very fast. This guy must have trained hard in this kind of charging ability. That's right. For an extraordinary with this kind of ability, the only way to deal an effective blow to the enemy is to speed up his approach. It's a pity that I'm not the kind of slow magus. Gunai tapped his feet and dodged the attack as fast as lightning. Gunai's speed surprised many of the extraordinaries who were watching. Just now, Gunai had only used a spell to dodge. Gunai was using his speed to his advantage. His speed was even faster than that of an ordinary Tier 4 Shadowman. For a law incantation master to possess such a speed, it was quite shocking. After all, the speed and agility of a law magus was not something that could be put on display. This Captain Jack is actually this fast. The intelligence report didn't mention this. Indeed, there's no such thing. It seems that this Dark Rider is going to suffer. I feel like I'm going to suffer a huge loss. After all, this Dark Knight's only close-range ability is Sprint. And if this ability is restrained, it's basically in the hands of long-range spell casters. It definitely won't be at an advantage. The only thing we can see is how many spells this guy can withstand. I have to seize the opportunity when the other party is casting the spell. The only thing that this Dark Knight can do now is his defense and calmness. However, in the face of this superior spellcaster who is known for his offensive ability, I may not be able to withstand this. As Gunai dodged, the Great Thunder Flame Curse was finally completed. As he retreated, the fourth Great Thunder Flame Curse with its extremely destructive power followed the soul-stabilizing Divine Ring spell's lead and went straight for the kill. The Dark Knights didn't have the ability to dodge in an instant, so they couldn't avoid the attack and could only take it head-on. Faced with this attack, the Fiend Knight, Ito, who relied on his strong body and extremely magnanimous nature, brazenly showed no fear and directly charged forward. Zi, a sound. A thick purple lightning bolt directly penetrated the Dark Demon Knight's 3-meter-tall body and its elemental fire horse. Roar! In the middle of the charge, Ito let out a blood-curdling scream. His huge body suddenly froze, and the two of them rolled on the ground with their horses. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. A 6-star Fiend Knight of the 6th step had an extremely high level of Tandu. Many of them knew that when Ito was only at level 5, he had survived several runic curses. Now that he was at the 6th step, his extraordinary body's level of magnanimity was naturally higher. However, they didn't expect that this super spellcaster Captain Jack would be able to knock this Ito to the ground with a single engraving spell. After knocking down the Fiend Knight of the 6th step, Gun once again quickly chanted a Thunder Flame Curse. Gunai had double casting. The host soul cast the technique while the CO soul was on alert in case of an unexpected situation. The source power in the body of the slightly panting Ito quickly surged, and the elemental fire horse condensed again. How can the power of this spell be so terrifying? Damn it! His body was a little numb, and even stiff and difficult to control. The bitterness and shock in Ito's heart intertwined. The higher the level of a spell, the more difficult it was to level up. A powerful law curse at the level of secret engravings. In the hands of many law incantations masters, they were basically in a proficient state of being able to cast spells, not even reaching level 1. Only the extraordinary ones who were willing to practice incantations diligently could possess a level 1 engraved incantation after a transformation. With engravings as the core, one could only create powerful engravings at level 2 or level 3 after years of hard work. Gunai, on the other hand, had spent half a year in the hack machine. The Great Thunder Fire Curse was already at level 4. The level 4 Thunder Flame Curse was naturally different from the ordinary runic magic curses that had basic power and could be released. The difference in power was 7 to 8 times. This Dark Knight might be able to withstand the attacks of those basic engravings. But he couldn't withstand Gunai's rank 4 Thunder Flame Curse. Controlling his slightly numbed extraordinary body, Yi Duo, who had just mounted the elemental flame horse, looked up and saw another thick purple lightning bolt sweeping towards him. Swish! As the purple lightning pierced through. Peng! A sound. This time, Ito fell off his elemental fire horse. Even the elemental fire horse was unable to condense and was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, many of the extraordinaries were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. A 6-star level 6 Demon Knight was in existence with an extremely deep level of magnanimity. He was a powerful being who had charged forward while withstanding the bombardment of the engravings. At this moment, the 2 engravings had already made it almost impossible for him to stand. If this had been any other extraordinary profession, they would have been killed on the spot with a single blow. This guy was only at the 4th rank. Was his law incantation really that terrifying? Was this what a superior spellcaster was? Gunny's powerful spell immediately made many bounty hunters give up on the idea. This kind of terrifying spell could take their lives with a single strike. They didn't dare to try it. When the Dark Rider was about to stand up, buzz! The 3rd Thunderfire Curse came. This time, the Dark Rider did not stand up again. From 30 meters away, Gunai could clearly feel that the soul of the 6-star demon was heavily injured. Gun cast another blood shield to replenish the energy that had been burned away. He looked around coldly and walked toward the Demon Knight. He walked to the Dark Knight's side, and this 6-star level 6-star Dark Knight was just as he had sensed. He wasn't pretending to be injured, but he really couldn't stand up. The tentacle of blood shot out. Gurgle gurgle. A large amount of blood was being absorbed by Gunai. The blood of a fiend knight of the 6th step really does taste good. Gunai said softly as he tasted the blood. At the same time, the demonic CO soul swallowed the Dark Knight's soul. At this point, the fiend knight of the 6th step had completely fallen. After plundering the Dark Knight's extraordinary storage equipment, as well as the Tier 5 Shadow Assassin's storage equipment, he was finally done. In front of all the onlookers, Gunai swaggered into the darkness of the alley. And this time, no one followed him. When Gunai disappeared, the news of this battle also spread at an extremely fast speed. The reputation of a superior spellcaster had quietly set off a wave in the entire Dragonhead Harbor. 257 Chapter 78 The Devil Enters the Dream. An hour later. After 2 teleportations in the dark and 2 changes of clothes and appearance, Gun had completely turned into an ordinary sailor. 2 streets away from the Boladon Grand Hotel, in a small, unremarkable hotel on the high side, Gunai booked a cheap hotel room with an independent bathroom. Gunai looked at the Boladon Hotel from the window. At this time, at the entrance of the Boladon Hotel, the location where Captain Jack and the Fiend Knight of the 6th step were fighting seemed to have been sealed off. On the way there, Gunai had heard some passers-by say that the official investigators had already gotten involved, and the entire hotel had been closed down. After all, a battle of this level of destruction was rare in Dragonhead Harbor. In order to appease the public's emotions, the officials had to show that they were strong enough. Seeing how the streets and hotels are sealed off, I'm afraid the news of the battle between Captain Jack and the Demonic Knight will be spread out tomorrow. It's only been a day and we've already fought such a brutal battle. Gunai rubbed his glabella. Those guys just don't know how to stop. Looks like I'll have to change my identity during this period of time. I can't use the identity of Jack Sparrow either. I have to say, those guys who operate on the ocean all year round have many eyes on the location of the island's port. Even their efficiency in searching for human flesh isn't as fast as these guys. Gunai closed the window and the curtain. The entire room was plunged into darkness. Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, was feeling around. After 5 or 6 minutes, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. There shouldn't be anyone who has discovered my tracks. Then, it's time for me to enter the dream. The first thing he had to do when he came to Dragonhead Harbor was to inform the Extraordinary Association's garrison about the possible location of the Mother God of the Human-Faced Flower Church. Gun knew that some evil forces had already infiltrated the supernatural organization. There were even traces of those guys in the upper echelons. Gunai had to be careful. Luckily, Nigel had told Gun before. In each region, the person with the highest authority could be trusted. He didn't know why Nigel was so confident, but since he said so, Gunny had no choice but to believe him. Gun was looking for the absolute ruler of Dragonhead Harbor, the peak 9th rank master, Solstan Kareza. And NBSP, even if the enemy was on the side of the evil gods. Now that Gunai had completely cut off his fate threads, he would be completely fine if he sent his CO soul. As he focused, Gun's demonic CO soul used the blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. Whoosh! He passed through the layers of corpses and nightmares. Gunai's CO soul entered the bloody dream world, which was a broken, bloody, and sticky nightmare. Gunai was sitting cross-legged on his bed. He was not affected at all. The main soul and the CO soul. 2 souls in one body, 1 master, and 1 assistant. Gunai's soul became 1. He was controlling 2 positions. Gunai was able to do 2 things at once. At this moment, his 2 souls each had their own independent space of thought, so his ability to multitask was greatly strengthened. And now, the CO soul of the ancient devil entered the bloody dream world. As for Gunai himself, he could do anything in the real world, and the two wouldn't interfere. Two souls in one body, one master and one assistant, it was totally possible to do so. As for the other extraordinaries who had condensed the CO soul, their souls could not leave their bodies, so they could only have the ability to cast spells twice. At this moment, Gunai's main will was immersed in the bloody dream world, focusing on the devil's CO soul. The dilapidated, dark, and quiet little house was dim and depressing. The CO soul saw Gunai sitting cross-legged on the broken bed. The devil's CO soul pondered after gazing at him for a while. Even if I didn't sleep, I can still find the people in the real world in the bloody dream world where the real world overlaps with the bloody dream world. It's hard to say if the other party has some hidden means. It takes a lot of energy to pull someone who is not sleeping into the blood dream world. If the other party is sleeping, it is easy to pull them in. By the way, Zhen, if I pull myself into the bloody dream world and kill myself, what will happen? Well, when Suxu is bored, she can give it a try. Gunai looked at the devil's bloody dream body. There was no doubt that the blood dream body of a devil overlord was stronger and more powerful than Gunai's original body. At the same time, the devil CO soul's blood dream body exuded the unique pressure of a overlord. It's more powerful than when my host soul entered the bloody dream world. Clenching his fists, Gunai thought. Immediately, the CO soul opened the door and walked out. In the bloody dream world. In the sky, the blood-colored clouds were still burning as usual. There was no rain. The smell of blood was slightly dry. The alley was quiet and cold. What? Standing in the alley, Gunai's expression changed slightly. It seems like there's a living being in the Swan Ni. When he was at sea, he had seen strange birds flying in the sky. There were also some creatures swimming in the blood sea. It was obvious that there were living creatures in the bloody dream world. Moreover, the more people there were, the more nightmares there would be. Naturally, some strange creatures that liked to devour nightmares followed. In the bloody dream world, the body was the bloody dream body that was constructed by blood and soul. This soul was the powerful soul of a rank 5 CO soul. Gunai was confident that there shouldn't be many people stronger than him in the blood dream world. As he pondered, Gunai took out a secret silver dagger. After a breath, the secret silver dagger had turned into a blood-red dagger. Some time ago, after Gunai found out that he could bring weapons into the blood dream world, he had given birth to this secret silver dagger. With a secret silver dagger in hand, he would be much more powerful than if he were unarmed. Weev. A weird blood wind blew. At the edge of the alley, there were some indistinguishable pieces of the nightmare remains. They seemed to have reached the end of their lives and quickly disappeared with the blood wind. He cast a blood shield on himself and strode forward with his mithril dagger in hand. He had just arrived near the exit of the alley. Weev. A low growling sound came from the end of the alley. Immediately after, a blood dog-like creature with a semi-transparent body, similar to a medium-sized dog, quickly passed through the street outside the small alley and left. Seeing the translucent creatures, Gunai relaxed. This translucent state was very weak. When Gunai came out of the alley, many of the translucent canine creatures immediately noticed Gunai. When they saw Gunai, Aou! 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 The large number of dog-like blood dream creatures immediately ran away with their tails between their legs. A few of the dogs even released some unknown liquid as they ran. Gunai was stunned by the scene. I've been carefully preparing for half a day, but you're scared away when you see me? Don't tell me that the problem with my Lord Tier Abomination soul is the reason for the heartache. The last time I was on the sea demon ship, I didn't scare off the strange fish in the blood sea. This time, however, I managed to scare off these bloodhounds. It should have something to do with the Devil Lord's soul. If that's the case, Gunai's eyes lit up. After a few days, when the Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse is upgraded to level 1, I can start looking for Mesa in the Blood Dream world. After getting used to the environment of the Blood Dream world, Gun looked at the center of the Dragonhead port, where the Transcendence Association was located. It was an extremely deep and oppressive castle. The entire castle was filled with a particularly strange atmosphere. Gunai knew the power of the Transcendence Association. They weren't easy to deal with. Let's go. Gun headed towards the Dragon's Head port, where the Extraordinary Society's branch was located. 258 Chapter 79 Solstan Karaza. They walked towards the castle halfway up the mountain. Gunai finally confirmed one thing. That was, creatures like devils were not only powerful in reality. Even in the Blood Dream world, it was still a top creature. Along the way, Gunai encountered many blood dogs, blood cats, and even some stronger creatures like wolves, leopards, and tigers. However, when these creatures encountered the devil's CO soul, they were all scared and fled in panic. Gunai was naturally happy to see this. Half an hour later, Gun arrived at the entrance of the Extraordinary Association's branch castle at Dragonhead Harbor. The Transcendent Association's ancient castle entered his eyes. It was also as old and dilapidated as the outside. However, there were obviously fewer fragments of the nightmare corpses here. At the same time, an indescribable, strange power bloomed from the castle. This power would drive away the blood dream creatures. But to Gunai, it wasn't much of an obstacle. Gunai stepped through the gate and headed toward the ruined castle. Who are you? Why have you trespassed on the Transcendent Association's garrison? Just as Gunai crossed the gate, a fierce shout exploded like thunder in the blood dream space. This voice shocked Gunai, and he even stopped in his tracks. As expected, there's an expert in the Transcendent Association. I was discovered the moment I entered. After some thought, Gunai slowly said, Your Excellency, Extraordinary Master, can you hear me? The master, who had never met Gunai, heard Gunai's polite tone. It didn't seem like Gunai was an enemy, so his tone became more relaxed. I can hear you. I'm here to visit Lord Solstan Karaza. Gunai said directly. The Transcendent Master muttered to himself for a moment before replying. What is it? It's very important. I need to tell Senior Solstan Karaza personally. Gunai replied. A moment later, the voice slowly came. Well, Your Excellency, please wait here for a while. Sir Solstan Karaza is holding an emergency meeting now. You know, just now, those infidels caused a lot of trouble at the port, and many people died. According to our investigation, there are quite a few Thulhu believers involved. Lord Solstan Karaza is handling this matter. Gunai slightly nodded. Gunai then sat down with his legs crossed. Gunai estimated that if he forced his way in, the Transcendent Master would not be able to do anything to him. However, since the other party had already said so, it would be too rash to barge in by force. A Thulhu believer? Gunai closed his eyes and pondered. It's true that Aogu Shan is one of the people who has released my information. After all, I've ruined Aogu Shan's big plan and made him the scapegoat. I'm sure Aogu Shan hates me to death. Anyway, Aogu Shan didn't come to kill me personally. Instead, he released the news first. Do they have other plans, or do they have other reasons? It's also possible that the news of me joining forces with the angel to kill the devil has been leaked. Aogu Shan saw that I'm not weak, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, once an expert at his level makes a move, it will cause a huge commotion. He might be targeted by a Transcendent Master. After thinking for a while, Gunai gradually calmed down. First, I'll carefully digest the soul of that rank 6 Fiend Knight. I'll see what secrets he knows about the Dragonhead Harbor in the depths of his soul. Then, Gun began to digest the rank 6 Devil Knight's soul. Normally, when a devil devoured another person's soul, they would just swallow it directly instead of digesting it carefully. Only when it was needed would he carefully digest the memories in his soul. For example, this powerful 6-star Devil Knight of the 6th step. If this fellow were to encounter any other law incantation master, he would probably be able to chase that law incantation master everywhere. When he encountered those close combat extraordinaries, there were even fewer who could fight him in close combat. After all, the flames from hell alone were enough to force most of the melee extraordinaries to retreat. In general, the demon knights were powerful extraordinary professionals in close combat. However, he had encountered someone like Gunai, who was faster than him, had a high spirit activity, and was a super spellcaster with dual soul casting. This guy was a cumbersome iron dummy. There was still a certain restraining relationship between the beyonders of the major sequences. After some time of digestion, Gunai slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. A time hunter, dragon slayer, the evil god's daughter of the giant god church. George came to Dragonhead Harbor? If your identity as a time hunter is really exposed, George might really run to the sea. After all, the sea is the best place to avoid being tracked down by the enemy. Many of the evil god's believers' strongholds are on the sea. By the way, who is this dragon slayer, another extraordinary profession in the Starry Sky sequence? This evil god's daughter isn't easy to deal with. When the evil god's son went to the Sug ruins, he caused a winter's death incident that shook the entire continent. This time, the evil god's daughter appeared in the Dragonhead port. They're just passing by, or are you plotting something in this Dragonhead port? Could it be that the reason why they didn't come after me was because this Augustus and the evil god's daughter of the giant god church had a secret plan? The more Gunai thought about it, the more likely it seemed. According to this Tier 6 Demon Knight's memories, old Edward's daughter has also come to Dragonhead Harbor. Is she here to kill me? Old Edward's son was killed by me, which led to his defeat. This old pirate king probably also wants to skin me alive. He sent his daughter over. It could be to kill me, or it could be to participate in the plan of the evil god's daughter. These great pirates have an unclear relationship with those evil gods' churches. Some of them even have deep cooperation. My current strength is no longer as weak as it was in the past. Even if an extraordinary master like old Edward came and attacked me personally, I would still have a certain ability to resist and escape. I'm afraid that the waves will surge in the Dragonhead Harbor again. Just as Guns was considering whether he should find George and join forces with the heretics at the Dragonhead port, he suddenly realized something. An old and slightly hoarse voice rang out in the bloody dream world. I'm Solstan Kareza. What can I do for you, my friend? Gunai raised his eyebrows and stood up. It's a very important matter. Gunai said seriously. This friend can speak freely, I'm listening. This matter is very important and cannot be easily known to others. I need to pull Lord Solstan Kareza into this world to tell you. Laserstan Kareza entered the blood dream. At this moment, the sharp voice from before rang out. This friend is able to walk through the bloody dream world. His methods are extraordinary and worthy of respect. But Your Excellency wants to put Sir Laserstan Kareza in the blood dream. This kind of thought can't help but make people suspicious. The other's words surprised Gunai. Was the bloody dream world really that weird? Even transcendent masters didn't dare to enter? My friend. I'm sorry, the hoarse-voiced Solstein said softly. Entering the blood dream layer is no small matter. This layer is filled with heresy and evil. Once you enter, there is a possibility of your mind being contaminated. We admire your ability to enter, but we can't easily enter the bloody dream world. Mental corruption? Gunai was startled. Gunai immediately looked around. This blood dream world was indeed filled with many evil forces and drifting nightmare energy. When these things entered bloody dream's body, they would indeed be contaminated. But the problem was that after Gunai used the blood source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse to pull people in, the power of the blood source had completely isolated the heretical power. After all, the intrinsic power of the blood source was the peak existence of the highest level of the blood world. Naturally, it wouldn't be contaminated by these ordinary evil forces. So, this is what they're afraid of. Gunai understood. The more powerful they were, the more they had to ensure the purity of their spirit, so that they could go higher and further. On the other hand, the extraordinary ones who could not go far in the lower class would not mind using the power of the wicked to help them improve. Lord Solstan Karaza, you don't have to worry about this. I'll pull you into the blood dream world. I won't let you guys be contaminated in the slightest. I'm still capable of such a small trick. Gun's words made the extraordinary master and Solstan Karaza fall into silence. However, Gunai guessed that they were discussing. After all, he had to think twice before being pulled into a dangerous zone. Sure enough, after a dozen breaths, the two transcendent masters had already made a decision. All right, this friend will pull me into the blood dream world first, the master who first spoke to Gunai said. No problem. Gunai said. When the pulling force surges, I hope that Grand Master will not resist. I know. As he spoke, blood gushed out of Gunai's body. The power of his blood formed a three-dimensional shield the size of a football, completely covering Gunai's entire body. At the same time, the world power Upanishad bloomed inside, forming a strong isolation frame. This way, even if the other side came in, they wouldn't be able to see Gunai's true identity. While he was talking, Gunai had located the two extraordinary masters. Their power had seeped into the blood dream world, so Gunai could easily find them. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the blood-red light bloomed, the rank 8 Grand Master, Gu Er Tong, was being pulled towards the blood dream world by Gu Ni. 259 The Iron Wizard. He passed through the bloody dream barrier formed by the strange flesh and blood corpses and endless nightmares. Guru Tong entered the strange blood dream world. As soon as he landed, Gu Tong saw the blood ball that was as tall as a person. The blood aura was thick and dense, perfectly blending with the surrounding environment. This made it difficult for Gu Tong to see what was behind the blood ball. Gu Tong sized Gu Ni up, and Gu Ni did the same to the rank 8 master. The rank 8 master's blood dream body gave Gunai a lot of pressure. Its sanguine dream body was much more solid than the ancient Nirvana Devil's sanguine dream body. After all, he's a powerful level 8 extraordinary. I can't afford to provoke him in the blood dream world. How is it? At that moment, the voice of Solstan Karaza, who was in the outside world, rang in Gultong's mind. There's no contamination. It seems like some mysterious power has completely isolated the contamination energy that's dissipating. Furthermore, Baian's opponent doesn't seem to be very strong. The pressure he gives me is very small. Of course, it's also possible that he's very strong and has hidden himself perfectly. Overall, he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. But be careful when you come in. I know. All right, my friend. You can now pull me into the bloody dream world, the voice of Solstan Karaza rang out. If an ordinary person had come to visit Solstan Karaza, it would naturally be impossible to see him. After all, not just anyone could visit Solstan Karaza. However, this mysterious person who had suddenly visited them from the bloody dream world made them take him seriously. The Transcendent Association had divided the various levels. The bloody dream world was classified as a very dangerous level. The broken limbs and remains of the nightmare corpses, the layers of distorted blood conjured domains, and some extremely polluted soul elementium. Not to mention, this world also had many curses from the fallen blood demon god. Even the top dream realm masters didn't dare to casually enter as there was a risk of being contaminated. And this weird guy, who could walk freely in the bloody dream world, was obviously extraordinary and worthy of attention. If that was all, it would be fine. However, if the other party could pull people into the bloody dream world, that would be bad. That was when Gun had said he wanted to pull Laserstan Karaza into Blood Dream. Guiartong's reaction was so intense. Pulling people into the bloody dream world was a powerful ability on the level of an innate divine ability. Whoosh, whoosh. As the blood light surged, Thulstan Kareza, an old man in a grey robe and a wizard hat, appeared in front of Gun. If it wasn't for the legendary steel scepter in his hand, which was taller and heavier than him, Gun would have believed that he was a kind old wizard. The Iron Wizard, Thulstan Kareza. His extraordinary profession was the relatively rare wizard. His star rank was unknown to the outside world. He was well versed in all kinds of ancient sorcery, body techniques, and all kinds of auxiliary spells. This was not important. This fellow was best at close combat. He looked old and even a little hunched, but when they really started fighting, he was already very strong. After the opponent cast a series of support spells, you would find that the person standing in front of you was a muscular iron wizard who was more ferocious than bloodthirsty berserkers. It was said that countless extraordinary people had died under the scepter of the Iron Wizard, Thulstan Kareza. Most of them had been smashed to death, with their heads split open. After examining his surroundings, Thulstan's gaze finally fell on the huge blood ball in front of him. The profound meaning of the world isn't weak. After all, not all transcendent masters can comprehend the profound meaning of runes. It's already quite good to be able to comprehend it. Moreover, this person's comprehension of the profound meaning of the world isn't weak. Thulstan Kareza had a rough judgment in his heart. Then, Thulstan slowly opened his mouth. I still don't know this friend's name. Who I am is not important. What's important is what I'm about to tell Sir Thulstan. As he spoke, Gunai's mind moved. A giant blood sphere barrier bloomed around him, and his world and dark power Upanishads merged into it. In the bloody dream world, blood could be seen everywhere. Gunai could freely control the blood around him. Under Gunai's control, a giant blood barrier surrounded them. World intent and darkness intent had completely isolated this place from the outside world. Even if Guiartong was nearby, he would not be able to hear their conversation. Without saying a word, Gunai tapped the ground with his right foot. The blood on the ground moved with it. A map of the Sea of Fog quickly appeared in the open space between the two. It's in this position, Gun pointed to a corner, where he'd confirmed she was. The mother god of the human face flower cult might be here. Gunai said in a deep voice. The mother god of the human face flower cult. Thulstan's heart skipped a beat. For many years, the Transcendent Association and the Pioneer Group had been trying to find the evil gods of the Human Face Flower Church, the Giant God Church, and the Spirit Priest Church. And NBSP, after all, as time passed, the evil gods would become stronger. When the strength of these evil gods surpassed the oracles and ancestral spirits of the Transcendent Association. It was also the time when the three great empires in the north of the Oya continent were destroyed. Even though there was still a long time to go. However, they still couldn't find any traces of the evil gods of the three evil god churches. There was no need to talk about the evil gods' tracks. They had not even found a few of the core strongholds. It was obvious that the evil gods were much more powerful than they thought. Thulstan didn't expect the mysterious man to tell him the possible location of the mother god of the Human Face Flower Church. Are you sure? After examining the map in front of him, Thulstan then looked at the blood ball again. I can only deduce that there's a certain probability that the mother god of the human-faced flower church is here. Even if it's not here, this place will be an important stronghold of the human-faced flower church. Gunai said. Thulstan nodded slightly. If the other party was 100% sure that Deva was here, it would instead make Thulstan suspect that it was a trap. The other party had said that the mother god of the human face flower cult was most likely here, and that this place would also be a core stronghold, so the credibility was extremely high. Thank you for informing me of such an important matter. I will quickly investigate this matter. If it's verified, then, not many of the human-faced Flower Church members on this island will be able to escape. Solstein said cautiously. All this while, the Transcendent Association and the pioneers had been eager to destroy even one of the core strongholds of the Thulhu Church. This time, they had finally obtained a definite stronghold. Needless to say, there would definitely be God's messenger and ancestor soul powerhouses making a move, and there might even be more than one. If Mother God was here, she would definitely suffer. And NBSP, after all, the top experts of the current human world were using the many treasures left behind by the ancient gods, and their combat abilities were still very strong. They could effectively injure or even kill the weak and evil gods that entered this world. Thank you for telling me such an important thing. Thank you, Solstan said in a deep voice. These heretics of the evil gods are wreaking havoc in our world and killing. It's my duty to attack these evil gods and their believers. Gunai said. After a moment of silence, Solstein slowly spoke. In about a week's time, would you be able to come here again? Can the battle be finished in a week? Gunai raised his eyebrows. Well, a week is more than enough. When you arrive, I can inform you of the battle situation. After all, the outside world has no way of knowing about this, so we can give you detailed feedback. No problem. I also want to know what the result is. Gunai didn't refuse. After a moment of silence, Gunai spoke. I've told you everything I should. I should leave now. With that, Gunai waved his hand and dispersed the map and the giant blood ball. He then reincarnated and walked down the mountain path, quickly disappearing into the rugged mountain road. No matter what, we will know the follow-up of this information if we come back in a few days. I hope there will be a good result. Immediately, Gunai collected his thoughts and suppressed this matter. As they walked down the mountain path, Gun's gaze swept across the entire Dragonhead harbor in Blood Dream. A moment later, a very good plan emerged. It seems that many enemies have come to the Dragonhead harbor this time. Whether it's the pirates or the evil gods' believers, I can easily distinguish their existence in the Blood Dream world from the nightmarish scenes and intense killing scenes they carry on their backs. I'll test my skills on these pirates first. I'll train my combat ability in the Blood Dream world. This way, we can get blood crystals, soul fragments, nightmare materials, and other things. It can also improve my combat ability. It will be easier for me to deal with Misha after a while. Half an hour later, Gun pulled a sleeping third-rank pirate into the Blood Dream world and beat him up. He looked at the stage 3 pirate's body. Gunai suddenly remembered something. He then looked at the Transcendent Association's castle halfway up the mountain. Those two seniors were both pulled in by my innate divine ability. If they want to get out, either I kill them or they die. These two seniors have extraordinary means. They should have a way to return. After a moment of thought, Gunai chuckled, thinking that he was overthinking. After that, Gunai continued to immerse himself in his journey of beating up pirates in the Blood Dream world. 260 The Dragon Slayer. The next day. In the morning. In a tavern called Gumu Tavern near the coastal port. Even though it was early in the morning, it was still very lively. Groups of sailors were drinking, chatting, and playing cards here. In the afternoon and evening, there would be some beast fighting programs to increase the stakes. Hey, Kulu, we're here, a sailor called out to his good friend. The 35-year-old extraordinary sailor named Kulu looked exhausted and didn't sleep well. Moreover, he looked a little dispirited. What's wrong with you? Don't tell me the witch squeezed him dry. Seeing his somewhat listless appearance, some people joked. This immediately attracted the laughter of many people around. Give me a cup of Black Rune's wine, a large cup. Kulu ordered a large glass of black rugs from the bartender and sat down at the bar. Kulu said after taking a big gulp of the black ruby wine, which lifted his spirits a little. They're all a little **ing strange. What evil? The surrounding people looked over. After some recollections, Kulu slowly explained. Last night, I called a first-rank witch. I had a nightmare in the middle of the night, but I didn't pay much attention to it after waking up. When I woke up this morning, I realized that my vitality had dropped drastically. It was as if I had lost a large amount of blood overnight. I didn't have much strength left. Only the Blood Clan has such a powerful blood-sucking ability. When did the witch have the ability to suck blood? That's why I said it's a little strange. Kulu said, his eyes twitching. Hey, Kulu, you drank so much yesterday you've made a big mistake at this time, someone said. Something big? What's the big deal? Naturally, it's about super spellcasters. What's the big deal? Isn't it common knowledge that a super spellcaster has come to Dragonhead Harbor? It's obvious that someone wants to deal with that guy. This super spellcaster killed Edward the Feathered Serpent. Old Edward won't let this guy go. Kulu said as he sipped on his black ruby wine. You don't know this. Yesterday, a 6-star Fiend Knight of the 6th Step and his team members attacked that super spellcaster Captain Jack. Oh? A Fiend Knight of the 6th rank, that's a ruthless character. Gulping down a mouthful of black runic wine, Kulu hurriedly looked over. What's the specific situation? The man pondered for a moment before he spoke. That bounty team is very strong. I heard that the rank 6 Dark Knight is ITO, who hunted several high-level extraordinaries a while ago. He also has 2 rank 5 teammates and 1 rank 4 teammate. If that's the case, this bounty team must be very strong. It's only natural that this bounty team is strong. Unfortunately, this small team was completely annihilated. Completely annihilated? Is that super spellcaster really that powerful? Kulu, who was holding a large wooden wine glass, was stunned. That goes without saying. At the entrance of the Boladon Grand Hotel, the powerful demon knight that was said to be able to withstand the bombardment of the engravings was ended by Captain Jack with 3 engravings. Hiss, Kulu gasped. 3 engravings and he killed a 6th step, 6-star demon knight. How terrifying is this guy's incantation? Hee, ying ying, otherwise, how could you say that you're a super spell caster? There are also experts present who have made a detailed assessment. It is said that the spell should be the Great Thunder Flame spell. This Great Thunder Flame spell is at least level 4, or even higher. Tisk 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 tisk. With such a high-level engraving spell, high-level extraordinaries who don't have any defensive means will basically die. That's for sure. The news about the super spellcaster and the demonic knight from yesterday has already spread everywhere. Oh, in that case, there's going to be a good show to watch in the next 2 days. That goes without saying. Someone wants to deal with this superior spellcaster, and this superior spellcaster is not a good person. At this moment, in the clamor of the tavern, it was obvious that this wasn't the only place that was quietly discussing the battle between the super spellcaster and the Dark Knight yesterday. At this moment, at a round table in the corner of the tavern, the invisible interference barrier completely enveloped the round table and the 2 chairs around it. No one in the surroundings noticed this place. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting there. One of them was a 27 or 28-year-old man with a strong face, a burly figure, and a murderous aura. His long, curly black hair was messy, and he gave off a savage and murderous feeling. In front of this man with a resolute face, one of them was a young man in his early 20s, wearing a black top hat and a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. He had a kind face and a gentle aura. Are you sure this super spellcaster is your friend? Dragon Slayer Zeglud asked in a deep voice. There's a high probability that it's true. At that time, he was placed on the assassination roll by 1,000,000 gold pounds. He was targeted by a transcendent master and then disappeared. Even when I visited, I was told that I wouldn't meet him. At that time, I guessed that he had left the Sug ruins. And the timeline of this Jack Sparrow's appearance was exactly when he disappeared. Also, according to the information we received, this Captain Jack has the major and minor Thunder Flame curses, as well as some kind of powerful magic blade cutting curse. This large and small thunder flame curse can only be obtained in the Transcendent Association. When he first joined forces with me, he used a powerful cutting spell called the Strange Spell of the Magic Blade. It's a very powerful spell. By the way, that friend of mine is the same as this super spell caster. The overlap per second is very high. However, I haven't contacted him for more than half a year, so I can't be 100% sure. But I can feel that there's a high probability that it's this guy. George Derrick said. Since there's a high chance, it's worth a try, Dragon Slayer Zeglood said in his rough voice. Fortunately, this sound was completely blocked by the interference nullification barrier, and the people outside couldn't hear anything at all. After all, if we have this super spellcaster as a helper, not only will we be able to seize the first opportunity in the dragon graveyard, but we'll also be able to get the upper hand. With the Heretic God's Forbidden Elemental Lands plan, we won't have to fear the members of other forces. The deterrent force of a superior spellcaster is still very large. Yes, let's make some preparations over the next few days. We'll join forces and do something big. If I know it's the Time Hunter's doing, my friend might go and check it out. I'll naturally have the means to let him find us. If we let him find us, he won't attract other people, right? Zeglood said in a deep voice. Don't worry, only he knows about this method. Other people basically won't notice it. That's good, Zeglood nodded slightly. Have you thought of a target? Old Edward's daughter is nearby. That guy now hates Captain Jack to the bone. Let's kill him. George said. Chiegard laughed. You're trying to make the Edward family extinct. I like your way of doing things. This family with the dirty bloodline not only knelt to the giant beast in the darkness, but also to the evil god. From their bloodline to the depths of their souls, they are filled with a disgusting, dirty stench. It's time for them to be eliminated by the times. 261 The Blood of the Thanator. For several days, Gunai stayed in the quiet hotel room. He was completely immersed in the mysteries of the world's profound meaning, constantly comprehending it. After the last time he reincarnated from the late stage of the 4th rank to the mid-stage of the 4th rank, Gunai's talent had improved a lot, and his understanding of the power Upanishad of the world had also improved. Gunai's comprehension speed was not slow to begin with, so it was only natural that it was even faster now. Every few days, Gunai could feel his profound meaning of the world improving. Gunai's CO soul, on the other hand, had been searching for blood crystals and soul shards from the pirates. After dropping the blood crystals, the pirates would be drained of their vitality. After dropping the soul fragments, these pirates' souls were so powerful that they had a splitting headache and were bedridden. As for those with weak souls, they lost half of their lives on the spot. On the other hand, the nightmare fragments that dropped could make these pirates lose some of their nightmare memories. This was also the only drop that did not deal any damage but instead had benefits. Most of the time, blood crystals would drop, which was Gunai's favorite. It dropped soul fragments, which were relatively weak. Gunai had given them to the devil to speed up the advancement of his CO soul. The chances of dropping a nightmare fragment were extremely low. While Gunai was tirelessly teaching the pirates a lesson, 2 unlucky pirates had already been beaten up by Gunai for 3 days. He had lost a lot of his chi and blood, and his soul had been severely injured after the soul fragment had fallen. He had died. As for the other pirates who were lucky, even if they were not seriously injured, they would have lost a lot of blood and chi. However, none of them could escape the fate of death. If they didn't die, Gunai would slowly find them and give them more blood crystals. Sooner or later, they would all die at Gunai's hands. Since you've become an extremely vicious villain, you shouldn't be afraid of evil retribution. In just a few days, the news of a terrifying monster hunting them in their dreams had spread among the pirates. It was said that there was a terrifying demon-like creature that wandered in their nightmares, waiting for an opportunity to devour their flesh and souls. In addition, there were already deaths. Naturally, some of the evil pirates had already fled the area. Fortunately, there weren't many pirates in the port. After he had cleared all the pirates nearby, he could just continue to clear them in another area. Gunai had already taken the blood crystals of the pirates who had escaped. Gun only wanted to say, "You can run, but I'll admit defeat if you can." Some of the blood crystals, big or small, were able to increase the capacity of Gunai's blood pool by 1 or 2 milliliters. It was enough to add 7 or 8 milliliters to Gunai's body. Now, as his comprehension of the world's profound meaning grew stronger by the day, Gunai was sitting cross-legged in the small room of the hotel. Gun could clearly hear the conversation in the tavern 20 meters away. Gunai had never left his home, so he used this method every day to obtain information about the outside world. On this day, it was close to noon. Gunai, who was meditating in the dark room, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. Old Edward's daughter, Ali Edward, is dead. And it was the work of a dragon slayer and a time hunter. Don't tell me, George has guessed something, so he's doing this on purpose. After some thought, Gunai nodded. That's possible. Otherwise, there's no need for them to reveal their identity and traces. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. If George really did it on purpose, he'll definitely leave some traces. While he was thinking, Gunai's devil soul left the bloody dream world and returned to his body. After some preparation, Gunai opened the door and left. An hour later, Gun, dressed as an ordinary sailor, came to the place where Ali Edward had died. It was a nice-looking villa. At this time, the villa was completely isolated by the government. Most of the road in front of the gate had been sealed off. The scene after the battle in the villa was also shocking. The entire villa was in a half-collapsed state. Many places had traces of flames and spells exploding. The ground was cracked in many places. It could be seen that the battle here was very intense. Moreover, the two sides were not weak. No wonder I heard an abnormal explosion and a slight source energy fluctuation last night, so a battle happened here. His gaze swept past the surrounding streets, buildings, and a few narrow alleys. Lowering the brim of his wide black sailor hat, Gun walked into a small alley with few pedestrians. Gunai wasn't walking very fast. He used his source power vision to check out some hidden corners. 5 or 6 minutes later, in a remote alley, Gunai stopped. He took in a deep breath of the surrounding air. Gunai's heart skipped a beat. It's the blood of a Thanator. It's very weak, almost inaudible. If I wasn't a blood curse mancer, I wouldn't have been able to detect it. Gunai stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from him. Then, Gunai looked around to make sure no one was looking. Gunai's finger brushed past an unremarkable spot on the wall. There was a trace of the dried blood of the Thanator. At the same time, Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. As expected, that George fellow is leaving traces for me. The slight outline of this drop of blood should be pointing in this direction. Following the location of the Thanator's blood, Gunai was like a passerby, walking along the road. Along the way, Gunai could clearly feel that at every set distance, in a hidden corner, there was a drop of dried blood of a Thanator guiding the way. 10 minutes later, he was led to a coffee shop. He stood in front of the door for more than 10 seconds. As if sensing something, Gugni pushed the door open and entered the coffee shop. As soon as they entered the coffee shop, the rich and mellow taste of coffee hit them in the face. Gunai walked up the stairs to the second floor. He walked to an ordinary place near the window. There were 2 people here, and they didn't seem to attract Gunai's attention at all. When Gunai looked at the 2 of them, he subconsciously avoided them. Gunai knew that this was the effect of the interference nullifying barrier. Gunai had been affected by the interference nullification barrier before, but now, it had little effect on him. With one step, Gunai directly crossed the interference nullifying barrier. Then, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. A burly man with a rough face and messy hair sat in front of the coffee table. He was out of place with the small coffee cup. The other person was George Derrick, who was wearing a top hat and glasses. "George, your interference nullification barrier hasn't improved much." Gugni laughed. As he spoke, Gunai's face quickly returned to Gunai's original appearance, and his voice also changed. At this moment, compared to the calm face of Dragon Slayer Zegrud, George looked at Gun in surprise. He was pretty sure that if Captain Jack was Gunai, he would be able to find the coffee house using the Thanator's blood. But he didn't expect Gunai to be able to see through the interference nullification barrier and come directly in front of them. Although it had been a long time since his interference nullification barrier had been strengthened. However, it was not something that could be easily seen through. Gunai was able to see through the interference nullification barrier, which clearly showed how powerful he was. Perhaps I should use time to strengthen these support abilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if we were discovered because we're not hidden enough, George began to think. It's not that my improvement isn't big, but your improvement is simply too shocking. If it wasn't for your battle with the Dark Knight, I wouldn't have known that you're already in the mid-stage of the Transcendent Level 4. How long has it been? You're already a mid-stage 4th order Transcendent. Your rate of improvement is truly astonishing. George stood up and gave Gugni a big hug. It's been a long time. Haha, Yingluo, long time no see, Gunai laughed. 262 The Evil God's Greed. He sat down and poured himself a cup of coffee. Gunai looked at the burly man. This must be the Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer, Zegrud. I'm sorry, Zeglud introduced himself concisely. Gunny Lawrence. Of course, I'm just an ordinary blood curse mancer. I don't have such a dazzling and powerful profession like yours in the Starry Sky sequence. Dragon Slayer, Time Hunter. Just the sound of it is enough to shock people. Gun took a sip of the coffee and savored the rich taste. You're too modest, sir. The identity of a super spellcaster is more intimidating than us who rely on our extraordinary professions. Even a 6th step, 6-star level meat tank demon knight was easily killed by you. I can't do that. Alright, you guys can stop bragging. George, who was on the side, interrupted the two men's commercial flattery. George looked at Gun and spoke. This time, I didn't expect to meet you here. I only guessed that the super spellcaster Captain Jack might be you, so I left behind some traces. The result is that it really is you. When George said this, Gunai nodded slightly. If you can guess that it was me, then those people who wanted to assassinate me should also be able to guess that Captain Jack might be Gunny Lawrence. Fortunately, I'm not too worried about the assassination of Transcendent Masters now. For Gunai, increasing his strength meant that he didn't need to fear Transcendent Masters. On the other hand, Dragonhead Harbor was very far from the Oya continent. Even if a master wanted to assassinate Gunny, it would take a month or two to get there. Even if he did come, he might not be able to find Gunai in Dragonhead Harbor. Moreover, who knew where Gunai would be in a month or two? George poured a cup of coffee for Gun, and his expression became serious. The main reason I asked you to come here is that there's a very important plan that requires your participation. A plan? Gunai frowned. What's the plan? It's about the evil god's daughter. George lowered his voice. The evil god's daughter, Gunai couldn't help but rub his fingers as he listened. Of course, part of it is about the daughter of the evil god, and the other part is about the place where the evil gods and the masters of the star sequence from the starry sky above the ocean have been plotting the forbidden elemental land. Elemental forbidden land. Gunai was slightly moved. All this time, I have been aware that those evil gods have been plotting something in the ocean. It turns out that they are plotting against the elemental forbidden land. What is this forbidden elemental land? And why are they trying to get their hands on it? Gun asked George in a deep voice. I don't know much about these things. Cheeglud knows a lot about them. He'll tell you. As he spoke, George's eyes fell on the burly dragon slayer, Xiegard. Gugni was also holding his coffee cup as he looked at Xiegard. Before coming here, Xigrud had an in-depth conversation with George and knew that this guy named Gunny Lawrence was a trustworthy existence. Moreover, with his strength, he would be an extremely powerful helper. Xiegard mulled it over for a while before he slowly began to narrate in a deep voice. I was once a member of the cult of the Church of Pastors, and I was one of the very important core members, the kind that was nurtured by the core. Xiegard's words made Gunny's brows twitch. He was a little surprised, but he waited for the man to continue. Don't misunderstand. I can't tell you because of my special identity. You just need to know that I became an evil god member on purpose to find out their secrets. In the Church of Pastors, my status as a dragon slayer is not inferior to that of the daughter of the evil god of the Church of Giant God. At the same time, it is also because of the powerful star sequence of the Dragon Slayer that I know many, many secrets. One of the secrets is a huge and important secret plan between the Thulhuism Society and the South Church. Once this plan succeeds, not only will our three northern empires be in danger of being destroyed, but I'm afraid that the entire Oya continent will be shrouded in the dark and bloody rule of the evil god. As a magus, you should know the fate of worlds ruled by evil gods from the notes of the travelers from the extraordinary worlds above Stellaris, right? Gunai nodded. A world under the rule of evil gods? Gunai's eyes narrowed, and his expression became gloomier. That will be the beginning of death and fall for the entire world. There were quite a few transcendent worlds among the stars. Some extraordinary worlds were eventually won by those who had a heart of justice and yearned for the light. These powerhouses built altars of faith and eventually used the power of faith to light up the divine fire, becoming powerful gods of the light system. In fact, that was what the first batch of powerful gods of the humans in the Oya continent did. And it was because of the protection of this group of gods that humans were able to survive in the darkest era. Even in the later eras, they continued to expand their territory, reproduce, and become the current population of the Oya continent, which was in the tens of billions, an absolute overlord-level existence. Unfortunately, due to some special reasons, that group of powerful gods had left this extraordinary world. And the development of those churches eventually turned into a machine of iron and blood ruling with the excuse of faith. In the area currently ruled by the church, anyone who did not believe in the church's gods was a heretic and would be hung on the stake to be burned to death. This was already similar to the ruling god of the evil gods. Some worlds were occupied by evil overlords who worshipped darkness and loved killing. In such a world, these masters would also build dark religion and light up the divine fire, becoming the dark, murderous, and bloody god of darkness. In a world where killing was the belief, it was easy for strong people to be born, but there would also be more deaths. Sometimes, due to the breeding of venomous insects and the serious internal friction, this would weaken the power of the extraordinaries in this world. Some transcendent worlds' powerhouses were powerful but had no desires. After they built altars and became gods, their attitude towards the world's development was to develop as they pleased. There were also some Buddhist gods. As for the powerhouses of some worlds, after establishing a unified belief, they became passionate about war and opened the door to the extraordinary world, constantly conquering one world after another. It was said that the source of power advancement in some extraordinary worlds came from this. But no matter how it developed, these experts would treat the world they were in as their core, and would not destroy the transcendent world they were in. As for the evil gods who wandered the various major transcendent worlds and were more terrifying than blood-sucking parasites, they would not think so at all. Their idea was to kill the chicken to get the eggs, and to exhaust the pond to catch the fish. Every time they arrived at a world, it would establish an absolute rule of faith and build a flesh altar. Then, like locusts, they began to slaughter all the intelligent creatures in the world. The power of faith was not a necessity for evil gods. What they needed was the nourishment from the power of flesh and soul. When they had massacred almost all the intelligent creatures in the world, they would build an extraordinary origin altar to extract the origin energy of the entire extraordinary world. The true goal of the evil gods was to extract the power of the source of the entire world. The transcendent world would suppress those evil gods that came from the outside world. And what these evil gods that came from outside wanted to do was to kill this transcendent world. In the past 100 years, the power of the extraordinary origin had been extracted. The evil god's power would grow day by day. The entire transcendent world would gradually weaken. A world that was originally at the mid-level devil level would move towards the low-level devil level. As it continued to extract the extraordinary origin, it would eventually become a weak world with minor magic. At that time, origin power would disperse and life force would be exhausted. The number of extraordinaries was decreasing, the number of them losing control was increasing, the power of the evil was growing, and resources were extremely scarce. The entire world would fall into a long period of time, the Dark Age. If it was not extracted, the world would fall into the Dark Age of hundreds of thousands of years, in which dark creatures were rampant. They would slowly recover and usher in their own era of recovery. That was also the best outcome for a world after the invasion of evil gods. Most of the time, the evil gods would drain the world of all its power. At that time, the framework of the transcendent world would collapse. The entire transcendent world would become a transcendent comet with a long tail in the starry sky. When every extraordinary world turned into a comet and bloomed with its own brilliance, it would be the world's last silent sigh. In the short span of a few hundred years, he had killed countless lives and destroyed an entire transcendent world. And NBSP, this was the terrifying part of evil gods. 263 Chapter 84 God Creation Plan. You know how terrifying the evil gods are. Dragon Slayer Zegrud's voice was very low. However, the top powerhouses in our world are not weak either. Currently, the top-tier experts in our northern continent have a great advantage in terms of strength. However, due to some special reasons, we gained some advantages when we faced the South Church. And that's why the evil gods and the South Church can't wait to speed up their plans. This time, Zeglud said in a particularly low voice. The South Church and the evil gods' plan is to create a god. God creation. Gugni felt a little suffocated when he heard what Zegard said. God. It had not appeared in the world of the Oya continent for a long time. The reason why those ancient gods had become gods was because they were all gods. It was because they had gathered the power of faith, which had ignited the divine fire and achieved the position of God. And this was the easiest way to become a god, and it was also the only path to becoming a god known to the extraordinary humans of the Oya continent. Other than that, there was no other way to become a god in the entire Oya continent. And there had been no birth of a god for such a long time. The South Church had a god they believed in, so they couldn't change their god's faith. The true name of the God they believed in was written into the doctrine of their church's Holy Bible. The path of faith had been sealed, and no new faith was born. Naturally, there would be no new gods. The three northern empires, on the other hand, did not take the path of faith. It was because the Northern Empire was unwilling to let the South Church spread their faith that the two sides were on completely opposite paths. Those evil gods are being suppressed by the power of the extraordinary world, so they don't dare to act recklessly. And once these guys succeed in creating a god, this newly born god will not be suppressed by our transcendent world. And this new god is on the side of the evil god. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire continent will fall under the bloody rule of the evil god. And the fate of the entire world is obvious. The South's churches were in cahoots with the evil gods, and Gun was well aware of that. After all, the South Church had always been at a disadvantage in the war against the Northern Empire. Colluding with evil gods to resist the transcendent association formed by the Empire in the North was normal. However, Gun didn't expect that the members of the church who believed in God would dare to ignore the doctrines of faith and create a god. I'm afraid those old geezers of the South Church have never truly believed in those ancient gods. It's not strange for them to do this, Gunai said. Zeglud nodded slightly. The Church of Healing and the Church of War are the two most powerful churches in the south. The Church of Light has suffered a disastrous decline ever since the Archbishop was killed more than 10 years ago. The other small churches are all small forces that can't hold up the appearance. It's no secret that the higher UPS of the Church of Healing and the Church of War don't have any faith. Religion is just a means to maintain their rule. Originally, the two churches' cooperation with evil gods was still mild. And this time, the Church has made up their mind to walk down the same path as the evil gods. There's another thing that has a great catalytic effect. Another matter. Gunai frowned. Zieglud lowered his voice again. Most people don't know about this. Even among the higher UPS of the Transcendent Association, the news was only released after the blood-eared elves' distorted secret plane was completely conquered and stabilized, and they obtained control of the Spring of Life. That means that I've achieved a breakthrough in the Armadillo engraving potion. From what I know, the Signet potion for the soul, the physical body, and even the physical body's flexibility in the dark shadow has been developed. In particular, the powerful soul potion called Dawn of Souls was the first to be developed. It is said that this is a powerful potion that can transform the soul into an elite-grade soul. As for the potion master who developed this extraordinary potion of epoch-making significance, it's said that his name is still confidential, so I don't know. If this potion were to be popularized, the powerful extraordinary characteristics of an elite-grade soul would allow our Northern Extraordinary Association to produce a group of powerful extraordinary masters. As time passes, more and more experts will be born. Originally, the South Church had some difficulties in continuing the resistance. And with the emergence of these potions, they will be the most powerful force to completely crush the South Church. In order not to be destroyed, the higher UPS of the Church have completely torn their faces apart. They want to intercept the faith of the ancient gods and use the divine crown left behind by the dead gods in the forbidden land of elements to create a new god. So, the birth of the engraving potion has so many implications. Gunai suddenly understood. As expected, pulling one hair will affect the whole body. The Signet potion had brought a sense of crisis to the South Church, which was beyond Gun's expectation. Intercept faith, forbidden elemental lands, God's crown, and create a new god. A series of information bloomed in Gunai's mind. So this is their plan. Gunai rubbed the coffee cup in his hand. He finished the coffee in the cup in one go. Gun looked at Zeegard again. What kind of place is the elemental forbidden land? Where was he? Why would there be a god's crown there? Gugni's chain of questions made Zeegard think for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth. I don't know what kind of place the elemental forbidden land is. Why would there be a god's crown there? I want to ask someone about it. But I do know a little about the location of the forbidden elemental lands. The entrance to the elemental forbidden land is said to be on the mysterious moving island in the Strange Sea. Strange Sea region, mysterious moving island, and Strange Sea old man? Gunai muttered to himself. Isn't this the strange place where I'm going to carry out the inheritance of the occultic runes? Is this still the entrance to the forbidden elemental lands? The evil gods and those religions are now united, and the matters involved in this are really important. It seems that after the matter at Dragonhead Harbor is over, it's necessary to hurry to the mysterious moving island to inherit the occultic runes. We might even make it in time for the battle in the elemental forbidden lands. It's impossible for the Transcendent Association not to know about the God creation plan. They will definitely make a large-scale arrangement, and I'm afraid that a huge battle will be inevitable on the moving island. Zieglud continued. The God creation plan in the Forbidden Land of Elements involves many aspects. There are 7 seeds of God creation. The South Church has 2 people, and the 2 major churches have 1 person each. 1 person from each of the 3 great evil god organizations. There are also 2 people who seem to be selected from the people brought by the foreign visitors. It is said that these 2 are powerful professions in the starry sky sequence. Those visitors from foreign lands travel from world to world. They will find geniuses with professions that have the starry sky sequence and nurture them. I heard that these foreign visitors seem to have an organization, and they have a lot of connections behind them. Of course, these things are not something we can come into contact with now. This time, our target is the daughter of an evil god from one of the three major evil god churches, the Giant God Church. The evil god's daughter is the target of this god creation. Originally, the original plan was for the son of the evil god of the Giant God Church to be the candidate to create a god. However, during the winter's end in the Sug ruins, the son of the evil god, who should have enjoyed the blessing of the great creature, was instead devoured by the great creature. Although he managed to escape, he's still in a half-dead state. That's why the person chosen to create a god this time is the daughter of the evil god of the Giant God Church. Our goal this time is to kill this evil god's daughter. From this point on, the possibility of the Giant God Church creating a god is cut off. Gunai said after some thought. Since this evil god's daughter dared to come to Dragonhead Harbor, I'm afraid there's a master-level powerhouse protecting her in secret. With our strength, I'm afraid it's not enough. Gu Ni digested the soul memories of a six-star fiend knight of the sixth step. He knew it very clearly. The evil god's daughter was indeed at the port, and there were three transcendent masters protecting her. In terms of strength, the three of them were indeed not enough. 264 The Dragon Graveyard Plan. According to the information I've received, there are three transcendent masters protecting the evil god's daughter this time. One of them is a level 8 transcendent and is extremely powerful. The three of us aren't even enough to deal with a level 7 master, so it's naturally impossible to deal with these three masters. This was something that Zieglud was very clear about. This time, there are very few people who know the whereabouts of the evil god's daughter, but there should be some. However, almost no one knows what the evil god's daughter wants to do in Dragonhead Harbor. And I know exactly why the evil god's daughter came to the Dragonhead Harbor. As he spoke, he looked around cautiously. Finally, his eyes fell on George. No problem, it's very safe. George replied after carefully sensing it. At the same time, Gunai was carefully trying to sense it. Furthermore, there was a spying power spying on the three of them. After getting George's affirmative answer, Dragon Slayer Ziegrud slowly began to explain. The story probably starts from an altar at the bottom of the sea a few months ago. An altar at the bottom of the sea. Gunai's eyes twitched. Don't tell me Yingluo was the one I met. The Church of the Giant God has found the anchor of the abyss at an altar at the bottom of the sea. They've sent a transcendent master and several high-ranked experts to guard it. They want to use the undead to absorb the dark power to pull out the deep-sea anchor. After all, the anchor of the abyss is the only way to obtain energy in the forbidden elemental lands. It's just that due to their negligence, the deep-sea anchor was snatched away by a powerful lightning elementalist or a lightning-type spellcaster after eliminating most of the deep-sea undead. When Zieglud said that, the two of them looked at Gunai. Gun was drinking coffee with a calm expression. Why are you all looking at me? Do you think I can snatch that deep-sea anchor from a master? If I had that ability, would I have to hide my name and run to the sea to avoid the assassination of a transcendent master? That's true, George laughed. Zieglud continued to narrate as he slightly retracted his gaze. To enter the forbidden elemental lands, we need a treasure like the deep-rooted anchor. And this is also the reason why the evil god's daughter came to the Dragonhead Harbor. Although I don't know where the evil god's daughter is now, I know that in a few days, she will definitely enter the underground dragon graveyard of Dragonhead Port to pull out the deep-sea anchor. Underground dragon tomb, deep-sea anchor. Gunai pondered. It's said that this Dragonhead Harbor was a gathering place for dragon creatures in ancient times. Later on, generations of dragon slayers killed many of the dragon creatures here. When the dragon slayer cut off the head of the last level 7 transcendent giant dragon and hung it on the peak of the extinct volcano, the dragon slayer's head was already on the ground. Dragons disappeared from Dragonhead Harbor. And that's how the Dragonhead Harbor got its name. Many dragon creatures once lived here, and there is indeed a legend of an underground dragon tomb here. Sir Gunai is right, the legend of the dragon tomb is true. Zieglud nodded. And there is also an anchor of the abyss there. It extracts energy from the depths and supplies the dragon nest space in the form of the empty source space of the entire underground dragon race. It even supplies the energy needs of the dragon race creatures in the entire Dragonhead port. It's just that the Suanji dragon race has declined, and the altar that absorbs energy is also broken. At the same time, the huge underground space that was used to breed and bury the dragon clan's creatures in the dragon's lair also became the dragon clan's graveyard. When it's flourishing, it's the dragon nest where life began. When it's declining, it's the final grave to bury the race. Gunai sighed in his heart. Gradually, Ziegrud's tone became low. The void origin space of this dragon clan's graveyard is rather unique. It has its own spatial sealing power. A Tier 7 Transcendent can't enter, and even a powerful Tier 6 Transcendent can't enter. So, there won't be many strong people from the Thulhus Church who will enter the Dragon's Necropolis this time. More importantly, they will definitely block the entrance. They thought that after blocking the entrance, it would be relatively safe inside, so they would definitely be at ease and let the evil god's daughter in. However, they don't seem to know enough about me, the Dragon Slayer. Although I don't know where the entrance to this dragon tomb is. However, I can use my innate ability to easily enter the dragon graveyard. And this is also the key reason why we are confident in this assassination of the evil god's daughter. The moment the evil god's daughter enters the underground space, it will be the time for us to surround and kill them. Perhaps the Transcendent Association stationed here might know the location of the entrance. If possible, we might be able to contact them and borrow their strength to kill those Transcendent Masters. George muttered. It's no use. Chieglo shook his head. The infiltration ability of the evil gods in the sea is more terrifying than we thought. I dare say that if we inform the Transcendent Association of this news, when they begin to carry out the encirclement operation, those Thulhus people have all run away long ago. Why do you think they dared to come to Longshao port? It's because there are enough spies here, and the positions of the spies are high enough. Look at those extraordinary masters from the Thulhuism Society. Do they dare to go to the capital of the three great empires? Without a spy to provide them with information, they won't take risks. Those evil god members are all smart. Indeed. Gunai nodded. Regarding the possible location of Deva, the reason why Gunai went straight to the absolute power of the Dragonhead harbor was because he was afraid that the information would be leaked. It had only been half a day since Gun had entered Dragonhead harbor, but several powerful bounty teams had already set their eyes on him. It was clear how many eyes and ears the evil gods' believers had on the sea. Only the three of us know about this operation. If the news is leaked, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. This dragon slayer, Zieglud, was really a man of his word, not giving any face at all. He was as fierce as a dragon-slaying saber. George's relationship with this dragon slayer is clearly trustworthy. And the mastermind of this entire plan is this dragon slayer. Your words are clearly directed at me. Gugni finished his coffee again and looked at Zeegard. And NBSP, I, Gunny Lawrence, am most interested in killing those evil gods. As for being their lackey, that is impossible. The other side's attitude was unyielding, so Gunai naturally had to make a statement. Chiegard nodded at Gun's words. But then again, killing the wicked gods' believers is our duty. Are there any good things in the dragon graveyard? There should be, but I don't know if it still exists because it's been so long. After thinking about which one to tie, Ziegrud said. Oh? What is it? Gunai looked over. The dragon race's forbidden spell. A forbidden spell. Gunai's heart skipped a beat. The forbidden spell was undoubtedly a good item. In the system of spellcasters, transcendent law incantations, secret pattern law incantations, and rune forbidden incantations. These were the three main levels of the spell system. Each tier would increase the user's power and effect. There were quite a lot of elementary, intermediate, and advanced transcendent magic spells. As long as one had the money, one could basically get the spells they needed. However, it was much more difficult to obtain engravings. For Gunai, the Thunder Flame curse that he had mastered so far was only a beginner-level engraving spell. Gunai had made a great contribution to the auction, which was why he was qualified to buy the Great Thunder Flame curse. It was very difficult for a normal law incantation master to obtain a spell with secret engravings. In the more high-end transcendent exchanges, one could only try their luck. Even if there was one, it might not be suitable. As for the engravings and arcane passage, it was a spell that had been eliminated by the times. It could only be said that it was a perfect fit with Gunai, and that was why it was able to give birth to a second spring. It was basically impossible to find a second spell that had been eliminated by the era and was compatible with the ancient one. And this was only a basic level inscription. The more powerful mid-grade and high-grade runic magic curses were even rarer. As for the forbidden spell, it was one level higher than the engravings. In the entire Oya continent, they were basically in a state of extreme rarity. So far, the only forbidden spell that Gun had seen once was the other shield that had appeared on Misha. And this forbidden spell should have been cast using a scroll. From this, one could see how rare forbidden spells were. Even a transcendent master who could master a forbidden spell was an extremely rare existence. Gunai didn't think that this ancient dragon tomb would have the legendary runic forbidden spell. I wonder if the forbidden spell still exists. That'll be interesting. Gunai thought. 265 News of Mother God. After a series of exchanges and leaving behind their means of contact, the two of them were finally able to communicate. After disguising themselves, the three of them left the coffee shop. In the next few days, Gunai continued to cultivate and comprehend the mysteries of the world. Before he knew it, it was time for him to communicate with the Iron Wizard Solstein again. In a quiet room in a small hotel. Whoosh! It was accompanied by the grotesque layer of flesh and nightmare. Gunai arrived at the bloody dream world. Then, he opened the door and went to the street. After looking around, Gun walked toward the Extraordinary Association's castle. As he walked, Gunai thought to himself. I seem to have fought too many pirates these days. All the pirates in this area have fled. It seems that it's necessary to change our position. It's said that there are many pirates near some ports in the north. Gunai didn't know. He had been killing pirates and dropping blood crystals for the past few days. The curse of misfortune among the pirates had completely spread in the Dragonhead port. It was said that in the world of nightmares, there was a terrifying creature that was looking for ferocious pirates in its dreams. Whenever night fell, even if one did not sleep, there was a possibility of being found by this terrifying creature. Then, it would drag one into the nightmare world and beat one up. Once you die in a nightmare, this terrifying nightmare creature will devour your flesh and soul. Being beaten up in a nightmare was already unbearable enough. When he woke up, he found that his chi and blood had been damaged and his physique had declined. He even had a splitting headache and his soul had been injured. This was simply a double blow. At first, it was just a rumor that spread in a small area nearby. However, as more and more people were attacked by this nightmare creature, many people realized that there might really be a weird and terrifying nightmare creature that had come to the Dragonhead harbor. This nightmare creature fed on evil. Just like the angel, he targeted pirates. If that was all, it would be fine. After all, there were many pirates who could enter the dream world. When the news spread, many Dream Realm experts immediately entered the Dream Realm and patrolled the area for traces of the nightmare creature. But the result was that they didn't find anything. As usual, the nightmare creature would hunt for pirates at night. In other words, this nightmare creature would be difficult to deal with even with the means of an expert in the Dream Realm. No one knew what the nightmare creature looked like. but they could vaguely sense that it was a strange nightmare creature that was as terrifying as a powerful demon. The nightmare creature was like a curse, following the pirates like their shadows. Some of the pirates had already left Dragonhead port on the sea demon ship, but they still could not escape the pursuit of the nightmare creature. In addition, this nightmarish creature was impossible to deal with. In the past few days, the rumors about the nightmare creatures had begun to grow more and more intense. Even the news that some pirates were infected with the nightmare curse, being stared at by terrifying creatures, and the recovery of mysterious and strange powers began to spread. But no matter what, the pirates in Dragonhead port began to be frightened. This was an undeniable fact. Half an hour later, Gun arrived at the entrance of the Transcendent Association's castle halfway up the mountain. As soon as he arrived, Gunai was stunned. It was the place where he had met with Senior Solstein and Gui Artong a few days ago. 2 items were left behind. The blood crystal was big and round. The soul fragment beside him was long and wide. He looked at the blood crystals and soul fragments left behind by death. Gunai seemed to have guessed something. With a flip of his hand, Gunai collected the blood crystal and the soul fragment. Then, Gunai began to form a ball of blood that wrapped around him. After waiting for a while, Thorstein's deep voice sounded. "Friend, since you're already here, just pull me in." "N." Gunai replied. Following the direction of the voice, Gun used the blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse to pull Solstein into the Blood Dream World. As soon as he entered the Blood Dream World, Solstein looked around. After he didn't see anything, his gaze fell on Gunai's blood ball. Gunai raised his hand, and a giant blood ball appeared around him. It enveloped the two of them. Even now, Gunai wouldn't let the two's conversation be heard by the possible Peking masters outside. "How's the situation?" Gunai asked in a deep voice after some thought. "An unprecedented victory," Solstein laughed. Gunai let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my deduction was correct. If I had made a mistake, I would have been covered in dust. At the same time, this also proves that my prying means have a great advantage when playing games with other forces in the absence of the shackles of fate. Now that the chains on my fate have been completely severed, it means that everything I'm spying on is real. Furthermore, the enemy can't detect my spying at all, much less stop me from doing so. This is wonderful." Gunai slightly nodded. "What's the specific situation?" Gunai asked after he calmed down. "The island hidden in the depths of the fog is not only the place where the mother god of the human face flower cult is located, but it is also the old nest that the human face flower cult has been painstakingly managing for decades. This time, 5 oracles and more than 20 extraordinary masters will be participating in the battle. In one battle, you chased the goddess mother of the human-faced flower cult for more than 5,000 kilometers. In the end, the mother god of the human face flower cult used her divine power to escape. However, now that he's used his divine power, his power that's being suppressed by our world will become even more powerful and terrifying. I'm afraid he won't be able to achieve much in the future. The mother god of the human face flower cult was able to escape, but the other masters at the level of the Transcendent Master wouldn't have such luck. In this battle, more than 15 Transcendent Masters of the human-faced flower cult were killed. The rest of the Transcendent Masters were seriously injured and fled. 3 of the Flower Emperor's bodies have been killed. There are at least 20 of them in the body of the Flower King. It's a pity that this human-faced flower cult's Flower King, the Flower Emperor's body, is too cunning. Many of them have escaped. The rest of the mid and high-level extraordinaries have suffered countless casualties. And the entire base was uprooted by those god emissaries. This battle was truly an unprecedented victory. We've dealt a huge blow to the human face flower cult and even damaged their foundation. At least, it'll be difficult for them to recover for a long time. This has also allowed us to take a big breath of relief. Ha ha ha. At this point, Solstein couldn't help but burst out laughing. When he learned of this news, he did not tell anyone. It was naturally very smooth to share such an exciting event with others. Hearing Solstian's words, Gun couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. The human face flower religion and their followers had caused trouble everywhere and harmed living beings. Now that their lair had been discovered, they were severely injured in a battle. How could they not be excited? Gun wanted to ask about her death, but no one would notice her at this time. He didn't want to expose her identity, so he didn't ask. After all, Gunai's identity as blood dreamers could be hidden for as long as he could. 2 days ago, the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse had already been raised to level 1. He could now pull Mesa into the blood dream world from a long distance. In order not to interfere with the master's pursuit of the human-faced flower church, Gun didn't rashly go to her. At this moment, since they already knew that the battle had ended, they could not afford to waste any more time. When he returned, he could use her blood to find out if she was still alive. After a hearty laugh, Solstein continued. Of course, the victory this time was the victory itself. The second reason was that through this battle, we have attacked the human-faced flower sex lair and released a strong signal that we can find those evil gods. This will create a greater deterrence for the activities of the evil gods and their believers. They will be even more afraid of acting recklessly. This battle has a huge impact. Thorstein looked at Gun and asked. The value of this friend's information is immeasurable. If you have any requests, I, Solstein, will definitely inform the higher UPS of the association. I believe that as long as the request is not too excessive, the association will definitely fulfill it. At the same time, I wonder if you know of some other strongholds, or even the locations of the other 2 evil gods. Gunai thought for a moment, then said, I do have some things that I need your Transcendent Association to help me with, but not now. I don't have any detailed information about the evil gods' location and other strongholds, but I think I should be able to find some information soon. I'll naturally inform you when the time comes, Gunai said. Hearing this, Solstian's expression changed. Previously, I guessed that this guy might be a powerful star sequence expert with extraordinary means from above the starry sky. Now it seems that he is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find the exact location of those evil gods and the many strongholds. With that in mind, Solstein bowed slightly to Gun. Then I'll have to thank you very much. In addition, there's one more thing. Zarsten muttered to himself. When you leave, I hope you can send us back. Otherwise, I realized that we seem to have been completely imprisoned in the bloody dream world by a strange force. You can only leave by dying. If we die in this bloody dream world with our strange projection bodies, our bodies will be fine, but we will still suffer some damage. The last time Gui Artong and I went back, his soul seemed to have suffered some damage. It'll probably take a week or 2 to recover. I also lost a small amount of vitality. I think that since the various factions could easily pull us into this bloody dream world, it shouldn't be a problem to send us back. When Solstan said this, Gu and I thought for a moment before nodding in response. I was indeed a little careless last time. This time, don't worry, sir. I will definitely send you back. 266 Chapter 87 Pulling and Pulling Misha. After getting the relevant information, they negotiated. Gun was sending Solstein back to the world. Half an hour later, Gunai returned to his dark and quiet hotel room. In the small room, the floor, the walls, the doors, the windows, and even the ceiling were all sealed by Gunai's puppet strings, completely isolated from the outside world. Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, began to think. The human-faced flower's lair has been breached. The Flower King's body is very cunning. I don't think she's dead. I wonder if she's dead or not. But we'll know soon enough. As he used the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, Gunai entered the blood dream world. However, he didn't try to pull her away. Instead, he used the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse to construct his own unique blood source war dimension. The blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse would be pulled into different levels according to the amount of blood consumed. Ordinary pulling would only pull the other party into the blood source world. The special pull could bring the enemy into the bloodborne war dimension that Gunai had specially designed. Gunai wouldn't be able to do anything if his opponent ran around in the blood world, but if he entered the cage-like blood war dimension, his opponent wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Before, Gunai couldn't pull his enemies into the blood war dimension because his innate ability wasn't high enough. Now, the level 1 blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse could drag the enemy into the blood source war zone within the bloodborne war dimension. While imprisoning the enemy, Gunai would be able to enjoy the power of the blood source. The other party would be suppressed by the blood war dimension. Gunai was able to deal with some extremely powerful enemies. Furthermore, the higher the level of Blood Origin Great Blood Sky Dream Curse, the stronger Gunai would be in the Blood Dream World and the Blood Source War Zone. When it reached a certain level, Gunai could easily control the power of Blood Dream World to attack his enemies. But now, Gunai could only control the blood around him to form a barrier. During this time, Gun continued to use the Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse to deal with the pirates, as well as listen to the island's discussions about the nightmare creatures. Gunai had also discovered one of the ways to use the Blood Source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse was undoubtedly a heaven-defying innate ability. However, the degree of his damage was relatively weak against enemies who were strong enough. For example, Solstein's daily grinding would not affect his strength, unless he dropped a soul fragment. With Gunai's current strength and the level of the Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse, he wouldn't have been able to pull in a top-tier master like the Agility Squad if they didn't want to. Secondly, they might not be able to win even if they were pulled in. After killing each extraordinary that was pulled into the Blood Dream World, the power of the projection of the extraordinary that was killed in the Blood Dream World would need some time to condense before it could take shape. It would take at least 24 hours, which was a day, before he could start pulling again. It was not easy to kill a strong enemy in this way. However, if one were to change their way of thinking, they would realize the power of the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse. The Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse's true purpose was to tactically corrode enemies, not to kill them in a short period of time. They would attack the enemy every 3 to 5 days. This method would constantly cause the enemy to be injured and weaken them. In this way, the enemy's cultivation would almost completely stagnate, and they might even fall due to the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse. At the same time, such a blow would produce a fatal psychological pressure on the enemy. Even if the enemy used some kind of isolation technique to prevent the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse from pulling him. However, you can't be in a state of isolation forever. Once he came out, the Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse would follow him like a shadow. This way, any enemy that opposed Gunai would be targeted by him. As long as Gunai persevered, they could slowly torture all the enemies to death. This time, the first one that Gunai was weakening, consuming, and corrupting was none other than Maisha. As he pondered, Gunai had finished constructing the Blood Origin War Dimension. He looked at the completed Bloodborne War Dimension and took out 50 milliliters of blood. It was enough to pull Maisha over. Maisha, come over here. Gunai's Blood Source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse was activated. In the depths of the misty ocean, a sea demon ship was sailing quietly. Inside the sea demon ship, a human-faced flower statue stood at the bow of the ship. At this moment, the calm and elegant-looking Maisha, who was wearing a blue floral dress, looked at the human-faced flower statue with a little anxiety. A few days ago, several extremely powerful human experts led a group of transcendent masters and landed on the human-faced Flower Saint Island to launch a surprise attack. This sudden attack had come too suddenly. Furthermore, before this attack, they had not received any information about being ambushed. It was clear that the enemy had done a good job of keeping this a secret. This also caused them to only know that the enemy was coming when they launched an attack. However, it was already too late. In this sudden ambush, the enemy was well prepared and had terrifying battle strength. It directly caused many of the core experts of the human face flower cult to die. Even the mother god of the human face flower cult was being chased by several experts with the aura of gods. The whereabouts and safety of Mother God were still unknown. This battle of sneak attacks could be said to have directly cut off the strength of the human-faced flower cult. And the impact was not just this. It was said that many believers who did not have a firm belief in Mother God were already in a state of panic. If their Mother God was injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. During this battle, Maisha was on the periphery of the Holy Island, so she was spared. Even so, many of her subordinates were attacked by a transcendent master, and they suffered heavy casualties. Under the protection of a transcendent master, she was able to survive. This time, the place they were heading to was the Strange Sea area, which was the intersection of the Fog Sea and the Black Demon Sea. While she was deep in thought, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. "Your Highness, you haven't rested for several days. Although you have the body of a lord, you are still a human. Long-term rest is not good for your training." The one who spoke was a noble lady of about 27 or 28 years old, with a graceful and elegant temperament. And this woman named Laura Inman. "You don't have to worry about Mother God. A few days have passed, and the statue of Mother God is still standing at the bow of the ship. This also means that Deva should be out of danger. Your Highness, you are the seed of God creation designated by Mother God. This trip to the Forbidden Elemental Land is of great importance. Once you become a god, you will be able to lead us across the galaxy to the supreme extraordinary world. And that is the place where you should truly exist. So, for your own future, and for Mother God, you should go back and rest." "I'll guard this place," Laura Mant said in a soft and gentle tone. After some thought, she nodded. "Master Roland, I'll have to trouble you." "Yes." After returning to his room, she looked at the 1-meter-tall human-faced flower king's body on a flower pot by the window. Then, she lay on the bed and closed her eyes. Before she could think too much, endless deep fatigue and sleepiness swept over him. At the same time, horrifying images of flesh and blood, as well as nightmares, and murmurs surged in. 267 Chapter 88 Misha's Nightmare. Ah! The screaming Misha suddenly woke up. Just when she wanted to take a breath, she felt something was wrong. "I'm not on the boat, I'm Yingluo." When she looked around, her body suddenly stiffened, and an inexplicable fear welled up in her heart. "How is this Yingluo possible, ah?" Mesa exclaimed. He saw that she was in a small room on the second floor at 155 Old Stone Street in the Sug ruins. There was a small wooden bed, a cabinet, an abstract painting on the wall that no one could understand, as well as windows, wooden doors, and so on. Everything was exactly the same as 155 Old Stone Street in the city of the Sug ruins. It was as if she had returned to the old Stone Street. However, it was a little awkward. It seemed to be raining outside. She walked over and looked out of the window. All she saw was the blood rain and the blood-red sky that looked like it was boiling. The world outside the window was made up of some inexplicable, strange fragments that fell from the sky intermittently. The ground was filled with all kinds of numbing remains and fragments. "Is this a dream?" She tried to calm herself down. "If it was just a dream, I wouldn't have the ability to dream, so I wouldn't have such a clear self-awareness. And if it's not a dream, why would I appear in such a terrifying and weird environment? I can even feel that the air is filled with some kind of strange substance and energy that makes one's heart palpitate. If I'm infected, I'm afraid I'll need Deva's help to expel it. What's going on with Yingluo?" While Medusa was at a loss of what to do in the cabin. Bang 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 bang. There was a knock on the door. "Misa, old man Cohen is looking for you." It was Gunai's familiar voice. Ancient Nirvana. Suddenly, she became alert. That battle was still fresh in her mind. Without a doubt, Gunai was very powerful. He could even be considered a very terrifying guy. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, she might not be a match for the other party with her lord's body. Later, he found a lot of information about Gunai. But the conclusion she got was quite shocking. This seemingly ordinary Gunai actually had the power of a law magus. If there was an explanation, it would be that Gunai was a super genius spellcaster. In fact, she could vaguely guess that the superior spellcaster who had appeared on the sea during this period was Gun Lawrence. He didn't know why he would appear in the room at 155 Old Stone Street in this weird dream. And Gunai was here. But there was no doubt that something was wrong. She immediately tried to use her attack to break the window and escape. However, when she tried to attack the window, she found that she could not use her human-faced flower ability. At the same time, her body was quite weak. This scene made her feel even more strange. He clenched his fist. He tried his best to smash the window glass that couldn't be opened. Bang 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 bang. However, not only did this action of smashing the glass not break the glass, but it also made a lot of noise. "What are you doing? Hurry up and come out." The voice outside seemed to be a little anxious. She continued to smash the glass, ignoring the noise outside. However, no matter how hard he smashed the glass was like a thick wall, and he couldn't break it. Just as she wanted to see if there were any other exits. Peng! A sound. The wooden door of the small house was blasted open. As wood splinters flew everywhere, she saw Gun standing at the door with a fierce look on his face. "There's something wrong with you, Mesa. I knew you were trying to escape." As he spoke, Gunai suddenly pounced over. Gugni was so fast that the weak Misa had no time to react. Gugni grabbed her by the neck and pressed her against the wall. The strength in Gugni's hands almost broke her neck. "You can't escape, Misha. You will never escape." Gunai's face was twisted as he roared. "This is the eternal curse, this is the supreme cage. Endless nightmares will haunt you, you will never be able to escape." The strange laughter and horror mixed together in front of her eyes and in her mind. Pang! A sound. Maisha was crushed to death by Gunni. As she died, her body quickly dissipated, and a blood crystal the size of a fingernail fell out. After killing Maisha, Gun's twisted face slowly returned to normal. Gunai smiled and took the blood crystal with a flip of his hand. A terrifying nightmare cage. That's a good idea. Gunai thought. It was easy to use the bloodborne war dimension to whittle down the enemy. If it was simply to wear down the enemy, the goal would be too direct. When the enemy found out, they would definitely try to stop and resist. More importantly, it wouldn't be too much trouble for Gunai to kill them one by one. It didn't matter when there were few enemies, but when there were many, Gunai would definitely be busy. It combined the dream world, cage, arena, and other elements from his previous life. Gunai had discovered a new way to activate the blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. That was to use the Bloodborne War space to construct a huge Bloodborne cage coliseum. He would pull his enemies in and let them fight by themselves. As they fought each other, Gunai just watched from the side. In fact, Gunai could even give the winner a small reward, which would make everyone fight for it. This Bloodborne War space was originally used for combat. Now that it had developed into a dreamscape coliseum, it couldn't be more perfect. Of course, Gunai was still weak, so he couldn't build a huge dream coliseum to pull people in. The level of the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse continued to increase. Gunai believed that he could build a huge dream coliseum and drag those evil guys into the blood origin cage to fight. The difficulty of upgrading an innate divine ability was much higher than upgrading a secret inscription spell. When Gunai was digesting the corpse of the Thanator, he was clear that the Thanator leader had been cultivating the Black Arrow of Extinction for more than 10 years, but it was still only at the first rank, still some distance away from the second rank. Moreover, the limit was that one could only cultivate this innate ability to the 3rd level. If one was lucky, one could cultivate it to the 4th level, which was the upper limit of the level barrier of the innate ability. But for Gunai, the hack system was in his hands. This blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, level 3 or 4, was nothing. There were no barriers at all, and he could continue to upgrade as long as he logged in. When he reached level 7, level 8, or even level 10, Gunai would become a powerful ruler of the Blood Dream world. In addition, the idea of building the Blood Dream Arena would give Gunai a way to expand his blood pool without limit. And this Misha was the first step of Gunai's experiment. When Gunai looked at his Blood Dream Arena, in the fog of the distant sea, on the sea demon ship, "You can never escape, Zhen Zhen." Layers of murmurs and terrifying images exploded in the depths of her soul. Ah! A shrill scream woke Misha up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Her breathing was a little heavy, and she looked around in panic. He saw that it was a small room on the sea demon ship. This calmed her down a little. What's going on? Was that a nightmare? Or did it really happen? After this weird nightmare, she felt even less sleepy. He opened the window and let the sea breeze in. The slightly moist sea breeze blew in, clearing her mind. What? Suddenly, she noticed something was wrong. Why is my vitality declining? Could it be that Ying Ying is related to that weird nightmare? Is this Tao Wu related to Gunai? Looking at the faint fog on the sea, Misha fell into deep thought. 268 Enemy of the Star Sequence. In the silent cultivation. A few days had passed. On this day, in the quiet room of the small hotel, with a flip of his hand, Gunai produced a true netherworld origin fruit. As he ate the true netherworld origin fruit, he could feel his soul tentacles forming within 5 meters of him. A faint smile appeared on Gunai's calm face. Being a domain spellcaster was a secret that no one knew about. As Gunai's soul grew stronger, so did his soul perception domain. The powerful soul of the 5-meter-long soul tentacles gave Gun an absolute perception domain of 15 to 18 meters. At the same time, eating a true netherworld origin fruit every 3 to 5 days also strengthened Gunai's soul defense. Gunai's soul defense was getting stronger by the day, and this was one of his many secrets. Steadily increasing his strength without anyone knowing, this was Gunai's favorite state. Gunai then looked at the other plants. The sunflower tree that was more than 50 meters tall had bloomed to the size of a sunflower, and the sunflowers were as bright as a clam lamp. Gun also picked up a sunflower. But when the sunflower was placed in the house, Gun didn't even have to pay for the gas for the oil lamp. It had been more than 10 days, but the sunflower was still bright, and the intensity had only weakened a little. Gunai estimated that the sunflowers would still be dazzling for 3 months, but lighting for half a year would not be a problem. The lighting effect surprised Gunai. After some research, he found that apart from emitting light, the sunflower could also repel mosquitoes and darkness. It was easy to carry around, and its light could penetrate through anything. But the problem was, in this extraordinary world, what was the use of having such a huge light bulb? If Gunai had studied the Light Power Upanishad, this thing might have been useful. But the problem was that Gunai had comprehended the Dark Power Upanishad. There will always be a use for it. At least when it bears fruit, I can use its fruit seeds as a light bulb. It's cool enough. Or perhaps there are other uses that I don't know of in the future, Gunai explained to himself. In fact, Gunai didn't have any other plants that could replace the emperor-grade sunflower tree. Otherwise, Gunai would guarantee that this thing wouldn't live to see the sun tomorrow. The elven tree of life grew as strong as ever, growing larger and larger. The perfect living environment seemed to have stimulated the characteristics of this elven tree of life, which was an overlord-grade plant. The pond of life was getting bigger and bigger, so big that Gunai could swim in it. At the same time, the pure water of the spring of life was about to be born. The dark prison tree continued to supply Gunai with fruits, allowing Gunai's soul to become stronger. The mutant elite sea demon tree was almost ready for harvest. The emperor-level sea demon tree had already taken root and sprouted, growing strong and healthy. Gunai estimated that it would soon produce a dark blue origin crystal. At that time, Gunai would be able to continuously expand his origin pool. With an emperor-grade sea demon tree that could continuously produce dark blue crystals, Gunai wouldn't have to worry about his origin pool becoming smaller. I'll check out of this room when I get there later. Gunai thought to himself after eating the true netherworld origin fruit. All the pirates nearby have run away. Even the timid sailors have run away. It's said that a large number of pirates have gathered at the northern port. Find a good time and capture them all in one night. Especially those Type 4 and Type 5 experts. We can't let a single one of them go. We can basically get a lot of blood crystals and soul fragments from them. My devil overlord's CO soul is about to break through in a few days. I'm counting on these soul fragments to help me. A rank 6 devil lord will give me even more terrifying power. While Gunai was thinking, the bracelet of time on Gunai's wrist trembled slightly. What? Gunai touched the bracelet of time on his wrist, and his expression changed. The dragon graveyard, is it about to start? He knew that he had to engage in a life and death battle with the powerful evil god's daughter and her powerful subordinates. Gunai had already made full preparations for this trip to the dragon tomb. Gunai was well aware of the self-sealing nature of the origin space. If he was trapped inside and couldn't come out for a while, Gunai would be prepared. And if the enemy's methods were very powerful, Gunai would also have a way to deal with them. After making sure everything was ready, Gunai headed to the agreed location. An hour later, on the third floor of a cafe named Man Ray Flower. In the corner. With Gunai's arrival, the three gathered together. George quietly released his interference nullifying barrier. When this invisible interference nullified barrier bloomed, Gunai's face was calm as usual. He casually looked around, and his heart moved. In such a short time, George has already raised the interference nullification barrier to such a high level. The way time hunters use time to strengthen their abilities is really amazing. Gunai thought to himself. It's done. George said softly after he finished constructing and felt it carefully. Just now, Gunai had also carefully sensed that no one was spying on them. Once he used observation, spying, or even penetration probing techniques, he would be able to detect the origin of the lightning. The powerful domain of absolute perception and Gunai's ability to sever the shackles of fate. Gunai could easily feel the faint gazes and methods. I feel movement. Dragon Slayer Zegrud said in a deep voice. If I'm not wrong, they should have already entered the dragon's necropolis, and we should have gone in as well. Remember, this void origin space, which is similar to the dragon clan's graveyard, is extremely unique. Even though it has been quiet for many years, there might still be great danger. It might easily cause us to die. At the same time, we can't underestimate the evil god's daughter and the extraordinaries who traveled with her. The descendants of evil gods might not only have divine powers, but they might also have very strange abilities. And this is also the reason why the descendants of Diablo can be comparable to a rank 7 transcendent master at rank 6. Although this evil god's daughter is only at the 5th step, her strength is at least at the peak of the 6th step. In a one-on-one battle, other than me who is at the 5th step, you two are only at the 4th step. You might not be his match. And this time, the person traveling with the evil god's daughter is no ordinary person. At this point, Dragon Slayer Zeglud's voice was very low. If I'm not wrong, the one with the evil god's daughter should be a genius of the star sequence who came to our world with those foreign powerhouses, and even a genius of a unique 7-star extraordinary profession. A genius from the Starry Sky sequence? George was slightly surprised. That's right, they're in the same echelon as us, the Starry Sky echelon. Even if he's not a star sequence beyonder but a 7-star beyonder, as a 7-star beyonder, he's able to come to our beyonder world with those foreign powerhouses. His extraordinary aptitude and means are probably even more terrifying than those star sequence beyonders. He might be a super fighter, a super shadowman, or even a super spellcaster. You must know that this is a tough battle. If we go head to head with them, we might be the ones who die. So, we must be careful. The Dragon Slayer Zieglud's words made Gun more cautious. However, this also ignited Gunai's desire to fight. A 7-star and even an extraordinary genius from a foreign land. This is really interesting. This battle is going to be interesting. Gunai thought to himself. 269 The depth of profound meaning. After his explanation, Zieglud looked at the two of them. Are you two ready? N. I'm ready. The two of them nodded. That's good, Zieglud nodded. The voice fell. A brutal, overbearing, and terrifying aura bloomed from his body. Dragon Slayer. They were born to kill dragons. It could nullify most of the attacks from creatures with dragon bloodline. It would also cause great damage to creatures with dragon blood. In addition, dragon slayers could eat dragon blood, dragon meat, dragon bones, and dragon scales, to continuously strengthen himself. At the same time, it could also devour and absorb the aura and pressure of the leader of a species like the dragon race for its own use. It could be said that dragon slayers were natural dragon slayers, born to kill dragons. This was how powerful the extraordinaries of the star sequence were. Even Gunai couldn't help but exclaim. Gunai even thought about getting himself a supernatural class in the starry sky. After all, the transcendent professions in the starry sky sequence were powerful no matter how one looked at them. But according to what Gunai knew, it was almost impossible to change a supernatural profession. When he obtained the extraordinary profession, as he advanced, his soul and body had long since become one with the extraordinary profession. It seemed that the only way was to add another extraordinary profession. They were like the angel Corona, who had a half-class angel and a universal proposer, becoming the rare angel of truth. But Gunai might not be used to this. The extraordinary characteristics of different extraordinary professions were different. Originally, when two powerful 7-star transcendent professions were forcefully stacked together, it might cause the two 7-star transcendent professions to weaken each other. In the end, the two 7-star extraordinary professions became two 1-star extraordinary professions. All of them combined were not even comparable to a single 7-star extraordinary profession. There's another way, and that is to advance your profession. I've only seen a few words about this method in a few notes. The probability of an execution level only exists in legends. Because of the curse, my blood curse mancer is only equivalent to a 4-star blood curse mancer. After all, the curse can be too fatal at certain times. I wonder how Eulaire, who has also inherited the blood curse, is doing? After the curse is removed, it's equivalent to a 6-star. And with my hack machine manual tirelessly improving the blood pool codex and awakening my innate divine ability, this is already stronger than a 7-star extraordinary profession. It's not even weaker than the general star sequence. But the problem is that the spiritual force, source energy, and physical strength that increase at each level are all less than those of a 7-star. At the same time, the awakening of the star sequence's innate divine ability will definitely be different from that of a 6-star innate divine ability. The power will also be different. It seems like I'll have to investigate how this 6-star blood curse mancer became a 7-star blood curse mancer when I have time. At the same time, is it possible to become a blood curse mancer in the star sequence after the 7-star level? There shouldn't be any information about this in the Oya continent, but there are powerful foreign powerhouses on the stars, terrifying evil gods, and undying gods. There's also the high-dimensional extraordinary world that is said to be a perfect projection of the shadow world. Even the high and mighty creatures that cannot be looked at will exist in the high-dimensional extraordinary world. The transcendent world is so vast. I believe there should be a corresponding method. Gunai Wu thought to himself. Zieglud deliberately released his own aura to seek Yuan's reaction. After all, although he had heard the rumors that this superior spellcaster was extremely powerful, he still needed to see it with his own eyes. When that powerful aura pressed down on Gunai. However, he found that Gunny Lawrence ignored his aura. This immediately made him restrain his little thoughts. It was obvious that this superior spellcaster was not weak. Let's go. After the invisible force enveloped the two of them, Dragon Slayer Zieglud let out a low roar. Swish! A strange and thick layer of soil quickly passed through Gunai's eyes. Gunai could clearly feel the power of the earth bloomed around him. Is this Dragon Slayer Zieglud a profound truths of the earth? Gunai thought. However, the profound truths of the earth isn't that profound. You can even say that it's relatively weak. As the number of reincarnations increased, Gunai's speed of comprehending the world and dark power Upanishads had also been greatly improved. As he continued to comprehend the world intent and the darkness intent, Gugni gradually discovered that he had met many extraordinary individuals, such as the Prophet, the Dragon Slayer Zieglud, and the Time Hunter George. Their understanding of the profound meaning of runes was not strong. It was far inferior to his dark power Upanishad. Not to mention comparing it to his own profound truths of the world. After all, Gunai's main cultivation was world power Upanishad. Luckily, Gunai knew how powerful Upanishads were. Although he hadn't cultivated any books that could use Upanishads, it didn't stop him from learning the world and dark Upanishads. Therefore, Gunai could usually only use a little bit of his power, not even 1/10 of it. Gunai had hidden most of the profound meanings. The power Upanishads that Gunai had released were just the tip of the iceberg. Swish! The profound meaning of the earth bloomed fiercely. The three of them suddenly landed in a dark space. His control over the profound truths of the earth is very rough. Sensing the fluctuations of the profound meaning of the earth around him, Gunai made a general evaluation. As he landed, Gunai quickly activated his night vision and source power vision. The first thing he saw was an extremely vast and majestic dragon clan's underground city. It was 100-meter tall arched stone door carved with dragon patterns, auspicious clouds, and dragon scale totems. There was a huge staircase that was more than 10 meters tall and a corridor that was 200 to 300 meters wide. There were also numerous platforms the size of a football field on top of the rock barrier. All of this showed the glory of the dragon clan in the past. Unfortunately, all of this was not buried by dust and ashes. What was left behind was also an empty, dilapidated, and quiet ruin. Standing in the vast underground dragon world, Gunai felt like he was in the kingdom of giants. He quickly looked around and made sure that no one had noticed the three of them. Dragon Slayer Zieglud said in a low voice. The dragon necropolis here is extremely huge. The area we're currently in is just a resting place. We need to follow our original plan. We need to hide our tracks and find them. Then, we need to analyze their strength and come up with a detailed battle plan. Otherwise, without knowing their overall strength, we'll probably be at a disadvantage if we fight them head-on. Zieglud quickly explained the battle plan he had specified. No problem, he said. No problem, he said. Gunai also nodded. He didn't know the exact strength of the evil god's daughter and them, so he could only find her first. He raised his hand and cast a high-level spell, invisibility. When he'd gone to the merchant house, he'd bought himself a high-level spell called invisibility. As of now, this invisibility spell was only at level 0, and its concealment effect was average. The invisibility spell would work if the target was far away, but it would be impossible to hide from the experts of the shadow element if the target was close. Fortunately, Gunai's concealment techniques weren't limited to this. Gunai's mind flickered, and his aura was perfectly retracted. Then, he followed the dark power Upanishad and perfectly hid in the shadow. When Gugni disappeared, George looked around and laughed. When did you become so good at invisibility, Gunai? I had no choice. I had to prepare this kind of escape technique when I was being chased by an expert in case I needed it. Gunai replied in a soft voice. That's good. With a slight sway of his body, George entered stealth mode, and the interference nullification barrier also wrapped around his body. Fortunately, George was still within the range of Gun's absolute perception, so he could still sense his presence. If he had left the domain of absolute perception, Gunai wouldn't have been able to sense his presence. Dragon Slayer Zegrud, who had the worst stealth ability, used a high-level stealth scroll. Fortunately, as long as he was careful enough, he could still hide from the enemy's sight from a long distance. Let's go. The Dragon Slayer took the lead, and the two of them followed the Dragon Slayer. They advanced silently in the dark and quiet Dragon Tomb. 270 The Ancient Forbidden Spell. He followed the Dragon Slayer through the underground city of the Dragon Clan, which was built of stone. Gunai quietly opened his system and entered the miracle page. As expected. Gunai thought. Before, Gunai had asked the Dragon Slayer if there was anything good in there. He knew that there might be a forbidden spell of the dragon race here. The system clearly told Gunai that the dragon's forbidden spell was indeed here. Fortuitous encounter, an ancient forbidden spell. Adventure 1, Dragon Essence Demonic Crystal. Miracle 2, Ancient Altar. Adventure 3, Dragon Fang Magic Staff. Miracle 4, an ancient forbidden spell. There were a total of 4 side adventures. According to the pattern, the further it went, the higher its value would be. As they moved forward, Gunai split his attention and looked through the details of the 4 adventures. After some detailed reading, Gunai had a general understanding of the situation. There are many dangerous places in the Dragon Underground City. There are even many places that still have some kind of destructive power accumulated, as well as some desperate places. Once you enter these places, you basically won't be able to come out. Luckily, I have the miracle system, which allows me to check the dangerous environment of these areas. This Dragon Essence Crystal should have a similar effect to the Saint Shadow Magic Stone. It can make the bloodline of creatures with dragon bloodline even richer. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that I didn't walk the path of the dragon bloodline. Otherwise, if I met such a dragon slayer, wouldn't I be completely suppressed? The interior of the ancient altar should be similar to the ancient altar I encountered back then. It should also be the anchor of the abyss. The evil god's daughter and the others should be heading to that place. Yes, I'll think of a way to lure the two of them over later. Then, I'll set up an ambush nearby. No matter what, I'll be able to meet the evil god's daughter and the others. And then there's the Dragon Fang Staff and the ancient forbidden spell. This Dragon Fang wand was actually sealed. Just what sort of enmity does the dragon race have with this Dragon Fang magic staff for them to seal up such a treasure? A wand that can be sealed by an entire race is not weak. I wonder if it's the legendary magic wand. If it is, then it's really powerful. There's also the last forbidden spell of the dragon race. Seeing this powerful dragon forbidden spell, Gunai's heart sank. There aren't many complete forbidden spells in the entire Oya continent, and those who can master a forbidden spell are even fewer. Even at the level of extraordinary masters, there are only a few who can master a forbidden spell. And I will soon have a complete forbidden spell. The group moved forward, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the dwelling. At this moment, the 3 of them were in front of an extremely huge cross-shaped tunnel. In front of Gunai and the others was a huge main passage, which seemed to be another dragon's nest. At this moment, the 200 to 300 meters wide corridor seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. It was extremely quiet and dark. Left or right? What's the matter? Chieglo asked softly, not sure what to do. Left. Gunai said in a straightforward manner. His voice was soft enough for the 2 of them to hear. Why, what's wrong? Zeglud asked in a low voice. My feeling. Gunai replied. Also, my intuition is very accurate. Trust me. The Dragon Slayer, who had been undecided, nodded. Then let's go to the left. Immediately, the three of them silently headed towards the left side of the huge passage. Of course we're going to the left. The treasures are all on the left, but there's nothing on the right. Gunai thought to himself as he moved forward. As they moved forward, the group soon passed the first slightly slanted intersection. Both sides seemed to be their habitat. Continue forward. Before the Dragon Slayer could ask, Gunai spoke again. The underground dragon tomb was indeed huge. The three of them walked for more than an hour and passed several intersections. Along the way, the three of them could see the habitats of dragon clan creatures of all sizes. Unfortunately, it was all deathly silent now. When they arrived at another intersection, the ground was clearly different from the rugged ground from before. The ground seemed to be paved with huge stones, and these huge stones seemed to have been strengthened. Go that way? The Dragon Slayer asked again in a low voice. I think the altar at the end of the huge tunnel on the left is the target they are looking for, Gunai said. Gugni's words made both Zagrud and George's expressions change. The two of them looked towards the entrance of the huge tunnel on the left. However, their vision wasn't as good as Gunai's, and it was dark for 2 or 3 kilometers. Sir Gunai, your vision is amazing. It's still all right. Gunai replied. Gunai's body was strong, and so was his vision. In addition, the powerful penetrating properties of source power vision combined with night vision meant that the dark night had no effect on Gunai. In this dark and silent environment, Gunai's vision had a great advantage. With the system's guidance, Gunai was able to find his target. What's the matter? Zieglud asked in a deep voice as he walked forward carefully. Sir Gunai, do you see anyone there? Gunai immediately loaded himself with eagle eye. Gunai said after carefully examining the altar. I haven't found any traces. Those guys shouldn't be here yet. But we can't be 100% sure. We have to be careful of those guys who have already entered but are hiding to ambush us. Although the probability of this is very small, we have to be careful. Yes. The three of us will spread out and slowly explore the altar from 3 directions to prevent anyone from ambushing us. No problem, he said. Then, the 3 of them carefully made their way toward the altar. About half an hour later, the 3 of them gathered on a huge altar that was about 300 meters tall. It was obvious that there were no enemies nearby. Even though there were no enemies here, the 3 of them were still in hiding. Anchor of the Abyss. Looking at the anchor of the abyss formed by the long chains on the altar, Dragon Slayer Zegard was secretly surprised. They hadn't taken any detours, and Gunai had brought them all the way here. How can this guy's perception be so terrifying, or does Ying have a special talent in this area? However, as a superior spellcaster, it's normal to have some special characteristics. After some consideration, Zieglud kept his thoughts to himself. After looking around, it seems like they haven't discovered this place yet. The Dragon Slayer, who was hiding, spoke first. They probably don't know that we've entered. From the looks of it, those guys should be searching for traces of the anchor of the abyss in the habitats ahead. And we can use this to set up an ambush for them. Ambushing the enemy, I like this method the most. George laughed. It's decided then. At the intersection of the passages, that place is the most suitable for hiding. Moreover, after we attack, we'll have enough space to escape. After some discussion, an extremely cruel ambush plan was gradually born. 271 A shameless sneak attack. In the dark and silent passage, a total of 7 people, including the daughter of the Thulhu, Shimel, were currently advancing at high speed through the tunnel. The extraordinaries in this line. 3 of them were mid-stage 6th level transcendents, while the other 4 were peak 5th level transcendents, including Hymel. Other than Hymel, 3 of the 6 were from the star sequence. Originally, he was confident that several late and peak stage 6th level transcendents would follow him into the dragon graveyard, including the extremely powerful peak stage 6th level transcendent, Ao Gu Shan. However, when he opened the entrance and was about to enter, the energy hierarchy of this energy-depleted empty source space seemed to have prevented late-stage and peak-stage rank 6 powerhouses from entering. Even a mid-6th level extraordinary master would need special means to enter. Although the late-stage and peak-stage rank 6 powerhouses did not enter, the few of them were enough to deal with the situation in the dragon graveyard. Along the way, they had already checked the habitats of more than a dozen dragons. Unfortunately, they found nothing along the way. At this moment, they once again arrived at the intersection of a huge passageway. Himmel found that the ground here was slightly different from the rugged ground before. The ground here was actually covered with a huge slab of stone, and this slab of stone seemed to have been strengthened by special means. He glanced at the huge passage on both sides that did not look like a resting place. I hope there will be a good result here, Jimmer thought to himself. Kyukaran, Ake Martin, you two go to the left tunnel to check. Loves, Claudia, you two go check the right tunnel. Following Himmel's instructions, the 4 extraordinaires split up into 2 teams and walked towards the 2 sides of the passage. When they entered, a transcendent master had warned them. They said that the dragon slayer was at the port. Even if they were guarding the entrance, they had to be wary of the dragon slayer who might come in and assassinate them. When they first came in, Himmel was indeed cautious. However, as the few hours passed, it was dark and quiet all the way, and nothing happened. Himmel gradually became less vigilant. After patrolling the huge passage on both sides and carefully observing the surroundings, Zhang Tai finally stopped. An inexplicable anxiety appeared in Himmel's heart. Don't worry, Your Highness. He seemed to have noticed that Chimer was a little anxious. The mid-stage 7-star level 6 transcendent fighter Max, who was a guest from another world, opened his mouth. It seems that it's safe here. We just need to be patient and search slowly. We'll definitely find the target. As a top-notch powerhouse of the star sequence who was on par with his own level, Max's words had a certain effect. Jimmer's expression gradually relaxed. Even if that dragon slayer comes, he won't be much of a threat to us. On the other hand, we can easily kill them. Pfft! A slight tearing sound was heard. Then, Himmel saw the powerful Max's body being sent flying to the side. His head seemed to have been pierced through by someone. This sneak attack was so sudden that they didn't even notice it. An enemy is ambushing us. Himmel only reacted when Max fell out. At the same time, 2 extremely brutal source powers instantly exploded in front of the remaining 2. It was a saber with a thick aura and unparalleled sharpness. The entire saber exuded a bloody intent of slaughter. This was a dragon-slaying saber, and its power increased with every dragon it killed. And at this moment, this incomparably sharp blade was slashing towards Himmel. It's you, indeed. The roaring Himmel instantly raised a single palm to meet the blade, and his entire aura instantly burst forth, as if an evil god had come to life. Haha, Ying Luo is going to kill you today. The laughing dragon slayer, Zigrud, activated the blade to its maximum and slashed down. Like a ghost, Time Hunter George used his means to almost instantly stick to Max's body. A sharp hunting blade went straight for Max's chest. Before this, the 3 of them had been hiding in a corner, carefully observing the situation of the Thulhu's 7-person team. When they saw the 4 of them leave and the 3 of them were standing guard, the 3 of them knew that their chance had come. His first target was the strongest fighter, the one that gave Gunai the feeling that he could kill the most easily. This extremely powerful expert had already been secretly on guard. But he was facing Gunai, a guy who had broken free from the shackles of fate. This sudden attack left him with no time to react. The arcane shot pierced through his head. Knowing that this foreign expert wasn't weak, Gun had specifically told George to stick close to him and kill him in one fell swoop. Otherwise, there was a high chance that this guy would survive. George was carrying out Gun's order with determination. At the same time, it penetrated the core of its life frame. If the blade went straight through the body, the person would be completely destroyed, dismembering all of its time. Even though his head had been pierced by Gun's spear, Max was still able to resist George's attack. He tried his best to pull out the sword with his right hand, and the sword light was already in the process of being nurtured. This scene made George extremely shocked. He still has the ability to fight back even though his head is already in such a state. With such means and strength, if I don't kill him in one fell swoop, this guy will definitely come back to life. Even though Max wanted to fight back. However, this attack did not just hit the head of the physical body. The soul was also penetrated by this attack, and a considerable part of it was annihilated. This also caused his control of source power and his physical body to be much slower. Before he had even pulled out the sword. Swish! A blade with a powerful time-destructive power pierced through the chest armor from the side and penetrated the body. Break, following George's low roar. Max, who was already heavily injured, had his life frame broken by George's blade. In George's field of vision, a large number of time fragments burst out wildly. The time fragments that burst out were absorbed by George. This guy's body is carrying a terrifying amount of time power. It's a pity that I'm going to get all of it. The moment the battle broke out, the 7-star, peak of the 5th step law incantation master, Ashley Jamal's first reaction was to cast another shield on herself. She had a shield talent, which could enhance her shield with the amount of energy from the source pool. The number of shields could be stacked up to 4 times, which made her survival ability far stronger than the average magus. At the same time, she had the ability to cast 2 spells. As he cast a shield on himself, he threw a series of violent thunderballs in the direction of the shot. This tier 5 mage was also a mage who could cast instant cast, 1-second stack. Looking at the speed at which they were overlapping each other in a single second, it was likely that there were 13 or 14 curses in a second. The high frequency of spells made Gunai's heart skip a beat. After all, it was rare to meet one of his kind. The effect of your spell bombardment is not bad, but it doesn't have a strong lock-on effect. As long as I'm fast enough, your spell won't be able to hit me. Die. The dark inscription arcane passage controlled by the puppet's secret thread instantly aimed at the female mage at the peak of the 5th step. Bang 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 bang. Gun fired several arcane shots in a row. Before the ball of lightning fell, Gunai used blood escape to put 50 meters between them. Boom! 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 The violent thunderballs fell down with great momentum. The power of each violent thunderball burst out violently. Gunai's previous position was blown to pieces. Gun dodged the attack, but the female mage wasn't so lucky. Gun's arcane bullets had left several large holes in its body. His entire body was blown away by the arcane bullet. 272 Chapter 93 Heavy Casualties. However, the arcane bullet did not penetrate his head. Its strong survival ability allowed it to maintain a high combat ability even if its body was pierced and it was in a state of serious injury. As a top-level mage and a special life-saving method, Ashley's ability to survive was quite strong. Ashley, who was seriously injured, was very shocked. How could that enemy's energy bullet attack be so powerful? My shield is strengthened by my origin pool. The thicker the origin pool, the stronger my shield. Currently, the strength of my advanced shield is very close to a powerful engraving shield. This enemy's 1 bullet pierced through 2 layers, and 2 bullets shattered all 4 of my shields. This energy bullet even pierced through my body. I have an original body. Ashley Kamal, who had thought that her shield would be able to block the attack, had ended up in a state of serious injury due to her negligence. Swish! At that moment, Ashley Kamal felt the lightning sweeping toward her. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Ashley Jamal's body flashed with a yellow light and disappeared. As the lightning pierced through, it only hit an afterimage. However, when Ashley Kamal instantly traveled more than 30 meters and landed, a powerful incantation of law instantly enveloped him. Ashley Kamal felt that this was a powerful spell that could lock and pull. Immediately after, chi 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 chi, several powerful bolts of lightning struck him. Arcane shot, lightning-type spell, lock on and pull, and an extremely high 1-second overlap. Is this guy the legendary super spellcaster, Captain Jack? You do have some tricks. Ashley Jamal's figure flashed again, quickly avoiding the bombardment of several powerful thunderbolts. At this moment, Gunai's heart also moved. Gunai's opponents had always been either too strong or too weak. Under the single-second overlapping burst, there were basically not many who could withstand it. This female curse mancer from another world not only had an extremely strong shield, but she also had an incredible life force. After being hit by the ancient Nirvana arcane bullets, there were 4 fist-sized bloody holes on her body. Even her spine was broken, but she still ran quickly. It was obvious that he had some extremely powerful life-saving technique. His reaction speed was also quite shocking, and he used a teleportation spell to avoid the explosion of Gunny's spell. More importantly, this female magic incantation user was also a magic incantation user who could instantly cast overlapping spells in 1 second, and the power of her magic incantations was quite strong. These extraordinary individuals who could follow the foreign powerhouses and cross the stars to come to our world are indeed extraordinary. Gunai thought. However, I'm not here to kill you this time, I'm here to stop you. This female supernatural being was not weak, and with some of her trump cards, it would be difficult to kill her. Gunai wasn't here to kill her, but to distract her from George's killing of the injured mid-type 6 powerhouse. Even the Dragon Slayer, Zeegard, had attacked the demon god's daughter so that she would not be able to save the type 6 expert. From the beginning to the end, the target of the 3 of them had been the mid-stage tier 6 expert, not the demon god's daughter or the female mage in front of them. After another series of little thunder flame curses erupted. Let's go! George's fierce roar reverberated. When they heard George's words, Gun and the others no longer had any lingering feelings. Gunai took advantage of the female cursemancer's movement to use 4 blood escape spells to quickly move 200 meters away. He then used an invisibility spell and disappeared. The entire retreat was completed in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievably fast. George's movements were also extremely fast. As he retreated, he quickly disappeared. The slower Dragon Slayer's body also turned into a flash of cold light and disappeared at an extremely fast speed around the corner. 3 against 3, and in a sneak attack at that, Gunai and the others had a great advantage. If they waited for the 4 people who had gone out to rush back, they would have to wait for them. That advantage instantly turned into a disadvantage. Therefore, the single target killing plan with George as the core was the main mission this time. As soon as George finished killing the enemy, the 3 of them would immediately retreat, killing one at a time. They were not greedy. The heretic god's daughter and the female magus with an extremely powerful shield were not easy to kill. Therefore, this time, he would kill the fighter who should not have good life-saving abilities. And the facts proved that the fighter was indeed easy to kill. The female magus had a very strong shield, and Gunai's bullet might not even be able to penetrate her head. As for the evil god's daughter, even if her head was crushed, she would probably still be able to fight back with vigor. After finishing off the fighter, the 3 of them immediately retreated. Their retreat was quite decisive. When the 3 of them quickly retreated, the heavily injured female spellcaster Ashley Jamal and the daughter of the Thulhuhaimel, who was in the process of activating her power, were still on guard. They did not even believe that the enemy would retreat so easily. If they continued to fight, the 2 of them might not be able to defeat the 3 of them. They actually retreated so quickly. 10 seconds later. Buzz! An afterimage quickly appeared beside the 2 of them. It was the rank 6-star sequence Shadowman, Kyukaron. What's the situation? What's going on? Kyokuran asked gloomily when he saw the traces of battle and the people on the ground. We've been ambushed. It's the dragon slayers. Hymir said in a deep voice as she looked around vigilantly. She was still afraid that the enemy would come back and attack. Where are they? Kyokuran looked around with killing intent. He fled very quickly. The Thulhu's daughter Hymel's expression was rather unsightly. Now she understood why those guys ran away so quickly. They immediately retreated after gaining some benefits from the ambush. These guys didn't want to suffer any losses. The level of slyness was simply infuriating. Some of her trump cards were extremely harmful to her, and she could only use them at the moment of life and death. Otherwise, she would have definitely killed that dragon slayer just now. Kyokuran looked around and confirmed that the enemy had left. How are you guys? I'm fine, she said. The Thulhu's daughter, Hymel, shook her head gently. I'm injured, but I'll be fine after a few hours of rest. Ashley Kamal said weakly, her face pale. The two of them immediately looked over. At this time, Ashley Kamal sat cross-legged and began to recuperate. At the same time, she spoke. You guys have to be careful of that Law Magus. His attacks are very powerful. Even if he escapes, he might still ambush us from a distance. After those corrosive bullets hit me, they easily pierced through my body. The wound won't heal in a short time. Although you have powerful rare-grade equipment like magic gold leather armor, I don't think it can withstand it. More importantly, that guy will definitely aim for your heads. I have the original embryo. Only a universal treasure like this can guarantee a strong life force. You don't have such a treasure. Once your body is broken, or even your main bone armor is damaged, your battle will be greatly reduced. What? The two of them nodded their heads slightly. At the same time, they were on high alert of their surroundings to prevent another sneak attack. It was a pity that she didn't feel Gunai's little thunder flame spell. Otherwise, she would have added, be careful of his thunder spell. It's very powerful. Where's Max? He seemed to have been hit by that mage's shot just now and was heavily injured. Hymel asked doubtfully when he couldn't find Max. Just now. The two of them were in a stalemate, and they didn't notice Max's condition at all. When he turned around, he realized that Max had already disappeared. Kyokuran also looked around in surprise, but he didn't see anyone. When the other three people rushed over. After searching the vicinity several times and divining based on the bloodstains on the ground, they finally confirmed it. Max was dead, and even his body had been taken away. 273 counterattack. Max was dead, not even his body. This result made everyone fall into silence. They were all high-level powerhouses, the top experts from the extraordinary world in a foreign land. They had 7-star and even star-ranked extraordinary professions. It could even be said that they were one of the top geniuses in the transcendent world. Even though the opponent this time was not weak. However, in just a few short seconds, they had lost one member. The strength of the opponent made them feel the pressure. They were geniuses, but so what? There were geniuses and experts in the transcendent world. Even if they underestimated their enemy, they would still be killed. In fact, even if they did not underestimate their enemy, they would still be in danger of being killed by a sneak attack. The silent atmosphere was somewhat gloomy and oppressive. Kyokuran looked around and broke the depressing atmosphere with a deep voice. Without a doubt, our opponent this time is very strong. But this time, they had the advantage of a sneak attack, and we didn't know what they were up to, which led to Max's death. But this kind of thing will never happen again. As Kyokuran spoke, everyone looked over. If they ambush us, we can ambush them as well. Kyokuran said in a low, murderous tone. But it won't be easy for us to find them, Hymel said, frowning. That's not a big problem. Since they fought here, I have a way to trace their location. Kyokuran said with certainty. But the problem is that we need to know who among them is the most threatening. We need to adopt a corresponding strategy to kill him first. Kyokuron's eyes swept over Himmel and Ashley, who was recovering from her injuries. After some thought, Himmel spoke softly. The methods and strength that the Dragon Slayer displayed were not threatening. He had an advantage against dragons, but he had no advantage against me. On the other hand, the Time Hunter's methods are a little strange. No. At this time, Ashley suddenly spoke. The real threat is the Law Incantation Master. A Law Incantation Master? Everyone looked over. Faced with everyone's gaze, Ashley began to explain. Usually, we'll be able to sense it when it's launched, and we can even avoid it. However, Yu's attacks are very strange. When he ambushed us, even if he did, we wouldn't have noticed him if we didn't notice him. Take Max for example. When the bullet went through his head and we felt movement, we knew that the enemy had ambushed us. Some kind of perception blocking ability. Kyokuron's face darkened. Kyokuron, who was knowledgeable, instantly analyzed this ability. It's a very tricky method. If we let this guy continue to ambush us, we will definitely be the ones to suffer. In that case, the first person Qian will kill will be this Law Incantation Master. Kyokuron's killing intent was unusually cold. When my dagger pierces through his head, he will regret assassinating us. In a dragon clan's resting place, in a relatively remote dark and quiet small passage. At this moment, George used interference nullification barriers to block the left and right sides. At this moment, the three of them were quietly sitting there. It's a good thing that Guni's shot went through that guy's head, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. As he spoke, George placed the corpse of the mid-stage Type 6 swordsman on the ground. Gunai used his puppet to touch the assassin, and then used the blood touch as a power source to suck the assassin's blood. Using this method, Gunai could perfectly conceal the existence of the touch of blood. The taste is really not bad. It has an exotic flavor. 10 seconds later, all of the blood had been extracted, and Gunai nodded. Just now, even though this guy's head had been pierced through, he still wanted to draw the sword at his waist and kill me. Their heads were pierced through like that, but they still have the strength to fight back. I have to say that these extraordinary people from the foreign starry sky are indeed something. George recalled the scene from before and sighed. Indeed, beside him, Zieglud nodded slightly. There are many extraordinaries above Stellaris, and there are even many extraordinary worlds that will give birth to cosmic sequence beyonders like us at certain times. It's said that there are many experts above the Stellaris realm. However, as long as we continue to grow and become stronger, sooner or later, we will have the strength to leave the transcendent world and roam the stars. Experts above the stars? Gunai thought to himself. Above the vast stars, there was an even vaster transcendent world. Gunai also wanted to see the wider world and the weirder scenery after he became stronger. This time, we killed one of their mid-type 6 experts. They'll definitely be on high alert, and it'll be difficult to launch a sneak attack. Of course, it's more likely that they're using some investigative, divination, spying, or tracking methods to secretly track us down. Fortunately, we've already used George's ability to erase our traces. They won't be able to find us. When Dragon Slayer Zieglud said so with such certainty, Gunai's face slightly changed. Gunai looked around and activated his source power vision and dark vision. Gunai didn't see any traces of it. Although it's very slight, we can be sure that the enemy seems to have used some method to spy on us. Gugni then looked at George and Chiegard. The two of them seemed to be completely unaware of this extremely well-hidden spying method. I just don't know if they're using spying methods from a long distance, or if they're just mayflies. Gunai's eyes narrowed. The next moment, it was like the cycle of time and space and fate had crossed, blooming in the depths of Gunai's eyes. When Gunai had severed most of the shackles of fate, the eye of fate, which seemed to be able to see everything, would occasionally bloom on Gunai. After Gunir had severed all the shackles of fate, he had become a legend. Gunai discovered that he had completely unlocked the Eye of Destiny. Gunai was exhausted every time he opened it. However, as long as it was only activated for a few seconds, it wouldn't have much of an effect. As time and space intersected with fate, the eyes of fate in Gunai's eyes opened. After that, Gunai saw several powerful auras around them using some kind of special method. They were in a state of extreme concealment, and they were quietly ambushing the three. Before, Gunai and the other two had ambushed the enemy. At this moment, the 6 enemies were actually going to ambush the 3 of them. The nearest superhuman was less than 100 meters away from the 3 of them. The next moment, Gunai turned off the Eye of Fate. Run! With a low roar, Gunai instantly flew to the side. George and Chieglo reacted quickly. When Gugni said run, the 2 of them instantly reacted. Although he didn't know what the enemy had done, it was clear that the enemy had already caught up. Immediately, the 2 of them began to run after Gunai. You want to leave, it's too late. Kyokuran, who was close enough, laughed. An invisible eye above his head had locked onto Gunai, who was turning into a ray of blood light. Dimensional gate, open. With a thought, Gunai, who was still running, immediately realized something was wrong. The surrounding space instantly became grotesque and variegated. It was as if auroras had bloomed in the surroundings, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be confined. At the same time, a door that looked like a dimensional space was slowly opening. It's some sort of unique innate divine ability. Gunai's face grew serious. Gunai immediately transformed into a ray of blood-red light and flew 400 to 500 meters away. However, when Gunai landed on the ground, the dimensional door was still in front of him. Gunai's movement technique couldn't escape the lock of this special ability. Gunai turned into a ray of blood light a few more times. He couldn't get rid of the dimensional gate at all. Even when Gunai took out the teleport scroll, he couldn't activate it. It was as if all escape techniques were useless in front of this dimensional door. Seeing this, Gunai no longer tried to escape. He just stood there and looked at the dimensional door. Kaka ha 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 ha. The dimensional door slowly opened. Hwala la 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 la. At the same time, the surrounding space was completely torn apart into a new world. A world that belonged to an alternate dimension enveloped them. Some kind of cage-like divine ability? Should we just make him stay? Oh, this method is really interesting. But then again, out of the 3 of them, what a coincidence that you picked the strongest one. Gunai quietly looked around and laughed. If that's the case, then I'll send you to your death today if you dare to come in. 274 You can't beat me. When he saw the law incantation master being locked onto by the dimensional gate and being completely locked inside, he was dumbfounded. Not only Kyokuran, but the others also smiled. The few of them quickly gathered. Those 2 guys escaped really quickly. Their sense of smell is even sharper than the rats in the sewers. In the darkness, the daughter of the Thulhu, Himmel, laughed. At this time, Ziegrud and George had indeed escaped. Although those 2 guys have escaped, it's fine as long as the law incantation master is captured. With a flip of his hand, Kyokuran took out a dagger that was emitting a cold air. This was a top-tier devil gold assassination dagger with a few legendary characteristics, and its destructive power was needless to say. As a dagger with some legendary characteristics, it had a fatal cutting ability on the body of an extraordinary. Kyokuran had used this assassination dagger to kill many geniuses, and even several 7-star superhumans who had opposed him. After I go in and kill that law magus, we'll look for the other 2. Since they have the guts to enter, this dragon tomb will become their burial ground. With that, Kyokuran's figure disappeared on the spot. At this moment, after being pulled into the dimensional space, Gunai quickly used his puppet strings. At the same time, he also cast a blood shield on himself. His soul perception was also clearly released. Gunai was ready. Swish! A cold beam of light shot down from Gunai's head. This cold light was terrifyingly fast. It crossed several meters in an instant and headed towards Gunai's head. Gunai took a step and turned into a blood light, flying a dozen meters away. At the same time, he cast a soul-freezing divine ring spell. Just as the soul-stabilizing spell locked onto the enemy and Gunai was about to cast an instant spell, the enemy's body froze. The figure had already disappeared. At the same time, the soul-setting divine ring spell's lock had also disappeared. What? Gunai's eyes narrowed, and his vigilance grew. He appeared instantly and disappeared instantly. At the same time, he perfectly avoided my puppet's secret thread. Even my soul-stabilizing divine ring spell was cut off by an invisible force. Then, Gunai looked up at the dimensional gate that had opened up high in the sky. An assassin in an alternate dimension? They use the power of space to travel and kill. This is a little tricky. But it doesn't look like it can't be dealt with. Gunai had a powerful body, many spells, and many hidden cards. Even though he was trapped in this powerful dimensional space, he didn't panic. Even if I explode his eyeball, he will still hide. Doing so will alert the enemy. Therefore, I have to imprison him or even kill him the moment he comes out. The first thing we need to do is to find this guy's exact location. When he comes out, we'll attack him. A battle plan quickly formed in Gun's mind. Following the framework of the world, Gunai's soul perception spread out to the entire world around him. The world. It contained everything. The profound meaning of the world described all the existences in the entire universe. It contained everything, sensed everything, controlled everything, and operated everything. This was the path of the World Power Upanishad that Gunai had taken. Within the framework of the world, everything was under Gunai's control. As the world of the thoroughly meticulous spread out, Gunai was able to sense the surrounding area and even the movements in the deeper layers of space. Swish! A sharp cold light once again shot towards Gunai. This time, the opponent's speed was even faster than before, and Gunai seemed to be unable to dodge in time. The sharp daggers sliced through Gun's head. Pang! The blood shield exploded. At the same time, Gunai turned into a ray of blood-red light and flew away. However, as soon as Gunai landed, a sharp cold light attacked him again. Gunai once again turned into a ray of blood-red light and fled. One fled, one chased. The two of them rapidly shifted their bodies within this dimensional space. This damn guy, how can his reaction and speed be so fast? Kyokuran, who was in the middle of a chase, was also shocked as he used dimensional travel. As the dimensional killer of the star sequence, he was a legendary figure. He had the powerful innate ability of dimensional travel. To him, traveling through dimensional spaces was as simple as eating and drinking. He had thought that it would be easy to kill this Law Magus by dragging him into an alternate dimension. However, he had not expected that this Law Incantation Master would have such a fast reaction speed and had the ability to move quickly. The moment he appeared, the other party immediately fled. Whether it was his soul's perception or his physical reaction, he was not slower than him at all. If he didn't know that his opponent was a Law Incantation Master, he would have suspected that his opponent was an expert in the shadow element. Even if he managed to touch the enemy would have already escaped the moment the blood shield blocked the attack. As soon as he landed on the ground, a blood-red shield appeared on his body. Forget about killing the other party, even getting close to the other party and dealing a fatal blow was a little difficult. Kyokuran knew very well that a Law Magus had a lot of energy. He was definitely no match for a Law Incantation Master in terms of energy consumption. I can't kill this guy with normal methods. Although the mana pool will cause some damage to me, it's enough to kill this guy. With this in mind, Kyokuran no longer hid. The terrifying demonic source sealed in his body quickly bloomed. As the demonic source power bloomed, his speed doubled, and his perception and movements also improved greatly. In a single dimension, Kyokuran instantly appeared on the face of the escaping mage. This time, the speed was much faster than before. Kyokuran was confident that this time, the Law Magus would not be able to escape. Die! Kyokuran's sharp dagger exploded with an unprecedented destructive power. It even caused slight spatial ripples in this not-so-high-level dimensional space. At the same time the dagger came down, Kyokuran's attack was enough to penetrate the opponent's shield and tear open the opponent's head. At the same time, Kyokuran felt a series of spells blooming in his body. This law incantation master actually dared to fight back at close range. You're really looking for death? In that split second, Kyokuran didn't even have the chance to retreat, nor did he want to. He had to kill this law incantation master. At the same time the dagger fell. The bright purple lightning bloomed on Kyokuran's body. Fortunately, Kyokuran's mana pool was activated at this time, which made his resistance strong enough. It would not be a problem to resist a few powerful high-level spells. Kyokuran's dagger pierced through the blood-red shield, tearing apart the energy shield on the mage's head. It also pierced through the glass-like helmet that had just appeared, and then followed the sharp light to penetrate the mage's head. However, a scene that surprised Kyokuran appeared. The power of this sharp dagger was so terrifying. Even though it had broken through 3 layers of shields, a large part of its power was still enough to burst a mage's head like a watermelon. When the dagger touched his opponent's head, Kyokuran felt as if he had stabbed into a piece of strengthened magic copper armor. Even so, the dagger was still penetrating. In the end, the tip of the dagger was completely inserted into the other party's head. He had thought that the other party would definitely die under this attack. A scene that terrified Kyokuran appeared. The mage who had his head pierced didn't seem to have suffered a heavy blow. In fact, he didn't even look like he was in pain when his head was pierced. On the contrary, the other party turned a blind eye to the attack, as if the head that was pierced by the dagger was not his own. How is this Yingluo possible? Kyokuran was dumbfounded. Don't you feel pain with a dagger in your head? He had wanted to kill his opponent with one strike, but the dagger didn't bring him death. Then, he would face a crazy counterattack from the enemy. The violent purple electric current crisscrossed. Kyokuran could already feel that his body was completely numb, and his soul was slightly injured. Fortunately, Kyokuran, who was using his mana pool, was able to break free from the numbing sensation caused by the bombardment of the spell. Let's go! Kyokuran, who didn't even have time to pull out his dagger, retreated. This law incantation master was too strange. As soon as he retreated, Kyokuran felt a large number of invisible and strange silk threads tighten, making it difficult for him to retreat. Damn it! Kyokuran, who wasn't able to resist the intertwining purple lightning, was pulled back by the spell. Immediately, another 7 or 8 spells fell. The other party's spells overlapped too quickly in a single second. It was so fast that Kyokuran couldn't use any other means in such a short time. Despair instantly enveloped Kyokuran's heart. Chi 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 chi. Under the dense and crisscrossing lightning. In the end, Kyokuran did not escape the fate of being electrocuted. Peng, a sound. His body fell from the sky, emitting green smoke. His body was almost burnt. Kyokuran, a mid-tier 6-star sequence Shadowman dimensional killer, had died. 275 Chapter 196 Don't even think about escaping. He looked at the charred body on the ground. Gunai expressionlessly pulled out the dagger from his head. Immediately, the touch of blood quickly reached out and stuck to Kyokuran's charred body. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood of the dead Kyokuran was quickly extracted. As the blood transformed, the terrifying wound on Gunai's head quickly healed. His terrifying body made him unafraid of assassins or extraordinaries. If they wanted to go at close range, 1 for 1, the one at a disadvantage would always be the other party. The power of this attack is really strong. It instantly broke through 2 layers of my shield and helmet, and even pierced through my head. The lethality is really beyond words. Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary spellcaster. I'm a rare domain spellcaster. My soul can leave my body, but my head isn't my vital point. Even if my head explodes, I can recover it. The Blood Cursemancer's terrifying recovery ability is not just for show. Gun quickly picked up Kyokuran's body, which had been drained of blood. Then, he glanced at the dimensional space. With Kyokuran's death, the dimensional space was in a state of collapse. With a flip of his hand, Gunai took out a long-distance teleportation scroll and quickly injected his origin power. Gunai had to wait until the dimensional space completely collapsed before he could leave. Otherwise, there were still 5 people waiting outside. It's lucky that I've released my world power Upanishad to sense his location. I've prepared a way to wait for him to get close to me, otherwise, I wouldn't have known his location and timing if he had attacked me first. I'm afraid he would have escaped today. The perception and control of the world's profound are indeed powerful. When I reach the extraordinary master level, I will cultivate the secret pattern spell book that can match and use the profound. When I can use the power of the profound, my strength will reach a new level. Gunai made a rough conclusion about the battle. Hwalalalalalalala. The dimensional space that had trapped Gunai crumbled. Gunai activated the teleport scroll. Swish! With a flash of white light, Gunai disappeared. As the white light flashed, the evil god's daughter, Himmel, Ashley, and the others were all stunned. Even though it was only a glimpse. However, they saw that the man was obviously not Kyokuran. Since it wasn't Kyokuran, it was obviously the law incantation master that Kyokuran wanted to deal with. The law magus had escaped, and the dimensional space had collapsed. What about Kyokuran? The few of them looked at the empty environment in the area. There was no trace of Kyokuran. Expressions of shock and astonishment appeared on their faces. 6th rank versus 4th rank. Don't tell me he ran. Another one without a corpse. As the white light landed on the ground, Gunai quickly looked around. This was a quiet and cold dragon lair. The surroundings were silent and there was no one around. Gunai immediately became invisible. Then, he used his dark power Upanishad to hide himself. He then hid in a corner. Only then did Gunai relax. Gunai opened his system. As the Miracle Systems page opened, Gunai roughly located his position. Gunai was currently in a dragon's nest on the side of the main passage they had passed through. I'm quite far away from the battle, so no one should have noticed me. Gunai thought. Just now, the 3 of us were hiding there. Even with George's interference, those guys still managed to track us down. Those foreign geniuses still have some tricks up their sleeves. I just don't know if it's the ability of the guy I just killed. However, regardless of whether they are or not, I killed them cleanly this time and didn't even leave behind a corpse. Whether they dare to continue chasing after me is a question. This group of people discovered us before, so they probably didn't follow my tracks. You're obviously chasing after the traces of these 2 guys, but you made me take the blame. Gunai rubbed his temples. It's a good thing that I've escaped and am separated from them. It'll also give me time to get my hands on those many treasures. Before that, I still have something to do. Gunai stood up and followed the system's directions to a hidden place. In the dragon graveyard. The root of the abyss was a tool for extracting energy. As for the utilization of the extracted energy, it was in another place. This place happened to be in the Miracle 3, the location of the Dragon Fang Wand was also marked out. Before, Gunai had been wondering if he should open this thing. Now, it seemed that it was necessary to open it. Anyway, no one would know that he did it. Half an hour later. Down below the dragon's nest, there was a rugged path that should be about 5 to 6 meters high, which the dragon whelps had passed through. Gunai came to another relatively hidden dragon nest that wasn't too wide. The dragon's lair here was about the size of a village of 30 to 50 households. He stood at a higher position in the dragon lair. The eyes of fate in Gunai's eyes opened and then closed. After confirming that no one was nearby, Gunai turned around and walked to a large slanted stone platform. He placed his palm on the slanted stone platform. Strange dragon language syllables came out of Gun's mouth. Gunai had dabbled in the dragon language, but he wasn't proficient. In the history of the Transcendence, Draconic was a language that was even more powerful than Lightnovel. The Draconic language was a two-syllable rune language. Whether it was the endurance of the body or the consumption of source power, it was extremely huge. As for the Lightnovel language, it was a single-syllable rune language, so the pressure on the soul was much less, and the consumption of origin power was also much more economical. The dragon language was more suitable for the dragon race, and the Lightnovel language was more suitable for humans. There were also some humans who went to learn the more powerful dragon language, and there were even a small number of scholars who were proficient in it. Gun had very little knowledge of Draconic. The system then gave Gunai a detailed pronunciation of the words in Draconic. All Gunai had to do was follow the pronunciation and supply the source power. After a large amount of source power was supplied and more than 50 syllables were spoken, the sound of the voice was heard. Boom, boom, boom. The entire dragon graveyard in the huge underground dragon lair began to tremble slightly. At the same time, an extremely terrifying sealing power bloomed throughout the entire necropolis. Boom! 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 With a rumbling sound and a slight earthquake, debris and gravel fell. In the huge tunnel, the evil god's daughter and the other four. The few of them looked around nervously. If an earthquake were to happen, that would be no joke. Fortunately, this slight vibration came and went quickly. It ended in a dozen seconds. However, when the shaking stopped, their faces became even uglier. This was because they could feel an extremely terrifying restrictive force that had completely enveloped the entire underground dragon tomb. The entire dragon graveyard seemed to have been completely sealed. When the shaking stopped, the dragon slayer, Chiegard, who was with George, looked around with a serious expression. "George, we seem to be in big trouble." "What?" Dragon Slayer Zeglud's face turned ugly as he felt the terrifying restrictive power that was gathering. "The entire dragon graveyard seems to have been sealed. I can't get out with my travel abilities." When he felt the terrifying power of the restriction growing, he was stunned. No one was happier than Gunai. The switch of the restriction here could completely seal and imprison the entire dragon graveyard. Not only was the entrance blocked, but even the Dragon Slayer's ability to travel and the teleportation of the space scroll that connected to the outside world could not get out. At this moment, the Dragon Necropolis had already become a sealed-off place. The only person who knew the switch was Gunai. "This time, if all of you don't die, none of you will be able to leave. As for the evil god's daughter, even if you are hungry, you will die here." Gunai chuckled. Gunita turned his head and looked at the seal on the side. The Dragon Fang staff was sealed there. 276 Chapter 97 Legendary Staff Dragon Slayer's Tooth. The ancient grey stone slab looked unremarkable, and it was unknown how much time had passed. Gunai placed his palm on the rough stone slab. He could feel the deep precipitation of time. As his perception seeped in, Gunai could feel that the seal behind the stone slab was a small empty space. This was not something that could be opened with brute force. It required a corresponding draconic incantation to unseal it. Fortunately, Gunai had the dragon language incantation. A minute later, Gun was chanting an incantation in draconic and pouring in more than 300 units of source power. Ka 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 ka. The stone slab slowly opened. Then, a pitch-black tunnel as thick as an arm appeared in front of him. The empty source space is not static. It will slowly change with the movement of time and space, just like the movement of continental plates. It is very slow, but it exists. In another tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, this magic staff will most likely be permanently sealed within the depths of this sealed space, Gunai thought. After the puppet thread was released, Gunai quickly took out the Dragon Fang wand from the Void Origin channel. The Dragon Fang wand was about 40 centimeters long. The handle was as thick as Gun's thumb, and the tip was as thick as his little finger. It was made of grey-white jade porcelain and felt heavy in his hand. With such a small section, it was estimated to be at least 60 jin. It was quite suitable for Gunai to hold. It would be even better if the tip was a little sharper. Gunai said as he thought. He sat down cross-legged and constructed a magic contacting channel to feel the Dragon Fang wand of unknown quality. A lot of information came pouring in from the wand. 10 minutes later. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After one breath, Gunai opened his eyes. Gunai's face was silent as he gently stroked the wand. It wasn't that the wand wasn't powerful, it was simply too powerful. It could even be said to be the top-tier legendary wand. According to the information Gunai's devil trigger had received. It was called the Tooth of the Dragon Slayer. It was made from the fangs of a 5-colored giant dragon, as well as the corpses of the 9-star sequence dragon slayers and their extraordinary professions. It was a genuine legendary wand that had been born from blood and slaughter. However, it seemed to have been sealed for too long, and the Tooth of the Dragon Slayer had already lost its original power. Only by slaughtering a dragon and feeding it with its blood, bones, meat, and soul could it regain the power of a legendary wand. The 5-colored giant dragon is said to be a powerful existence at the divine level of the dragon clan. Moreover, it's one of the purest bloodlines. The corpses and extraordinary professions of the 9 dragon slayers of the star sequence. Thinking of this, Gunai couldn't help but be moved. It's true that the star array is powerful, but there are also many people who covet it. And there are even more people who have the intention to do so. Using 9 dragon slayers to refine this dragon slayer's fang. Clearly, the higher the level of the transcendent world, the more powerful it was. The massacre became more and more brutal, and even extraordinaries could be used as materials to make legendary weapons. No matter what, at least I have a wand with the potential to become a legend. It's a pity that there are too few creatures with dragon blood in the Oya continent and this vast ocean. I guess it'll be hard to activate the power of this legendary wand. Speaking of which, although the dragon race is powerful, the birth of an extraordinary like the Dragon Slayer is too much of a counter to them. Although the dragon had sealed the Dragon Slayer's fang, it was still unable to stop the Dragon Slayer's massacre. In the end, it still ended up as a dragon nest that turned into a dragon tomb. After putting the tooth away, he opened the system again. We can't go to the altar now. Let's take the forbidden spell and the dragon essence demonic crystal first. Then, we'll deal with the evil god's daughter. None of them will be able to escape anyway. At the entrance of the dragon graveyard. The entrance to a huge tunnel had disappeared, and it was blocked by a thick stone wall. At the same time, the powerful sealing force was perfectly added to the stone wall. At that moment, the evil god's daughter and the other 4 had already used up all their means. Not to mention breaking this giant stone barrier. He didn't even leave a trace. He looked at the mountain-like huge stone wall. The evil god's daughter and the others had extremely gloomy expressions. If they couldn't break the stone wall, they would be imprisoned in the dragon's necropolis forever, just like the decayed corpses of the dragons. Searching for secret treasures, being imprisoned in a dangerous place, and then dying of old age. This situation was not uncommon in historical legends. And right now, they were facing such a desperate situation. About 1,500 to 1,600 meters away from the evil god's daughter and the other 4. George and Chiegard were also quietly crouching in a hidden corner. The exit is also closed. Judging from their previous attacks, they seem to be trapped and can't get out. Zieglud's tone was also a little depressed. It should be that some of the countermeasures in the dragon graveyard have been triggered. It's no wonder that the supernatural beings of the pioneer group didn't explore this place. Could this be the reason? At this moment, George was also depressed. It was a good sneak attack and assassination, but it ended up in a dead end. It was really depressing. No matter what, the evil god's daughter and the others are trapped with us. If we don't kill them, we will all die. Even if we are trapped here, we still need to kill them first, George said. That's true, Dragon Slayer Zeglud clenched his fists. Suddenly, the eyes of Chimel and the others, the mid-stage rank 6-star sequence powerhouse, Loves, lit up. Everyone, it's not the time to be in a desperate situation yet. Love suddenly lowered his voice and said. Everyone's expression suddenly changed as they all looked over. The restriction of the necropolis clearly requires a supply of energy. And the core of this energy supply, Ying Luo. When Love said that, those who were quick-witted instantly understood. It's the anchor of the abyss that we're looking for. Jimmer's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, as long as we pull out that deep-sea anchor, we'll be able to cut off the energy here. Then, we'll continue to attack this restriction. Even if it still has energy reserves, there's still hope of breaking it after 3 to 5 years of hard work, or even longer. Although it will take a long time, at least I won't be trapped here. Hearing Lofs's words, many people who were originally in despair suddenly had hope. Being trapped here for 3 to 5 years would be better than dying of old age in despair. However, those 3 guys are still trapped here. We need to occupy the altar first and have the energy to supply ourselves. We have an advantage in fighting them. Let's go to the altar and make some arrangements. It seems like this battle will last for a long time. The Thulhu's daughter Hymel said in a low voice. They immediately pulled themselves together and quickly headed in the direction of the altar. Meanwhile, George and Zeegard were secretly following the evil god's daughter and the others. When this group of people was moving, Gunai was also moving silently. The Dragon Essence demonic crystal was already in Gunai's hands. The place Gun was heading to was the location of the Dragon Clan's forbidden spell, which was extremely rare in the entire Oya continent. 277 Chapter 98 Forbidden Spell in Hand. In a dark and quiet corner, he used the root given by the system and the draconic incantation. Gunai began the process of unlocking 5 stone wall seals. These dragon language incantations were all given to him by the system, so he only needed to follow the instructions to open the stone door. But Gun wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to learn a dragon spell. As for the syllables of the draconic incantation and the detailed notes, Gunai studied them in detail. After he was sure he had completely mastered them, he began to chant the incantation to open the stone door. Even the draconic incantation that the system had given him was deeply etched into his mind. Although Gun's memory wasn't as good as the scholar's memory palace, which could record everything for eternity. But after thinking it over and over again and explaining it in simple and profound ways, Gunai was able to completely memorize it. After about 3 hours, Gunai memorized all the dragon incantations on the 5 stone doors. At the same time, Gunai opened all 5 stone doors. The stone door of the last floor was opened. A carving stone the size of Gunai's palm floated in front of him. It glowed with a white light and was slightly curved. After looking back and forth between the carving stone and the formation below, Gunai understood why the dragon curse carving stone had been placed here. On one hand, the confinement array within the compatible space supplied energy to the carving stone, allowing it to inherit continuously. On the other hand, the carving stone had also been completely imprisoned here by the confinement array. Furthermore, the energy was supplied separately, and the energy channel was not connected to the altar outside. It really is an extremely profound treasure. Gunai sighed. Stepping forward, Gun used the Devil's Soul to create a catalyst passage to open the inheritance of the powerful forbidden spell of the dragon race. As the catalyst was accepted, a powerful force slowly seeped into the depths of Gunai's soul memory. The inheritance didn't last long, about 5 minutes. Gunai had perfectly inherited this powerful forbidden spell of the dragon clan. Then, Gunai sat down with his legs crossed and began to digest this forbidden dragon spell. Gunai sat there for a full 2 to 3 hours. Hoo hoo hoo. Gunai slowly opened his eyes after understanding the use of this powerful forbidden spell. It really is a supreme forbidden spell manual, Gunai sighed. This forbidden spell manual of the Dragon Clan was known as the Dragon Language Forbidden Spell. It was a forbidden spell that could only be cast in the Dragon language. In fact, this ancient book on the draconic forbidden spell was not created by the Dragon Clan of the Oya continent. It was transmitted from an even more powerful transcendent world. Through the inheritance of the catalyst, Gunai could perfectly grasp the dragon language magic spell he had inherited and release it. Its name was True Scales Kun's Protection. It was a defensive type of beginner-level forbidden spell. The dragon language had 21 syllables, which was 42 syllables in the Lightnovel language. Luckily, the secret crossing rune was just a rune. It was also effective against draconic spells. Similarly, speed-increasing runes and amplification runes were also effective on it. Magic incantation syllables, 42, Lightnovel. Origin power consumption, 100. It seemed that Gunai could release it. But this was only on paper. In fact, in Gunai's current state, he couldn't withstand the release of a forbidden spell. The soul of a spellcaster at least at the level of an extraordinary master was required to withstand the release of a forbidden spell without being injured. It was a good thing that Gun had the soul of a rank 5 Devil Lord. Gun estimated that the soul of the Devil Overlord would still be able to cast the forbidden spell even in its injured state. Was there a problem with a Devil Lord's soul getting injured? Even if half of it was destroyed, he would be able to recover after a period of rest, let alone getting injured. He could even recover faster by devouring some souls. The benefits of a powerful CO soul like the Devil Overlord weren't small. As long as the Devil CO soul was in good condition, Gunai could cast this powerful forbidden spell. 42 syllables with my secret crossing rune and dark wizard staff, it'll be 18 syllables. In other words, I'll need 6 seconds to complete the release of True Scales Kun's Protection. The syllables can be repeated to gradually strengthen the True Scale Kun's Protection. That will require even more soul support and origin power consumption, in addition to more time. At the moment, Gun had 14 secret crossing runes. After breaking through to rank 4, Gunyang could condense even more. However, one of Gunai's goals in the ocean was to inherit the demonic runes. Gun wasn't sure if the occultic runes required soul support. Therefore, Gun didn't dare use up all his soul power to form the secret crossing rune. It would be troublesome if the occultic runes required a soul to bear the weight. He opened the system and checked it carefully. Gunai stood up. I have a forbidden spell in my hand, although I only have one chance to cast it. However, not only can this forbidden spell resist all kinds of spells and even extraordinary martial arts attacks, but it can also weaken most of the soul attacks. At the same time, it has a strong resistance against all kinds of sealing, imprisonment, and locking spells. All in all, with the shield and the attacks of the evil god's daughter and the others, I can attack as I wish. Although he could do this, Gunai wouldn't do it unless it was a critical moment. Such a powerful trump card was naturally not to be taken out if possible. George and Dragon Slayer Zegrud had many tricks up their sleeves, so Gunny didn't have to show himself first. Gunai's eyes fell on the carving stone in the formation. After some thought, Gunai gave up on using the system space to collect the carving stone. If he did, then this place would have one less treasure ground for the inheritance of forbidden spells. Although he didn't collect the carving stone. But Gunai wouldn't let anyone come in to receive his inheritance. Before he left, Gunai slowly closed the 5 levels one by one. Gunai had memorized all the incantations, so he could open it at any time. In the future, when I'm strong enough, I can capture some powerful dragons and set up a dragon nest breeding farm in the dragon graveyard. It's best to breed the blood dragons and then guide the blood water of the netherworld blood sea into it. This way, the blood dragons can grow at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, they can absorb the blood water of the netherworld blood sea so that they can recover faster when their blood is drawn. After obtaining an abundant amount of powerful dragon blood, I'll use even more powerful dragon blood together with the pure spring of life to concoct a high-level potion with powerful engravings that can transform the soul and body to the leader level. I wonder when I'll be able to have such strength and means. Gunai thought to himself. Half an hour later, Gunai arrived at the entrance to the altar. At that moment, the evil god's daughter and the others were using the energy at the altar to construct an energy barrier that covered the top of the altar. The spherical energy barrier bloomed with a milky white luster and dazzled, driving away the surrounding darkness. Using his eagle eye, Gunai could see that the Thulhu's daughter was the only one on the altar. It went without saying that the other four were hiding nearby. As long as Gunai and the others dared to go over, they would immediately attack. Gunai didn't rush over. Using the Eye of Fate, Gugni found George and Dragon Slayer Zegard hiding in the corner. At this moment, the two of them were looking at the altar in the distance with worry. You were running pretty fast just now. It doesn't feel good to be trapped in a dangerous place, does it? Gunai looked at the two of them and pondered. 278 If you are found, you'll die. What are you looking at? Gunai's ghostly voice came from behind the two. The sound gave George and Zegard a fright. Hearing Gunai's voice, the two finally relaxed. You're like a ghost. Are you trying to scare us to death? Turning around, George's eyes twitched slightly. He looked at Gunai and asked again, Are you all right? If you guys had run a little slower, you would have noticed that I killed that Tier 6 expert and suffered heavy injuries. The two laughed at Gunai's words. If Gunai hadn't asked them to escape together, they would have been killed by the sneak attack. It was most likely one of them who was trapped. We didn't run away before. We just observed from the side. After we confirmed that you killed that guy, we retreated. George said. How are your injuries? I've almost recovered. Gunai's gaze then turned to the altar in the distance. Are they extracting the anchor of the abyss from the altar? Gunai asked. Yes, I am. The Dragon Slayer nodded slightly. They want to convulse the anchor of the abyss and then completely cut off the energy supply here, turning the restriction here into rootless water. This way, I can slowly wear down the restrictions here. After a long time, I can break the restrictions here and finally escape. I won't be trapped here. This is indeed a good idea. Gunai nodded with a calm face. What are you doing? George asked, frowning. You don't look worried at all. Worried? Gunai laughed as he spread his hands. Why should I be worried? I was the one who opened the restriction, and I can close it at any time. What? The two of them looked at Gunai in shock. Is what your Yuiyu said true? What a terrifying sealing power! George pointed at the surrounding restrictive power in shock. Gunai nodded. I used a teleportation scroll to escape earlier. I found an almost inaudible source power surge at the place where I landed. If I hadn't stuck to the rock wall and my mental power perception wasn't strong enough, I wouldn't have noticed the movement there. Thus, when I touched the devil, I discovered that it seemed to be the switch of the entire dragon graveyard. After some consideration, I decided to activate it. This way, we can completely trap the evil god's daughter and the others here, and then eliminate them one by one. Otherwise, with their strength, even if they can't beat us, they still have ways to escape. After all, you've seen their methods before. They are the geniuses of the Starry Sky sequence. They are the cream of the crop in the entire transcendent world and are no weaker than us. After Gunai's explanation, the two let out a sigh of relief. No one wanted to be trapped for a few years before they could leave by opening the restriction. More importantly, although extraordinary humans were extremely resistant to hunger and had a lot of food stored in their extraordinary storage equipment, who knew if they could last until then? This was also a very realistic problem. Since it's not a problem for us to get out now, then, Zegard said in a deep voice as he stared at the altar that was glowing in the darkness. It's time for us to launch an attack on the evil god's daughter. At the moment, the other party has built an energy barrier to protect the core of the altar. The other 4 are in hiding. Once we go over, there's a high chance that we'll be discovered. We're still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. I'm afraid this battle won't be easy. It's not easy to fight, but it's not impossible. The 3 of us killed a mid-stage tier 6 before, and then I killed another one by myself. Right now, of these 5, only one is at the mid-type 6 realm, the rest are all type 5. George, you hold off 2 of them. Zieglu, you hold off 2 of them as well. It's just the Thulhu's daughter and that mid-type 6 expert. Then, I'll quickly kill one of them in a one-on-one battle. After that, I'll go and help George in the 2v2, and we'll be able to quickly kill them all as well. In the end, when we fought 3 against 2, victory was in our hands. Gunai said with certainty. When Gunai said this, the 2's hearts sank. Before, Gunai had been pulled into a strange level, and in a one-on-one fight, he had killed a mid-6th step powerhouse. Although he didn't know what Gunai had done, Gunai's strength was unquestionable. They naturally believed Gunai's words. Your plan is? Zeegard's eyes narrowed. Isn't that a little too crude? After all, we don't know the location of the 4 extraordinaries hiding in the dark. If we go there rashly, we might be attacked by them first. They're hiding very well now, but soon, they won't dare to hide so well anymore. Gun said slowly. These words moved the hearts of the 2. It was obvious that Gunai was about to start his scheme again. In the corner, the Earth Elementalist, Ike Martin, was sitting cross-legged behind a large rock. He was in a concealed state. Although his invisibility was very poor, everyone was in hiding at this moment. He had no choice but to hide behind the boulder and use the beginner invisibility skill that he was not very familiar with to hide with the rest. Himmel told everyone to keep an eye on the entrance at all times to prevent enemies from entering the space through the entrance. However, Ike Martin knew his own limits. With his stealth ability, as long as he dared to show his face, he would most likely be discovered by the experts with strong insight. Therefore, he simply did not show his face. It was to avoid exposing their position and getting sniped. It was true that he was an extraordinary of the star sequence, but his star sequence was meant to enhance the power of the profound truths of the earth. He could easily cast a large-scale Earth series elemental spell, and its power was very strong. He had a great advantage when fighting against enemies with a large range. However, in a one-on-one battle, an Earth Elementalist did not have much of an advantage. At the same time, as an Earth Elementalist, although his shield was very thick, if the other party had arcane bullets like armor-piercing bullets, there was a high probability that he would be shot in the head by the terrifying arcane bullet. His body wasn't protected by the original body like Ashley's. Once his head was blown up and his soul was pierced, there was a high probability that he would be killed directly. All in all, Ike Martin, who was hiding in this small corner, did not care about the situation outside at all. He just hid quietly in the small corner. That guy called Captain Jack is clearly only at the 4th rank. His methods are truly shocking. The Type 6 Max and Type 6 Kyukaran both died at the hands of this guy. Such a terrifying guy would probably be comparable to an ordinary extraordinary master when he's at the 6th rank. Even in some high-level extraordinary worlds, it's difficult to produce such a terrifying super spell caster. How could such a freak be born in this medium or low-medium ordinary extraordinary world? As he was thinking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Not good. Just as he was about to escape, he felt an intense pain in his soul. His soul seemed to have been pierced through by this attack. He couldn't even move, let alone use the earth escape technique to escape. At the same time, Ike Martin felt that his shield had been broken through. Immediately after, dense purple lightning swept over. This guy really has shield-breaking bullets, hee. That was the last thing that hit him. Peng, a sound. Ike Martin's body fell to the ground, and it was charred black. 279 The power of the evil god. He used a high-level invisibility spell, George's interference nullification barrier, and Gun's own ability to hide in the dark. Gunai quietly slipped in from the passage without anyone noticing. Using the Eye of Fate, Gugni easily located the Tier 5 Earth Elementalist, who wasn't particularly good at escaping. With Dark Elemental Enlightenment in mind, Gun was able to complete arcane shots, Great Thunderfire spell charging, and a series of other actions from 100 meters away from the Breath Elementalist. Then, in an instant, the power of these spells poured into the Elementalist's body. The result was clear. The wave of attacks directly killed the unlucky Elementalist. He did not even have time to react. At the same time the lightning exploded. The dazzling purple lightning was like a purple dragon, lighting up the entire space. It was even more dazzling than the energy barrier above the altar. After taking the body away, Gunai once again went back into hiding and quickly disappeared. Everyone thought that they had concealed themselves well, but when they saw the terrifying spell erupting from that corner, their faces changed. If he continued to hide and was found, even if he didn't die, he would be skinned. The other three who were still hiding reacted extremely quickly. They decided not to hide anymore and all flew in the direction of the altar. When they were fleeing, bang 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 bang. A few consecutive shots of arcane shots were fired. There was a muffled groan in the air, and blood bloomed. A moment later, 3 figures appeared in the energy barrier of the altar. The rank 5 Claudia's expression was grave. One of her arms had been broken. He had been targeted when he was escaping just now. Fortunately, the enemy's position and trail had been exposed. He had been very careful to hide his position when he fled. Even so, one of his arms was broken by the terrifying arcane shot. He didn't even dare to pick up his broken arm. He could only run into the energy barrier as fast as he could. Otherwise, he would lose his life. Bang, 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 bang. The next 3 bullets hit the 2-meter-thick energy barrier above the altar. The thick energy barrier had blocked all of Gun's arcane bullets. This is a pretty good turtle shell. Gunai, who had just killed an elite of the star sequence, nodded in a good mood. Using his source power to cover his wound, the ashen-faced Claudia gulped down a bottle of high-level life potion. Combined with his own life force, it was enough for him to regrow the broken arm in 10 minutes. At the same time, George and Moon Seeglud appeared at the entrance of the altar space. One was dead, and another was heavily injured. In addition, there was the super spellcaster Captain Jack who could kill a mid-stage Tier 6 expert. At this moment, the strength of the 3-man team was not any weaker than that of the evil god's daughter and the other 3. Hi Mel, long time no see. With the dragon-slaying saber in his hand, Seeglud looked at the altar with a playful smile. Seeglud, you traitor! How dare you show your face here? Hi Mel's tone was filled with murderous intent. What traitor? I'm just hiding my real faith and pretending to have a fake faith. It's just that the evil god was too stupid and believed it. Hehe, when I escaped, the counterattack from the inside and outside killed 3 extraordinary masters. It was really satisfying. Seeglud laughed gloomily. Do you know what's the stupidest thing about you, Seegluder? Himmel gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Before Seeglud could retort, Himmel continued. The stupidest thing about you, you fool, is that you're too arrogant. You were lucky to succeed that time. Do you really think you have the ability? You're just lucky. This time, do you really think that the 3 of you are our match? Don't forget, this is an altar, a complete and huge altar, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Himmel suddenly burst out laughing. I wanted to accumulate more power, but you idiot, you're in such a hurry to die. Then I'll satisfy you. Seeglud's eyes darkened as he sensed that something was wrong. Kill them all! Himmel, who was on the altar, suddenly roared. In an instant. Boom! 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 4 terrifying auras that made one's heart tremble bloomed from the altar. At this moment, Shimel, Ashley, Loves, and Claudia were all on the altar, and each of them was exuding a terrifying aura. The aura was so vast that when it appeared, the entire spatial altar shook violently, and large amounts of gravel and dust fell. This disturbance was several times stronger than when the sealing power appeared. It was as if the entire world was trembling under this power. Looking at the power that burst out. No! Chiglu's expression changed drastically as he roared with all his might. Damn it, run! This energy shield is not used for defense. It's used to cover their sacrifice. They've guided the evil god's power over. Leave this place quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zieglud and George quickly retreated through the tunnel. Follow the plan and kill them all. Controlling the power of the evil god. The heretic god's daughter leaped up and borrowed the heretic god's power to fly out of the restrictive barrier above the altar, heading in the direction where Ziegard and George had fled. At the same time, the Type 6 mid-stage Lovis was also flying with him. At this moment, the two of them were riding on evil god energy and were in a flying state. Oshri and Claudia, who were controlling the power of the evil god, flew out of the altar and attacked Gun's hiding spot. With the evil god's power, the power and range of their attacks were increased by more than 10 times. They were more than 1,000 meters apart. Ashley's continuous thunder balls bombarded him. The ball of lightning, which was originally the size of a human head, was now the size of half a small car. Each fireball was filled with a destructive and terrifying power. The distance between them was easily more than 1,000 meters. Boom! 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 Every time a fireball landed, a terrifying shock wave would raise everything within 50 to 60 meters to the ground. At the same time, destructive thunder flames and lightning flashed and filled the air. A series of fireballs exploded and destroyed everything within a few hundred meters of where Gunai was. At that moment, Gunai was looking at the area that had been razed to the ground by the explosion. His eyes were unusually calm as he stood on the spot without moving. Gunai had sensed the terrifying power within the altar before. But even Gunai couldn't break through such a thick shield. Gunai thought the power was there to protect the barrier from being broken. Who would have thought that the evil god's power had been guided over by the evil god's daughter? Fortunately, Gunai had left a human body made of puppet strings in his original hiding place. His real body had been secretly moved. Sure enough, the two evil god-enhanced guys aimed at the location of the secret thread puppet that Gun had prepared. Is this the power of the evil god? In the distance, Gunai was pondering this as he felt the power. The pressure it gives me isn't as terrifying as I thought. It shouldn't be pure evil god power, but just a little divine power in their origin power. This way, it can greatly increase their strength without causing too much damage to them. Otherwise, the descent of divine power that doesn't belong to this world will cause a backlash from the entire world. Even so, this power is not something I can resist. It's already comparable to an ordinary level 7 transcendent master. I hope they don't find me. When this period of time is over, they will die. Gunai thought. This thought appeared in Gunai's mind. I found him, he's here. A fierce roar was heard. Trying to trick me for my position. Just as Gunai had this thought, he suddenly saw a large ball of lightning coming at him. Damn it, these guys have really found me. Boom! 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 The destructive attack instantly covered an area of several hundred meters around Gunai. 280 Chapter 101 The battle between the evil god and the indescribable god. Gunai ran away quickly. Blood escape art after blood escape art, he instantly moved more than 400 meters away. However, he was still affected by an evil god's strengthened thunder ball. Gun's blood shield was instantly shattered, and his interference nullification barrier was also broken. The dragon necklace's shield was also broken. After 3 consecutive layers of defense were broken, the power had weakened a lot. When it hit Gunai's body, Gunai felt an intense pain from the electricity. An ordinary mage would have died on the spot. Fortunately, Gunai's body was strong enough to withstand the attack and quickly escape from its range. With this wave of attacks, Gunai's figure was completely exposed. Ashley's eyes turned red when she saw Gunai, and she was full of killing intent. Die! The woman, filled with killing intent, began to bombard Gunai. Boom! 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 The law incantations continued to bombard the area. Wherever they went, the huge stone tablets, stone-shaped nests, and wide corridors were all blown to pieces, and gravel flew all over the sky. As for Gunai, he was running for his life from the power of the explosion. The swordsman, Claudia, who had borrowed the power of the evil god to quickly recover, did not rush over. Instead, she stood guard beside Ashley, preventing Gunai from attacking Ashley, who was casting spells. He was very clear about how powerful Jack, who was fleeing at full speed, was. Two extremely powerful experts had already fallen at the hands of this fellow. Gunai didn't have much time to catch his breath. The radius of the ball of lightning was too large. With a radius of 50 meters, it was 100 meters in diameter. Secondly, with the support of the evil god's power, the casting distance had reached more than 2,000 meters. Almost the entire space was within the range of its spell. More importantly, the female mage was also a mage who could cast spells that overlapped with each other in a single second. More than 10 spells were cast in a second, and Gunai was a bit overwhelmed. If this goes on, one mistake or not being able to avoid it in time will result in serious injuries, if not death. He cast a glance at the female magus who was casting spells at him crazily near the altar. Do you think you're the only ones with terrifying power? You guys have it, so do I. The evil god against the terrifying Thulhu creatures. Let's see who is more terrifying. His body suddenly leaped, and he quickly pulled away from the crowd. Gunai raised his hand and used the puppet's secret thread to hang the terrifying piece of the ruler's flesh 3 meters above him. Poo-Poo's black, cured meat-like body appeared above Gunai's head. Ah! Ah! Two indescribable, grotesque, and shrill screams were heard from the altar at the same time. Gunai looked over. And NBSP, the terrifying evil god energy that had been added to their bodies suddenly surged, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. Their bodies rapidly expanded like balloons. Gunai quickly hid the ruler's flesh and blood. Immediately after. Bang! 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 It was like the sound of a balloon exploding. The blood and flesh of the two cultivators on the altar flew towards Gunai and quickly fell to the ground, dyeing the nearby ground red. The ground was covered in the powder of their flesh. It seems that your evil god power is no match for the terrifying and great creatures, Thulhu, who control the entire universe above the stars. Even if it's only in existence at the level of a dominator, it's still not something that the evil god's power can contend against. With that in mind, Gun's desire to control Thulhu's mysterious power grew. Gunai thought to himself. Boom! 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 There was a loud explosion in the distance. It was obvious that the evil god's daughter and the Type 6 expert had already begun their assault on the Dragon Slayer and George. He quickly went to the altar and collected their extraordinary storage rings and the extraordinary equipment that had exploded on them. Gunai then quickly ran out. The small amount of divine power they contained greatly increased the strength of the two rank 5 extraordinaries, and Gunai couldn't fight back. If it wasn't for Gunai's fast speed and strong defense, he would have died long ago. Although the two supernatural beings were not law incantations masters and did not have the ability to kill from a long distance, they were still very powerful. George and Chiglud were definitely not feeling well either. In a large dragon lair, Gun found George. At this moment, George's entire body was radiating the fluctuations of time intent. Its speed was 5 to 6 times faster than before. It was obvious that he was also burning his own time at this moment, frantically fleeing from the pursuit of this Type 6 extraordinary who had been slightly buffed with diabolic energy. Even so, George didn't feel good. The middle stage rank 6 Love's body was burning with red origin power flames. This was the effect of origin power blooming under the support of diabolic energy. As a fire elemental knight, Love's was even faster and more agile than George. Each charge covered a distance of 200 to 300 meters, and they were frighteningly fast. It was extremely agile during the charge and could easily change directions. Fortunately, George also had the ability to travel through time, which allowed him to barely escape from the other party's attacks. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. However, George was not feeling good either. The corner of his mouth was filled with blood, and his arm seemed to be injured. It could be seen that George was struggling to escape. Furthermore, this method of burning time could not last long. When comparing the shadow sequence to the battle sequence, it was clear that the battle sequence had the complete victory in terms of their ability to withstand pressure. When they saw Gunai, they were stunned. George, who was on the verge of death, suddenly had a sharp light in his eyes. "Save me!" Although he didn't know how Gunai had dealt with those two, Gunai's arrival was the last straw he could rely on. The other party was an elemental knight of the star sequence, and he was naturally able to restrain him. In addition, the other party had the support of diabolic energy, and George was indeed unable to fight back. The power of the evil god was a terrifying existence that the entire world had to suppress. One could only imagine how majestic and vast this power was. Even if it was only a trace of it, it was still difficult for George to bear. Gunai cast a soul-stabilizing spell from far away. However, when this soul-binding divine ring curse fell on that Love's body, you were still in shock. Chi 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 chi. The power of the burning source power directly burned away Gunai's soul-stabilizing spell. As expected, Gunai wasn't surprised at all. The soul-stabilizing divine ring spell was only a high-level spell, after all. It was still too far away from a 6th grade source power that was supported by a little divine power. It would be burned if it was locked on. "Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer at this moment," George, who was frantically running away, shouted with all his might. The next moment, a dark arcane passage appeared next to Gunai. Bang! 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 4 consecutive shots were fired, accurately bombarding Love's body. Every bullet exploded on Love's body, and a large amount of burning source power flew in all directions. One could even clearly see a fist-sized wound on Love's body. He was forced to retreat. Although it did not cause too much fatal damage. However, these 4 shots just happened to solve George's urgent problem, as he had almost been caught. George, who had quickly escaped danger, didn't run toward Gun. Instead, they stopped on a platform on a cliff over 300 m away from Love's. This was a good position. If the fire elemental knight chased him, Gun would have the perfect firing position. And if the other party went after Gunai, it would be a good opportunity for him to recover. With a flip of his hand, George drank a bottle of water from the spring of life and paid close attention to the situation on the field. It was as George had expected. The elemental knight charged at Gunai. 281 True Scales Kun's protection. One was a time hunter who was being chased by him and didn't even dare to fight back. The other was a magus who had super long-range attacks and could cause damage to himself. Even if he used his toes to think, Loves knew that he had to first eliminate this mage and then turn to attack the time hunter. Otherwise, if the time hunter were to be sneaked in, the continuous attacks from the mage would continue to hinder him and even injure him. With that little bit of divine power, he was indeed powerful. However, he was not invincible. At the very least, the energy of the law incantation master would be able to cause him some damage. When he saw the fire elemental knight charging towards him, he was stunned. Gunai shouted at George as he quickly retreated. "You go and help Zieglud. I'll deal with him alone." Otherwise, Zieglud might be killed. Even though Zieglud was strong, he was not fast enough. Furthermore, the daughter of the diabolic god was different from the extraordinaries who borrowed the power of the diabolic god. It could even unleash the terrifying power of the evil god. In such a short time, if there was nothing special about Zieglud, he would most likely be crippled or even killed by the extraordinary profession of a dragon slayer. All right. George didn't waste any time with Gunny. He leaped and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the entrance to the dragon lair. He then flew towards the battle between Zeegard and the evil god's daughter. In a one-on-one fight, they would be beaten until they fled in panic. 2 against 1, then at least they would have a small chance to fight back. Using the blood escape technique, Gunai quickly fled. The fire elemental knight followed him like a shadow. Gugni was also feeling the pressure from George. The speed of the fire elementalist behind him was indeed terrifying. Gunai had to precisely control the high frequency of blood escape's movements, and if he was a second late, he would be hit by the spear. Even Gunai would be pierced through by this spear that contained the power of the evil god. After making sure that George had left, Gun looked at the fire elemental knight coldly. Without any hesitation, Gunai used the ruler's flesh again. In the midst of his hideous and twisted expression, pang! A sound. The fire elemental knight exploded and died. The other party had already taken out the terrifying power of the diabolic energy, so Gunai naturally wouldn't be polite with them. This kind of trump card should be used at this time. You have ruthless people, but I have more ruthless people than you. After picking up the other party's rare-grade storage equipment and rare-grade equipment, he confirmed that he had not missed anything. Gunai ran towards the direction of the explosion. As he moved forward, Gun used the Devil's Soul to chant the forbidden spell True Scales, Protection of the Kun. On one hand, the evil god's daughter was the only one left. 3 against 1, they had the advantage in numbers. On the other hand, Gun Yu needed to personally experience the True Scale Kun's protection's power. It was obvious that this evil god's daughter was a very good experimental target. After a few seconds, as the Devil Lord's soul chanted the dragon language incantation, a terrifying soul pressure suddenly descended. If Gunai's own soul had been the one to resist the curse, his soul would have exploded. The Devil Overlord's soul managed to withstand it, but it wasn't easy. As Gugni chanted the incantation, the pressure grew stronger and stronger. It was already starting to damage the Devil Lord's soul. 6 seconds later, buzz! A spherical silver-scaled shield appeared on Gunai's body, perfectly covering him. At this time, the Devil Overlord's soul had already lost 1/10 of its soul power. It would take at least half a month to a month of recuperation to recover. Fortunately, the True Scales Kun's protection had been condensed, so he no longer had to bear any pressure. At this moment, the True Scales Kun's protection was activated. Silver scales appeared on its surface and were arranged in a perfect angle. Its aura was also perfectly concealed. More importantly, it was the thickness of the True Scales Kun's protection. The thickness of the energy barrier was at least half a meter, which was quite shocking. Also, Gunai could feel the strange energy fluctuations of different power Upanishads intertwining perfectly with each other. There was more than one power Upanishad. A powerful forbidden level law curse had already touched upon the level of natural elemental enlightenment. It was precisely because of this that it had such a terrifying soul pressure. It was fortunate that Gunai had comprehended a strong nature power Upanishad, and his soul had been nourished by it. Otherwise, the soul would have been under more pressure from the forbidden spell. After examining the true scales, Gunai nodded in satisfaction. With this powerful forbidden spell grade shield, I don't have to be too afraid of the Thulhu's daughter even in a one-on-one battle. Gunai quickened his pace and headed in the direction of the battle. Very quickly, in another huge dragon lair, Gunai saw the two people fighting the evil god's daughter. At this time, there was only one word to describe the two of them, and that was, miserable. And it was quite miserable. There seemed to be a large hole in George's body, and blood kept dripping, dyeing a large part of his clothes red. As for Dragon Slayer Zegrud, he was in an even worse state. His left arm had been completely broken, and one of his eyes had been blinded. The extraordinary armor on his body had been cracked, and he was covered in blood. To Gun's surprise, Dragon Slayer Zegrud's entire body was burning with a fierce and overbearing power, as if it were some kind of strange dragon power. Even though this power was not as terrifying as the power of the diabolic energy. But it was with this power that Zegrud was qualified to fight back against the Thulhu's daughter, who was blessed by the Thulhu's power. Otherwise, if he dared to fight back against the evil god's daughter, who had been strengthened by the evil god's power, he would have died long ago. Gunai's eyebrows twitched. As expected. This Zeglud is not simple. Other than the powerful star sequence Dragon Slayer, this guy really has his own secrets. Oh right, he was able to use false faith to deceive the evil god's perception. That's quite a powerful technique. On the other hand, George is a head shorter. However, no one can be sure if he will have other fortuitous encounters in the future. Come over and help. George shouted when he saw Gun appear at the entrance, his body radiating a milky white light. As for the injured Zeglud who was still trying his best to resist the heretic god's daughter, his mind suddenly became excited. And NBSP, if the two of them dared to go against the evil god's daughter, they would probably be the ones to die. The only reason they dared to fight back was because George had told him that Gunai was quickly killing the other guy using diabolic energy. That was why he dared to fight back and hold the demon god's daughter back. He couldn't let her interfere with Gunai's killing. They had also personally experienced the consequences of taking on the attack of the Thulhu's daughter. It was like a hammer of despair madly pounding on their souls. Every second, the Thulhu's daughter's attack was like a scorching hot wave of lava, crazily rushing towards him. He felt that he could at most hold on for another 10-20 seconds before he would be defeated. At this critical moment, Gunny Lawrence, the super spellcaster, finally arrived. 282 Chapter 103 The Devil Lord. When he saw Gunai, the Thulhu's daughter, Himmel, who didn't believe George's words at first, couldn't help but feel a sudden shock in her heart. Could it be that those guys are really dead? This Captain Jack killed the others so quickly. What kind of method did he use? While he was shocked, Himmel knew that this was a moment of life and death. Without any further hesitation, Himmel immediately activated the terrifying seal in the depths of his body. The support of diabolic energy was only a portion of the power. The divine power in her body was even more vast. Once it was completely activated, her strength would be on a higher level than it was now. Although activating the sealed power in her body would allow her strength to increase explosively for a short time, the backlash of this power was also extremely strong. It would cause her realm to fall and even reduce her potential. However, compared to dying here, this price was obviously nothing. Today, all of you will die. Following Himmel's maniacal and hysterical roar, the airwaves exploded. Boom! Boom! A terrifying burning power, like a volcanic eruption, bloomed wildly on his body. The diabolic energy on his body expanded and strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in the face of Himmel's berserk outburst, George and Chieglo also knew that this was a moment of life and death. If they didn't kill Himmel now, they would be the ones to die. Kill! Kill! Even though George and Chieglo were seriously injured, they did not lack the courage to fight. The two of them pounced toward the evil god's daughter from the left and right. Gunai was no longer hiding his skills. Facing the evil god's daughter, Gunai's two souls exploded at the same time. He had been secretly preparing the Great Thunder Flame Curse. The two curses erupted at the same time. The Purple Thunder Fire Curse even had some black lightning. This power was naturally quite terrifying. Buzz! Buzz! 2 rays of penetrating power penetrated the body of the evil god's daughter. The terrifying penetrative power instantly numbed his soul. George and Chiegard also seized this critical opportunity. George's dagger pierced through its neck, and the destructive power of time burst out wantonly, destroying its life frame with all its might. A large number of time fragments gushed out. Dragon Slayer Zegruder's blade had pierced through Hymel's chest from the side. At the same time, he let out an extreme roar, and his aura seemed to have condensed into an unparalleled sharp saber. Slash! The Dragon Slayer roared. The terrifying power of the slash caused his erupting power to stagnate slightly, even causing Hymel's power to become a little chaotic. This was the power accumulated from killing dragons. Now, it was being used to kill gods. And the effect was obviously very good. After the successful attack, they would be faced with the crazy counterattack of the injured Hymel, and the two immediately retreated frantically. "You dare to hurt me, you're all going to die, all of you!" Hymer, whose face was twisted and whose aura was unstable, roared hysterically, his aura wreaking havoc in the entire dragon lair. The fight between the two of them had indeed caused her to suffer quite a bit of injury. Bang! 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 3 consecutive bullets accurately hit Hymel's left eye, right eye, and mouth. He was sent flying backward, and even his eyes were bleeding. "Damn you!" The furious Hymel immediately charged at Gunny. For a moment, Gunai felt like the entire world was falling down. Facing the charge of the Thulhu's daughter, Gunai wasn't afraid. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz same time, the arcane shots did not stop. The ability to dual cast allowed the ancient Nirvana origin power to be used at the same time, allowing the two paths to cast spells on their own without any delay. Arcane bullets and little thunder flame curse bloomed madly on the Thulhu's daughter. And NBSP, but the evil god's daughter, who controlled the evil god's power, charged at him while enduring the attacks. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ
Bang! 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 The distance of several hundred meters was covered by Himmel in an instant. Boom! The terrifying energy shock wave swept out like a hurricane. The huge rocks within 100-meter radius were all shattered. The ground cracked and trembled violently. The Thulhu's power that was unleashed by the Thulhu's daughter Himmel was even more terrifying than the aura of a rank 7 master. However, when the vibrating energy wave dissipated, Gunai stood there, completely unharmed. True Scales Kun's protection blocked all of Himmel's attacks. This is the Swan Ni forbidden spell. Looking at the thick layer of energy barrier in front of him, Himmel's body trembled in fear. This guy has the Swan Ni forbidden spell, damn it. Just now, she had already felt that the shield on Captain Jack's body was extraordinary. As she struck down with all her might, it only shook the shield a little. She finally understood. This seemingly unusual shield was actually a forbidden spell. Furthermore, it seemed to be a dragon-scaled forbidden spell. The terrifying defense of this forbidden spell rendered her attacks useless. Himmel's eyes moved, and he already saw it. From Captain Jack's shoulder, a strange blood-red tentacle spread out into 7 or 8 thumb-like tentacles and wrapped around his neck, arms, legs, and the trunk of his body. Idiot, do you think these tentacles can hold me back? Heimer laughed hideously and was about to leave. The next moment, his smile froze on his face. He only felt that his entire body was soft, and he couldn't even mobilize his strength. At the same time, the blood in her body was being rapidly drawn out. This mystical item of the Kazeya, Himmel's face quickly turned ugly. And it's an extremely powerful mystical item. This strange mystical item directly imprisoned Himmel's body, making it impossible for her to escape. The touch of blood had become stronger day by day as Gunai continued to nourish it.
As a top-tier dangerous grade artifact, the Touch of Blood not only had the ability to absorb blood, but it also had an extremely strong suppressing and restraining effect on flesh and blood creatures. The powerful effect of this suppression was directly applied to the other party's physical body, judged by the strength of the other party's blood. After all, the essence of a mystical item was closer to the level of Thulho's mysterious power. A slight touch, the Touch of Blood, could easily suppress a rank 4-star array expert. At this moment, with its multi-directional coverage, it could also suppress the body of this evil god's daughter for a short period of time. This was indeed the case. Even though Himmel had a small amount of diabolic energy, the Touch of Blood, a powerful top-tier dangerous grade item, was still able to seal the deepest layer of his body and rapidly extract his blood. Himmel immediately realized the danger of being imprisoned by this mystical item. He quickly activated the power in his body, trying to break free from the shackles of the Touch of Blood. The next moment, buzz, buzz. The two powerful engravings struck his body, causing it to freeze. At the same time, George and Chieglo also charged up their attacks from behind. Pucci! Kakat! An extremely brutal attack exploded behind Chimer, and there was no longer any blood on his back. Roar! Jimmer let out an extremely furious roar, and the airwaves rolled and shook. As he roared, the diabolic energy controlled by Chimer bloomed even more wildly. The heat wave even burned Gun's shield. Even the Touch of Blood seemed to be on the verge of breaking free. Roar! At this critical moment, an evil and brutal roar burst out from the depths of Gunai's soul. It caused everyone's soul to tremble, and they felt fear in the depths of their hearts. Devil! Himmel's eyes widened as he stared at Gun, his voice shrieking in madness. The powerful Devil Lord jumped out of Gun's sea of souls, braving the scorching heat as it bit down on Himmel's soul. 283 Chapter 104 The Reward of Victory. Himmel was powerful, but her soul did not have the support of divine power ignition. Otherwise, her own soul would have been burned by the heretic god's power. At such a close distance, in a shackled state, the powerful rank 5 Devil Lord bit down. There was no possibility of dodging at all. Crack! The sound of something shattering rang out from the depths of his soul. Himmel's aura suddenly dissipated. The origin power, which was enhanced with a little evil god's power, quickly spread out in all directions from his body like a mist. Himmel was dead. Himmel's soul was bitten and devoured, and he died on the spot, with no chance of survival. The Devil Lord's soul returned to Gun's sea of soul and began to digest Himmel's soul. After all, the Devil Lord's soul was still injured. Gun quickly collected Hymer's body. George and Zegard, who were hiding in the distance to prevent Himmel from retaliating, looked at Kuan in a completely different light. He had easily killed a rank 5 or rank 6 star sequence beyonder who had divine power. It was a powerful forbidden spell. A strange mystical item. It was a powerful CO soul at the level of a devil overlord. All in all, this Gunai couldn't be described as powerful, he was a monster. It was true that the extraordinaries of the star sequence were powerful. However, in front of him, they were easily killed. This freak is even stronger than before. George thought to himself. At the same time, Gunai let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had many trump cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the evil god's daughter in such a short time. I have to say that the Devil Lord's innate ability to devour souls is really effective against flesh and soul-type creatures. If you dare to get close, I will swallow your soul and kill you on the spot without any resistance. And I've already felt it after this time's injury is healed, my CO soul will be able to advance to the 6th step. When I reach the 6th step, I should be able to cast another forbidden spell. I shouldn't be injured then. Gunai thought to himself. Gugni then looked at the heavily injured George and Chiegard. You two are just standing here, not going to recuperate from your injuries. Gunai was startled. I was frightened by your methods and strength. George laughed. But then again, it's a good thing you came in with us. If you didn't come, Ying Luo, I'm afraid that the two of us would have died this time. Gunai shrugged his shoulders. You also said that it was an if. In fact, I followed you in, and the result was that they all died, and our Ying Ying won. That's true. The two of them were smiling. Although the battle had been tough, they had survived to the end, and this was the greatest victory. Gunai raised his hand and threw the two bottles over. The two of them caught it. Tisk, 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 as always, you're a good thing. After opening it, George laughed. Water of the spring of life. After he opened it and felt it, he was shocked. Drink, this guy has a lot of good stuff on him, George said, not surprised at all. He looked at Gunny for a while and then gulped down the water. The effects of using the water of the spring of life to recover from their serious injuries were naturally excellent. 10 minutes later, the two of them had completely recovered from their injuries. At this moment, the three of them were gathered on the altar. Their gazes were all on the chains on the altar. Since he had already dealt with the evil god's daughter and the others, the next thing to do was to search for treasures. Gunai's eyes scanned the chains around the altar. Although he knew the spell to quickly pull out the chains, he obviously couldn't do it. Moreover, one deep-sea anchor was enough. Gunai didn't need this one at all. I can use my ability to pull this deep-sea anchor. It should be able to be completely pulled out in about 10 days. It's here. Zieglud said after touching the deep-rooted anchor. About 10 days, it's not a long time. Gunai nodded. However, I can't wait here for the next 10 days. I need to go to the mysterious moving island in the strange sea area. I have important things to do there. Well, since you have something important to do there, I'll send you out first after you open the seal. Then I'll come in and pull the anchor. Zieglud nodded slightly. How about you? Zieglud turned to George. I'm not in a hurry to go there. Besides, if you pull the anchor here alone, it'll be difficult for you to deal with the giant god church by yourself if they send experts in. It'll be a waste of time. I'll help you here. When you pull out the deep-sea anchor, we'll go to the mysterious moving island together. That's fine. Zieglud nodded slightly. We really have to thank you, Sir Gunai, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to kill the evil god's daughter, Chiegard said to Gun. Hee, Ying Luo. Gunai chuckled and waved his hand. This time, the evil god's church and the South Church want to destroy our world. We'll join forces to deal with them. This is what we should do. There's no need to thank us. Besides, I've gained quite a lot from this trip. Gunai's words were true. Without Zieglud's help, Gunai wouldn't have been able to get the dragon-slaying fang and the forbidden spell manual. To be honest, Gugni had to thank Zieglud instead. Before he left, Gun thought for a moment, then took out 2 exquisite wooden boxes made of dragon blood. This is for you, Gunai said. The two of them looked at Gunai in confusion after receiving the box. This is the Soul Sigil potion. It's called Soul's Dawn. Each person gets 6 bottles. The light of the soul. The two of them suddenly felt their hearts throb. This was a powerful potion that could transform an ordinary soul into an elite soul. Even within the Extraordinary Association, only experts at the Transcendent Master level could obtain them, and there were not many of them. And now, Gunai had taken out 12 bottles. Don't tell me he's. The two of them had some speculations in their hearts. The two of them had extraordinary strength, and they were both extraordinary professionals of the star sequence. They had a bright future ahead of them, so Gunai naturally needed to help them. Remember, use a bottle every 10 days and digest it carefully. No matter what, you can't take it continuously for a short period of time. Otherwise, your body will develop a strong resistance to it. This way, you'll basically lose the opportunity for your soul to advance to elite. All of your souls are very strong. Basically, 6 bottles are enough to transform your souls into elite grade, which will have extraordinary effects for your future cultivation and advancement. I know the two of them nodded seriously. The advancement of their souls to the elite level was an important matter, so they naturally had to be careful. Then I'll go and undo the seal first. Mr. Zeegard, please send me out first. In a dozen days, we'll meet on the mysterious mobile island. If possible, after entering the forbidden elemental land, I hope we can have a big fight against those evil god forces, Gunai said. Haha, Yingluo, don't worry, you'll definitely be able to do it, Chiegluo laughed and said. 284 The fear of being dominated by nightmares. In the evening. In the dark alley, 2 figures suddenly appeared. The stray cat, which was rummaging through the trash can for food, was so frightened by the appearance of the 2 people that it jumped up. It meowed at the 2 of them, then quickly ran away. Gunai quickly looked around to make sure that no one had seen the 2 of them before looking away. You really don't need me to inform the Transcendent Association's garrison? The Dragon Slayer Zeegrud looked at Gun. No need, Gunai shook his head. At that moment, the heretic god's daughter had already died, and the many powerful beings at the entrance of the dragon graveyard outside probably did not know about it. Even if they knew, it didn't matter. After all, they didn't know who did it. Therefore, Zeegard planned to inform the Transcendent Association's garrison and have them attack the members of the heretic cult. Gun, on the other hand, believed that the participation of the Extraordinary Society's experts would delay their collection of the deep-sea anchor in the necropolis. Furthermore, even if he informed the Transcendent Association, the spies within the Transcendent Association would only let them know in advance and then escape. There was no need to do so. If they didn't know what was happening inside, it would be better to let them wait there or send people in to die than to drive them away. Chiegard nodded in agreement with Gunny. Then be careful on your way, said Zeeglud, who was about to enter the dragon graveyard again. I will, Gunai nodded. After Zeeglud left, Gugni's face wriggled in the alley, and his body shrank a little. After changing into a normal sailor outfit, Gun had become an extraordinary sailor. It's time to collect the blood crystals from the powerful pirates at the northern port. At the same time, I can use these guys to start some experiments related to my blood dream cage. Gunai thought. 2 hours later. Night had fallen. The northernmost port of Longshao Port was a relatively prosperous area. After visiting a few taverns, Gunai returned to his room in the small hotel. After a round of inspection in the tavern, Gunai was very satisfied. There was no lack of fierce pirates nearby, and their numbers were quite considerable. It seemed that the rumors that the pirates had all run to the port in the north were true. This large number of pirates also proved that there might be many powerful pirate leaders, pirate captains, and the like in the vicinity. And these people were the ones Gunai was paying attention to this time. Back at the small hotel, Gun closed the window and used the puppet's secret thread to seal the door, windows, floor, and ceiling. After the room was completely isolated from the outside world. With a flip of his hand, Gun retrieved the Magic Whale Adventurer team's contract scroll. Gunai wanted to take his temporary group to the mysterious island in the strange sea. However, doing so would undoubtedly harm them. The war and healing between the 3 evil god churches in the south had already changed the church, and there was also the behemoth that was the Transcendent Association. The power of so many behemoths had gathered on the mysterious moving island. Once Captain Jack and the demonic whale adventurer team arrived on the mobile island, those who wanted to kill Captain Jack would definitely come in secret. Gunai wasn't afraid, but he was afraid that no one else on this ship would survive. It's about time for the demonic whale adventurer team to disband, Gunai said softly. He placed his palm on the contract scroll. Disband. Gunai's will seeped into it. At the same time, the Magic Whale Adventurer team's members in Dragonhead Harbor received the news. Disbanded. In a tavern, the expression of Jason Horwell, who was drinking wine, changed slightly. However, he wasn't surprised by the demonic whale adventurer team's disbandment. After all, from the news he had received in the Dragon Head port these days, he could tell that the Dragon Head was not the same as the Dragon Head. Many of the good things that Captain Jack had done had already been leaked. Whether it was the massive wealth obtained from hunting the feathered serpent Edward, or the key transaction of the giant god church that was destroyed on Bewilderment Fog Island. This caused many powerful forces to target this Captain Jack. If Captain Jack's magic whale pirate team continued to sail on the sea, there would probably be a large number of sea demon ships coming to surround them. Now that it's disbanded, it's safe. At this moment, Arson Howell heaved a sigh of relief. I wonder how Captain Jack is doing now. However, judging from the battle situation some time ago, I'm afraid that ordinary high-level extraordinaries will not be able to pose a threat to Captain Jack. In a small hotel room, Martyr, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, felt the message that was transmitted from the depths of his soul. His eyes suddenly opened. Disbanded, Martyr's face showed a bit of reluctance. Martyr said softly after a moment of thought. It's indeed time to disband. Too many people have their eyes on the magic whale pirates and Captain Jack. Fortunately, I've made a lot of money by following the captain this time. The water of the spring of life that the captain gave me last time even activated my gluttony talent. Very soon, I will be able to reach the 3rd rank. At that time, my strength will be even stronger. In the future, I'll be as strong as the captain and own my own sea demon ship. I'll also eat all the sea creatures, Martyr thought to himself. When the crew received Gunai's message, many of them let out a sigh of relief. After all, they had heard a lot of news about Captain Jack during this period of time, and most of it was negative. Too many people had their eyes on Captain Jack. Now that Jack had announced the disbandment of the Magic Whale Adventurer team, they could leave Dragon Head Harbor freely. Following the demonic whale adventurer team this time, they had transferred gold pounds that they hadn't been able to earn in years or even decades. Be it hiding one's name, doing a small business, or using these resources to increase one's strength, they were all very good choices. When Gunai announced the disbandment of the demon whale adventurer team, the weight in his heart was lifted, and he relaxed. The official merchant ship to the moving mysterious island will set sail tomorrow morning. I'll take care of these pirates tonight. After boarding the ship tomorrow, I'll be able to have a good rest. Then, Gun's demonic CO soul used the blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse, and entered the bloody dream world. This time, Gunai first pulled the pirates into the blood dream world one by one and then slowly killed them one by one. He also put the most vicious pirates into the blood origin cage for some experiments. This would be very helpful for Gunai's future designs and construction of the bloody dream worlds. Gunai immediately began to attack the pirates in the blood dream world. That night, the pirates once again experienced the fear of being dominated by a bloody nightmare. 285 Blood Dream Prison. The pitter-patter of the rain sounded. She suddenly opened her eyes. In front of her was the familiar roof of the second-floor house at 155 Old Stone Street. She clearly remembered the wave-shaped ceiling pattern in her mind. The calm-looking lady got down from the wooden bed and walked to the window. What entered his eyes was the pattering of blood rain. The sky was filled with blood-red clouds. At the same time, nightmarish fragments kept falling down. When she reached out to touch the window, she felt an invisible barrier. She had tried this invisible barrier before, but with her current strength, she could not break it at all. After looking around the small house, Misha fell into deep thought. Is he back? This is not a curse. This is Bayan's bloody dream world. I can't, muttered Misha in a low voice. Since the last time she was pulled into this strange world, she had been asking Lorraine. Only then did he know that the world he had been pulled into was most likely the strange level of the bloody dream world. At the same time, he also knew that if his blood was in the hands of the enemy, he would be continuously pulled into this strange level. And the corpse had once been obtained by only one person. That was Gunny Lawrence. Bang 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 bang. There was a knock on the door. What trick is it this time? She looked at the wooden door. Compared to the first time she was pulled into this world, this time, she was much calmer and more experienced. Squeak! The wooden door was opened. She looked at the familiar yet strange young man, Gunny Lawrence. I know that this is the blood dream world. This is not a curse at all. She said calmly. Even if you kill me, I'll only lose a certain amount of vitality, and then I can leave this place. The curse is just a trick. Gunny Lawrence, what do you want? Mayasha's eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared at Gunny. The expressionless Gun looked at her and began to explain. Perhaps you're right, but do you really think that you'll lose a certain amount of vitality when you die in this world? No. Gunai shook his head. As the number of deaths increases, when you reach a certain number, it won't be as simple as a small amount of vitality. You'll lose a large amount of vitality, and even your soul will shatter in this world. At that time, you won't be going back, but dying in this world for real. Of course, you have the original body of the Flower Emperor. You can make another one. However, after you condense it, you will die again. When you die a few more times, your Flower Emperor's soul was also pulled into this world, and then it died completely and eternally. I don't believe you. She said coldly. It's up to you to believe it or not. Gunai's voice was unusually calm. What Gunai had said was true. However, the number of deaths wasn't the deciding factor. It was the level of Gunai's blood source, Great Blood Sky Dream Curse. Every time he leveled up, Gunai would increase the amount of chi and blood he lost. The level 2 blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse could use soul fragments to pull people in. The rank 3 blood source, Great Blood Dream Curse Gu-Ni could easily cause both the soul and blood crystal to drop, and increase the loss of a large number of souls, directly causing the soul of the transcendent to shatter. Using this method, Gunai could easily kill a rank 3 or even rank 4 extraordinary. The level 5 blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse would be even more terrifying and powerful. At this level, the blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse could easily kill a rank 5 or 6 extraordinary, whether it was by using their blood or soul. When he reached level 7 or 8, he could kill powerful masters in his dreams. The blood source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse that was upgraded was extremely terrifying. That was why Gunai was so confident. After you return, you can use any method to isolate this curse. See if you can stop this terrifying and powerful curse. But now, if you want to go back alive, you have to complete a mission. Gunai said indifferently. Mission, Gunai, don't even think about it if you want me to help you. Misha sneered. It's not up to you to do it or not. Gunai's voice became ethereal. At the same time, Gunai's body and the surrounding houses quickly turned into a thick blood mist. Kill them all and you can go back, otherwise, you'll be killed by them and return. As Gunai's ethereal voice descended, the surrounding blood mist quickly dispersed. A whole new scene appeared. What he saw was a rather simple and crude coliseum, about 100 meters in diameter. The whole week was filled with the spectators' stand, which was shrouded in a faint blood-red mist. At the same time, on the other side of the arena, 5 extraordinary humans appeared. In the minds of the 5 extraordinary humans, an ethereal and majestic voice sounded at the same time. Kill her and you can go back alive. At the same time, in their field of vision, a girl of about 14 or 15 years old appeared on the opposite side of the arena. The 5 extraordinaries, or pirates to be precise, looked around in confusion. Where is this place? Damn it, it's that nightmare again. Damn it, didn't I leave Dragonhead Harbor? How did I end up in this nightmare again? Is this a nightmare? We were dreaming about being together. This is not a nightmare at all. Damn it, I was *ing a captured maid. I was just feeling happy when I was suddenly pulled in. I didn't sleep at all. After a round of discussion, the few ferocious pirates finally looked at the girl who was about 70 to 80 meters away from them. That voice said that we can go back after killing her. Is that true? I don't care if he's real or not, let's kill him first. Kill her first. The 5 ferocious pirates immediately came to a consensus. That was to kill this little girl first. Immediately, the 5 ferocious pirates swarmed toward Misha. In the face of the enemy's attack, she would not sit still and wait for death. Plus, Gunai's curse was still echoing in her mind. If she continued to die here, she would eventually die completely. Regardless of whether it was true or not, after death, one's vitality would be greatly reduced, and it would take a week to recover. During this period, one would not be able to cultivate to improve their strength. This kind of weakness in the real world was real. Therefore, it was obviously better to go back alive than dead. Unfortunately, in the Blood Dream world, Misha was not strong, and her close combat skills were rare and ordinary. She was no match for these pirates who had been fighting at sea all year round. In less than half a minute, the body of the pirate who had been thrown to the ground exploded, and she died. After killing Misha, the 5 pirates returned to their respective places. When these returning pirates confirmed that they had not lost anything, they immediately felt much more at ease. As long as he could kill that weak little girl, he would be able to return safely. This nightmare didn't seem to be a nightmare. After he took the blood crystal from Misha, Gunai rubbed his temples and chuckled. A battle every day. I don't even need to do anything. I just divided these guys into 2 camps and they will naturally fight to the death. I only need to collect blood crystals and soul fragments secretly. When I become stronger and the level of the blood source Great Blood Sky Dream Curse is higher, I will be able to randomly pull more extraordinary humans into the Blood Dream world. The bloody world of terrifying nightmares that will sweep across many transcendent worlds will soon take shape. At that time, the cold and desolate bloody dream world will also become lively. Gunai said. 286 The Mysterious Moving Island. He opened the window. A rare ray of sunlight shone through the misty clouds and onto the window. Feeling this little warmth, Misha let out the anger in her heart. Although she seemed to have discovered Gunai's little trick this time. But the result was no different from the last time. However, it was Gunai who had crushed his blood dream physique last time. This time, it was 5 brutal extraordinaires who shattered her body. After dying this time, her chi and blood weakened once again. Her aura, which had weakened for the first time, had just recovered, and her cultivation progress had begun to advance. This time, the weakening directly caused him to work for nothing for so long and interrupted her cultivation progress again. He could not cultivate in a state where his chi and blood were weak. I have to find a way to cut off this damn trick, otherwise, that Gunai will keep pulling me into the bloody dream world. What's even more hateful is that Gunai dragged those pirates to the blood dream world, and they actually followed his orders. They don't know how to unite against Gunai. In the bloody dream world, if he were to continue fighting with this gate, the weakening of his vitality would only become a weight for that guy to increase his strength. We'd better team up with the other superhumans to kill Gunai. She clenched her fist and thought. After some thought, she gradually collected her thoughts and looked into the distance. What entered his eyes was a bustling little town under the heavy fog in the early morning. The sea in the distance appeared calm and natural. It looked like a quiet and harmonious bay town. In fact, this was the mysterious moving island. It had been more than 10 days since she came to the mysterious mobile island. Mother God hasn't come out yet, and those powerful bases all have extraordinary masters at the level of the human-faced flower emperor. They won't welcome me. In fact, if I go there, I'll be in danger as well. I'm still too weak. If I want to become stronger quickly and even win over a group of strong people to be my subordinates, there's only one way, and that's to use the Swan Ni. Misha squinted her eyes and looked at the quiet mobile island. I must obtain the god's crown on this trip to the forbidden elemental lands. I must make myself qualified to become a god. This way, I won't have to fear Gunai's pull, and I'll have the capital to continue to improve my strength. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for my strength to make any great progress under Gunai's harassment. After some thought, she looked at the sea demon ship belonging to the supernatural association that was slowly sailing over from the sea. This should be from Longshao port. I don't know if Gunai is still in the port or somewhere else. The mist was heavy. On the third deck of the passenger ship, Gunny stood on the deck, looking at the mysterious island in the distance. They took the official passenger ship and sailed on the sea for more than 10 days. Gunai had finally arrived at the mysterious island. The mysterious moving island didn't look too different from an ordinary island. Even the small town along the coastline was particularly quiet. However, from what he'd learned along the way, he knew that more than 80% of the passengers on the official ship were extraordinaries. There was no lack of powerful pirates and official members of organizations among them. And a large number of them were high-level extraordinaries. It was clear that the Northern Extraordinary Society had been increasing their strength on the mysterious mobile island. The evil gods and the powerful ones from the churches had also contacted the pirates on the sea and started to increase their forces on the mysterious island. It was a mysterious and quiet moving island. In fact, the undercurrents were already surging. Once the waves rose, it would be an extremely brutal battle. However, Gunai had no intention of participating in the battle. Gunai's main goal was to pass on the occultic runes. This occultic rune had been exchanged for by Celine using the Dawn of Souls and the corresponding potion-making method. It could be said that this was the greatest benefit he had gained from his research. Gunai naturally needed to be careful. As he pondered, he gently touched the golden conch in his robe. Gunai had already decided that when they reached the island and night fell, he would find a hidden place and blow on the golden conch. I wonder if that Misha is the seed of God creation from the Church of Human-Faced Flower. If that's the case, then this is going to be interesting. Gunai chuckled. After more than an hour, the sea demon ship stopped at the port of the mobile island. After scanning the entire harbor, he followed the crowd to the island. At the same time, Gun glanced at his miracle page. He didn't find anything. Didn't you say that the entrance to the forbidden elemental lands is here? There's actually no indication at all, or is it that it can only be opened when the time is up? Gunai thought. This mysterious moving island had moved on its own a long time ago. The ship couldn't find its location based on past positioning. In addition, this area would sometimes be filled with a large amount of sea fog. This made the moving island very mysterious. And now, Gunai had heard that an energy information tower had been set up on the island. Something like a radio wave tower or a base station could transmit information and locate its position. As such, he could easily locate the mysterious island, making it much easier to find. As more and more people came to the mysterious island, naturally, many of the secrets of the island were excavated, and the island no longer had the mysterious attributes it had in the past. When Gunai stepped onto the island, Gunai immediately felt an invisible force spying on him. Gunai wasn't surprised. The mobile island had its own unique aspect. One of the reasons was that this moving island seemed to be alive. It could sense every living being on the island. And if anyone dared to cause wanton destruction or even fight on the island, there would be punishment, including but not limited to burning, cutting, lightning, and even light beams. If they stayed on the island, they would not be attacked. At the same time, the strange sea old man on the moving island was also an extremely strange and powerful existence. According to the rumors in the outside world, the strange sea old man seemed to be the representative of this island. On the mysterious island, this strange sea old man was almost an invincible existence. It was said that there was once a transcendent master who had attacked strange sea old man, but he was easily suppressed. Even now, that extraordinary master seemed to still be suppressed. Ever since then, there were very few people who dared to provoke the strange sea old man. I wonder if the island will attack both sides indiscriminately if the two sides fight on the island, Gunai thought to himself. After entering the town on the mysterious island, he found an ordinary tavern and ordered a large cup of black runes. He leaned against the window and waited quietly for the night to fall, for the opportunity to obtain the occultic runes. After all, there were probably quite a few transcendent master experts on the mobile island. Gunai had to be careful not to attract any attention. When it was time to be steady, Gunai would be steadier than anyone else. 287 Chapter 108 Ruler's Seal. At dusk, night slowly descended. This was the busiest time in the entire island town. Clamors could be heard from all the taverns and restaurants. After dinner, Gugni walked along the beach and arrived at a no-man's land with more reefs. As the night slowly fell, Gunai's figure was completely covered by the sea of reefs. Gugni took out the golden conch when they reached a cliff near the sea. "We've." Gunai blew the conch. A low and melodious voice seeped into the depths of the sea, seemingly causing some kind of origin power to vibrate. As it spread, it became more and more powerful. When Gun put away the golden conch, a blood-red light suddenly appeared behind Gunai, and it was aimed at Gunai's neck from a strange angle. The air was easily torn apart. Gunai didn't even turn his head. With a single hand, the Tier 5 assassin who had tried to assassinate Gunai was restrained by the puppet's secret thread. Immediately after, roar! The Devil Overlord's terrifying aura bloomed and then disappeared. At the same time, the soul of the assassin of the fifth step also disappeared. The blood tentacle flicked out quickly. Gurgle gurgle. A large amount of blood was being drawn. The assassin was then taken into the system space by Gunai. The entire process of killing and collecting the corpse was as smooth as flowing water in just a few seconds. These assassins of the fifth step were too weak for the current Gunai. He couldn't even withstand a single soul devouring from a devil overlord. Of course, Gunai had already discovered the enemy's tracks and was on guard. This was the main point. On the mysterious mobile island, anyone who caused damage would be punished by the island. Therefore, many people thought that it would be safer to move to a safer place, and no one would casually make a move. But it was the opposite. There were many assassins. This was because, if you damaged the moving island, you would be punished by the moving island. But what if you didn't? If Gunai had been an ordinary law incantation master, he wouldn't have been punished for having his head cut off by the assassin. On the other hand, Gunai had easily killed his opponent without causing any damage, so he wouldn't be punished. Ordinary people and even extraordinaries who thought that this place was very safe would only die miserably if they dared to wander around. Kill this assassin of the fifth step. As Gun digested the assassin's blood, he was also chewing on the assassin's soul fragments, absorbing his memories. After digesting the information, Gunai's face was as calm as ever. The assassinations on this moving island are so rampant. There were also some assassins who specialized in fishing to attract the attacks of powerful mages. They would bomb the island and then use the power of the island to counterattack. Tisk, 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 tisk. It seems that if we fight on the mysterious island, it's necessary to use some spells that aren't very destructive to the island. For example, the Minor Thunder Flame spell is a useful spell. Its penetration shouldn't cause much damage to the ground, and it should only be transmitted into the ground and the ocean. Of course, it's best to lure the enemies to the ocean. That way, it'll be safer. Gunai thought. However, this also indirectly proves that this mobile island's local forces and the new forces that have just arrived are complicated and extremely dangerous. It's necessary to be careful. After that, he looked at the sea. He was one with the reefs around him, waiting quietly. He felt the island move, and the sea wash over the reefs. About half an hour later. Hwala lala 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 lala. A 30-meter wide vortex appeared in front of him. Gunai stood up and looked at the giant vortex with a serious expression. A moment later, an old wizard with snow-white hair and beard appeared in the center of the vortex. He was wearing a white wizard hat and a white wizard robe. When the old wizard looked at Gun, he immediately felt a strong sense of prying. Gunai's own unique characteristics made him very resistant to this kind of spying power. As if sensing Gunai's resistance, the probing power quickly disappeared. The old wizard squinted his eyes at Gun. And you are? Is one golden conch not enough? Do I need to verify my identity? As he thought about it, Gunai's body jerked and his face and body quickly returned to his original appearance. The old wizard immediately recognized Gun. Gun Lawrence. The old man said with a smile. However, your appearance alone is not enough to prove your identity. With a single thought, the touch of blood emerged from Gunai's shoulder. When he saw the touch of blood, the old man raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, identity confirmed. Sir Gun Lawrence, please follow me. The old wizard waved his hand, and a stream of water quickly swirled around Gun. Gunai felt an invisible force lift him up. The swirling water brought Gun to the old wizard's side. Then, the two of them quickly sank into the ocean. Compared to Gunny, who needed to use deep-sea gills and fins to move quickly, Gunny's speed was much faster. This old magus was obviously different. Gunai was protected by a whirlpool shield as he moved through the ocean at an extremely fast speed. As they left the mysterious island and entered the deep sea, Gun could clearly feel the old wizard accelerating. After a while, he was 4 or 5 times faster than his own speed limit. To be able to move at such a terrifying speed in the ocean. It was obvious that the old sorcerer had an extremely strong ability to control the sea. Senior Wizard, may I ask about the inheritance of the occultic runes? Gunai said after some thought. Oh. Did the person who gave you the golden conch not tell you anything about the occultic runes? The old magus looked over. The senior only told me that the occultic runes are related to energy, and that the golden conch can tell me its exact location. Other than that, he didn't tell me anything else, Gunai said. The old sorcerer smiled warmly after hearing this, and then gently explained. The inheritances of the demonized runes are no ordinary place. It is located in the underground world. Underground world, Gunai's expression changed. Did the underground world really exist? In the ancient books that Gun had read, there were only a few descriptions of the underground world in novels or the songs of bards. Gunai had never seen anything like this in the official records. Yes, it's in the underground world. The old magus nodded with certainty. There's an ancient and powerful sealed land in the underground world, and it's sealed by the ruler who has eternal life. Dominator. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he became excited. For a long time, Gun had wanted to obtain the great power of Thulhu's life. Rulers, old gods, and ancient gods. Each level was stronger than the previous. Even though the Dominator was only the weakest existence in the great life system of Thulhu. However, they were still born with eternal and immortal life. They were countless times more powerful than gods. Now that he was about to encounter such a powerful being, Gunai couldn't help but feel excited. After all, others could not obtain the Dominator's terrifying power and strange abilities. It was even difficult to look directly at the existence of this terrifying great creature. But Gunai could. Using the system, Gunai might be able to obtain the supreme power of the Dominator. 288 Chapter 109 The Power of the Enchanted Runes. This supreme and great existence, we call it the Great Kuragru. The old Magus explained softly. This is a very kind and great life form. His seal is also a self-seal, because if he didn't seal himself like this, the entire underground world would collapse and collapse because of his power. At the same time, the ocean framework will also be affected by the fluctuations, causing a large-scale collapse, which will cause a large-scale movement of the ocean plate and even a large-scale volcanic eruption. It can be said that if this great being makes a slight move, the entire Oya continent will face a catastrophe. It's a good thing that this great life form doesn't want to see so many lives die because of him. Therefore, he chose to seal himself and sleep. Perhaps our entire world would go from birth to prosperity, then to the peak of glory, and then to decline, finally turning into ashes in the endless years, or finally becoming an ordinary dead world among the extraordinary stars. And the entire process, in the eyes of this great life form, was just the time they took to sleep. The eternal and great life forms are different, so their perspective of things will naturally be different. Maybe, Gunai said in his heart. At the same time, it's also because of this great life form's self-dormancy and seal that we are qualified to come into contact with this great life form. After entering the underground world curse, you will see a huge ancient palace. At the end of the palace is the slumbering and sealed place of Kuragru. When you touch the seal, you can feel the gentle call of its sleep. At the same time, you can use the catalyst channel to seal yourself and absorb a small portion of its power to construct your occult runes. The reason why there are very few people who come here to construct the inheritance of the occultic runes every year is because the energy that is emitted is very little. Only 3 to 4 people can condense the inheritance. I see. Gunai slightly nodded. However, you must be extremely careful during the whole process. Do not explore any deeper inside. Once you come into contact with the true body of that great being, you will die for sure. There is no possibility of saving you. Just touching and sensing its existence is enough for me to die? Gunai thought. As expected, Yingluo is really indescribable. This time, you will need to inherit a unique rune, the occultic rune. It's very terrifying and powerful. The old sorcerer explained softly. First of all, after you've condensed the occultic rune, Kuragru's call will forever exist in your mind. You will never be able to dispel it. You have to find a way to suppress and isolate it. If you don't have a way to suppress and isolate it, with the passage of time, you will be guided by this power and eventually become a loyal and devout believer of its infinite power, even if he doesn't need believers. You will also be extremely fanatical and unconditionally generate faith in them. The influence of a great power is beyond your imagination. Gunai slightly nodded. Gunai wasn't worried about this at all. There was no negative status that couldn't be resolved with one death. If there was, he would do it twice. If you have a way to suppress the negative effects of the occultic rune, you will enjoy the powerful advantage brought by this supreme rune. As he spoke, a smile appeared on the old Magus' wrinkled face. The occultic runes are very strange and powerful. You need to use your soul, physical body, origin power, and other abilities to carry the occultic rune. When you have completely condensed an occultic rune in your body, first of all, your origin power will be demonized to be more precise. Your ordinary origin power will become magic origin power with a unique attribute. It's a very strange and weird change. The mana source will give you many extraordinary characteristics, one of which is that you can't be imprisoned. Can't be confined. Gunai's eyebrows twitched. In other words, the origin pool can't be locked. Yes, I am. The old Magus nodded. With the occultic runes, even the sealing power of a forbidden spell will not be able to stop you from casting it. Gunai gasped. When dealing with spellcasters, it was very important to seal the other party's origin pool. Gunai had encountered this kind of attack many times in his previous battles. It was conceivable that there would be many such attacks in the future. Before, Gunai had been thinking about whether he should find a special way to break the anti-magic seal. Gunai didn't expect the mana source to be able to ignore the anti-magic spell. Just the fact that it can ignore the anti-magic rule is already terrifying enough. It can make many fatal methods ineffective. Gunai exclaimed. Being unable to be confined is one of the unique properties of mana. The second is that the mana pool that carries mana will also have its own level. The level of self? This Tao Wu, Gunai began to think. The old wizard wasn't in a hurry to point it out. He wanted to see if Gun could recognize the power of the spell. After a while, Gun looked at the old wizard. If the origin pool really has its own level, then the mana pool can be completely isolated from the outside world. At the same time, it won't be affected by the resonance of the origin power outside. In fact, the backlash of the origin power won't even be reflected on the body? Correct, the old magus nodded. Most of the time, due to some special resonance, the elementalist's source pool will be disturbed by the outside world, which will cause great damage to the body. Relatively speaking, it's better to be a law incantation master. However, you also know that when the energy of the outside world is turbulent, the origin pool of a magus will also be affected. You're still weak now. When you get stronger, you'll know that the stronger you are, the greater the fluctuations you'll feel. In some special places, our energy will even be extracted, interfered with, and even polluted by the outside world. Once it's transformed into a mana pool, the mana pool will no longer be disturbed, extracted, and polluted by the outside world. The old magus explained. Gunai also had a clearer understanding of the mana pool. The mana pool has its own independent layer. This is the mana pool's mana energy forming its own world, completely unaffected by the outside world. It has absolute control over the internal environment and energy. This is a very powerful technique. After some thought, the old sorcerer continued. Of course, other than the fact that it can't be silenced and that the mana pool has a unique layer, the power of mana will be much more powerful than origin power. This will greatly increase the power of spells. As for how much it will increase, it will depend on the purity of your origin power. At least 30%, at most 50 or even 60%. Directly increasing the base power of the origin power is also a very good thing. Gunai slightly nodded. The purity of my origin power is frighteningly high to begin with, and a 4th rank origin power isn't any worse than an ordinary 6th rank origin power. I wonder what the effect will be after I form the occultic rune. With the increase in the power of the demonic origin, the demonic origin pool has become a world of its own, and special attributes cannot be suppressed. All in all, these occultic runes are quite powerful. After some consideration, Gunai was full of anticipation for the inheritance of the occultic runes. At this moment, the old sorcerer spoke again. Of course, if that was all, the occultic runes wouldn't have been so important. Gunai was startled. With these 3 aspects combined, the occultic rune was already powerful enough. Could it be that the occultic runes had an even more powerful aspect? Gunai listened carefully. The most unique thing about these occultic runes is that the soul, physical body, and energy that they contain will be slightly modified by them, allowing the 3 to be exchanged. These words made Gunai's expression change. A change in life form, Gunai asked in a deep voice. Yes, these great and unique runes can change life forms. The old magus nodded. This time, Gunai was truly shocked. 289 100 million points. The form of life. It had always been an important topic in the supernatural academic community. 100 years later, as the number of extraordinary masters gradually increased, the amount of knowledge they obtained gradually increased. The extraordinary academic community's understanding of life forms had been further improved. First of all, humans were living beings in the form of flesh and blood. Remember, flesh and soul are the necessary conditions for human life. It was not a necessary condition for life. For example, the extraordinary calamity life forms without flesh and soul, mechanical life forms. The mechanical heart hidden under their cold mechanical bone armor had extraordinary intelligence. They had even built their own unique civilization, and even the bold evil gods did not dare to provoke them. These machines did not have any beliefs. What they had to do was to dismember the gods and put them into their own mechanical furnaces to enhance their potential and strength, so that they could grow faster. Nothing could make them feel fear. The only thing recorded in the notes of the extraordinaires was their fear of mechanical life. Or for example, a soul without a body. Their forms were vast and existed in various transcendent worlds, and the top-ranked life form, devil, was known by countless transcendent worlds. Another example would be elemental life forms without souls. For example, stone giants, mountain giants, flame beasts, and so on. Although there were not many of them, there was no doubt that they did not have souls. No matter how powerful the soul attack was, it would not be able to destroy a weak elemental life form. Clearly, flesh and soul were not the necessary conditions for a living being. Then what was the life core? This problem seemed to have been solved long ago in the notes of some ancient extraordinary masters, but the scholars of the Oya continent had not reached this level of understanding and research. That was why there had never been a consensus on a large scale. And about 50 to 60 years ago, the complete life theory was finally formed in the Oya continent. The core of life was the framework of life energy. This energy included flesh, soul, and even an elemental body. Generally speaking, everything could be seen as the energy of life, and matter was just another form of energy. As long as the energy could be used, it could be constructed into a complete and stable framework of life. Then this living being could be called life. This life-energy framework theory was a mainstream cognition, but no one knew whether it was correct or not. But at the very least, this would provide humans with a new perspective to understand more life forms in this extraordinary world. After understanding the nature of life forms, the form of a human's soul, flesh, and blood would appear weak and even have some disadvantages compared to those powerful living beings. For example, a human's flesh body and soul had to construct a life framework at the same time in order for life to survive. When the physical body lost its vitality and its frame collapsed, even if the soul was not injured, the soul would still die, causing the entire person to die. When the body was complete, but the soul was destroyed or devoured by the devil, the person would die. Compared to the weak body and soul of humans, the soul and body of a crown creature were extremely terrifying. For example, if 90% of a devil's soul was destroyed and only 10% of its soul was left, it could still accumulate energy and survive by relying on this 10% of soul energy. For example, if 90% of the body was destroyed, even a demon with only a small section of its claw left could still survive with this small section of the claw. Such a powerful life form was difficult for a weak life form like humans to understand. It was hard to understand, but that didn't mean that humans didn't pursue this. In fact, the advancement of the extraordinary sequence was not only about the pursuit of strength. It was also the pursuit of a higher life form. Humans also wanted to have 90% of their souls destroyed and still be able to survive. Humans also wanted their physical bodies to be annihilated to the point where only a palm was left. They could also survive. Advancing from the 6th step to the 7th step was only a single step, and it didn't seem like the difference was big. In reality, the difference between Tier 6 and Tier 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. The most important reason was, when one advanced from the 6th step to the 7th step, their life form would be strengthened and improved. This was what allowed the strength of an extraordinary to increase explosively. According to what Gunai knew, only the 6th step could advance to the 7th step. Only when one reached the 9th rank would their life form undergo a metamorphosis. But Gunai didn't expect the occultic runes to be able to change the life form of an extraordinary. This was quite an unbelievable thing. By condensing an occultic rune, the old sorcerer continued his explanation. Soul, body, and energy will form a unique life form of Trinity. For example, if your soul is slightly damaged, you can use your physical body to repair your soul. You can also use energy, that is, origin power, to repair your soul. This kind of repair is immediate and has excellent effects. Similarly, when the physical body is injured, the soul and origin power can be consumed to recover. If the source power is weak, you can exchange it with your soul and body. I said it can be transformed, but in reality, no one would consume their soul and body to transform origin power. There are some changes that can be done this way, but it's not necessary, Gunai said. Right. The old sorcerer nodded slightly. As a magus, you should know that the soul is a very important core to a magus, and we can obtain energy from it very easily. It's very difficult to recover from soul injuries. It takes a long time to recover. Some of the injuries can only be healed by using soul-type treasures. If we have a Trinity life form, we can easily consume energy to heal our soul's injuries if it's slightly injured or even if it's permanent. Or even if it's a severe injury of a broken limb, we can also consume energy through the Trinity life form and recover our physical body. This powerful life form of a Trinity is truly terrifying, Gunai sighed. Advancing from the Type 6 realm to the Type 7 realm also strengthens the body, soul, and energy, but there is no way to convert them. The 3-in-1 life form granted by the occultic runes really creates an unprecedented new form for living beings. Gun glanced at the old wizard as he sighed. He noticed that the old sorcerer was smiling. Gunai's heart skipped a beat. I'm afraid that this beautiful Trinity life form of Ying Ying is not as good as I imagined. Senior Magus, are there any drawbacks to this Trinity life form, or are there any restrictions? Gun looked at the old wizard. There are no disadvantages, nor are there any restrictions. The only bad thing is that the conversion efficiency of the mist is a little low. A little bit. Gunai secretly curled his lips. Judging from your tone, I'm afraid it's not just a little, but 100 million points. 290 Chapter 111 Kuru La Gru. For us normal extraordinaries, a slight crack in the soul is enough to cause a splitting headache and make it difficult for us to concentrate. In this state, we basically lose the ability to cast spells. If you cast the spell forcefully, the damage to your soul will be even more serious, causing irreversible soul damage. When the soul shatters, 1 or 2% of it is lost, and those with weaker souls are basically half dead. A transcendent soul has been lost by 5%. Basically, there's no chance of survival. Losing 5% of the soul is the limit of our human life. The old magus explained in a calm tone. Take the slight cracks in our souls as an example. I need about 3 times the total source power of my body to repair these wounds. Of course, this source power capacity refers to the source power capacity of the corresponding class, as officially determined by the Transcendent Association. If your origin pool is relatively large, then double or even the origin power of the entire origin pool. When your origin pool is vast enough, it will be about half or even 1/3 of your origin power to repair the soul crack. A normal law magus would need 3 times the amount of source energy to repair the cracks in their soul. After hearing the old wizard's story, Gun sighed. As expected, it's 100 million points. And this is only to fill up the crack. If this damages 1 or 2% of the soul, then I'm afraid that Qian won't have to cultivate for a long time. She'll be busy recovering her soul. Fortunately, at least I have a way to recover my soul. I won't have to suffer a drop in my realm because of my soul injury, nor will I be unable to break through forever. In the Aoya continent, it was not uncommon for many extraordinary people to have their realms fall due to soul injuries, and they were unable to break through. Clearly, the trinity of soul, body, and energy could resolve this weakness. This trinity of life form ability does have a certain effect, even at some times, it's not small. Gunai nodded. Of course, the old magus nodded. The body, energy, and soul are 3 in 1, and they are exchanging with each other. Although the efficiency is slow and the rate of exchange is low, at least it gives us the ability to recover in some aspects and not to the point of being unable to recover. This is a unique ability that many other life forms don't have. From nothing to something, this is a huge leap. Of course, this is only the case if I can condense a single occult rune. If I can condense a second one, then the efficiency will increase by a lot. Oh, the old wizard's words made Gun's expression change. Condense the second one, Gun looked at the old wizard. Of course you can. You can't possibly only be able to form one of such powerful runes, right? It should be very difficult to condense the second one. Gunai said. That's for sure, the old magus nodded. When I'm condensing the second one, the calls from Kuragru will increase dramatically, and it's the kind that goes deep into the soul, which is almost impossible to resist. I know a few top-notch transcendent masters who have tried to condense a second occultic rune. But they all failed in the end. Of course, there were those who succeeded, but their ending was miserable. Now, their bodies are still kneeling near the place where the great Kuragru sealed itself. Before they died, I can still hear them softly chanting the great Kuragru and so on. That devout faith that comes from the heart, it's impossible to pull it back. The old magus sighed. Gunai's eyebrows twitched. Compared to the flesh and blood of humans and the fragile soul of a great life form at Thulhu's level, the gap was too great. Even if the other party had no ill intentions. Even if the other party had sealed himself and was still in a deep sleep. Even if the occultic runes were formed by humans. However, the power that had been gained after a few turns was still unbearable for humans. Once it was penetrated, the form of the soul would be completely changed, and it would live in fanatical faith until death. Of course, there were a few special existences who completed the condensation of 2 occultic runes. When the old sorcerer finished his sentence, its speed began to drop. At this moment, the 2 of them had already arrived at an extremely deep underwater world. The old wizard led Gun into a tunnel in the dark, silent ocean. Gunai quickly activated his darkness and source power vision. When Gun activated his source energy vision, the old wizard looked at him. Oh, he's really talented to have such a high compatibility with origin power. He's a good seedling for an expert. It's also a good thing for him to be able to come into contact with a powerful existence like the occultic runes. It's rare for our Oya continent to have such an extraordinary genius. A moment later, light gradually appeared in front of them. At the same time, the tunnel, which had originally looked like a pile of seabed sediment, seemed to have become a rock tunnel. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a sudden sound of water breaking. The light in front of him quickly lit up. At the same time, Gunai felt as if he had entered an extremely strong barrier. Have we arrived at the underground world? After getting used to the light, Gunai looked at the world before him. The underground world was like an ancient forest. A grand and majestic building stood in the middle of the vast ancient forest, like a supreme temple. Just a glance at it made Gunai feel a sense of worship. At this time, the underground world was shrouded in a misty luster. It didn't look too bright, but it was obviously daytime. Gunai took the lead. Above the sky of the underground world, there was a strange layer of light. The light of the shadow world has been projected into the underground world? This scene shocked Gunai. It's said that the shadow world of the high-dimensional transcendent world is projected and can be inhabited. Gunai slowly collected his thoughts and looked around. Gunai's body was covered in a layer of jelly-like energy barrier. It looked very soft, but when Gunai tried to move, he found that he couldn't move the soft energy at all. After a few more attempts, Gunai retracted his power and didn't rashly touch the energy of the mysterious energy barrier. Qua, la, ge, lu. At this moment, the old magus' deep and melodious voice called out softly. The old magus called out. A passage was slowly opened up in this energy barrier. The old wizard then continued to lead Q on forward. This is a special barrier naturally formed by Kuragru. The old wizard said. This great life form doesn't want its existence to cause any influence or damage to its surroundings. That's why we were able to call out to it and come to this palace. Otherwise, no one will be able to enter. As he spoke, the old wizard led Gun to the square outside the palace. At that moment, more than 10 extraordinaries were sitting in the corner of the square. These extraordinaries were either wearing armor, robes, or cloaks, or were covered in black mist. There were even some who were wearing pants made of animal skin and were carrying a heavy sword on their back. Some of their auras bloomed, while others were perfectly restrained. However, there was no doubt that those who could sit and cultivate here were definitely powerful existences at the first level of the extraordinary master realm. Gugni and the old wizard landed. These transcendent grand masters didn't care about anything at all. They just sat there and cultivated. These people are all ascetics. They are all experts who want to pursue a higher realm. There are even some people who have been meditating here for 100 years. The old magus said in a low voice. Won't you be hungry after sitting for so long? Gunai thought. However, after becoming a transcendent master, if you have special innate abilities, you really don't need to eat. If you don't have a similar talent, you still need to eat. As for the oracles, ancestral spirits, and even sages above the extraordinary master level, they should be able to completely use energy as their life core. He led Gunai into the hall. The old wizard thought for a while and looked at Gun. Right, where were we just now? 291 The Great Life Form. There are a few special existences who have condensed 2 occultic runes. Gunai said. Oh, yes, it's 2 occultic runes hehe, Yingluo's memory isn't as good as you young people's now. The old sorcerer sighed with emotion. According to the descriptions of these transcendent masters who condensed 2 occultic runes. First of all, the conversion efficiency has greatly increased. It's about 2 to 3 times higher than before. Although it's not very efficient, it's said that the effect of the practice is quite good. At the same time, more importantly, they also discovered an important aspect. The old magus paused. That is the damage to the soul. The impact on the soul is starting to decrease. The old wizard's words made Gun think. The damage to the soul has decreased? This Kazaya means that the soul's ability to withstand damage has increased? Gun looked at the old wizard. Yes, I am, the old magus smiled and nodded. The soul's defensive ability and damage tolerance were 2 different concepts. In Gunai's understanding, it was the soul's defense and health. For example, a creature with a soul like the devil. Many weak soul attacks were unable to break through the abomination's defenses, and they could ignore such ordinary soul attacks. Even if the powerful means had caused damage to the devil's soul. Even after losing 10% of their souls, the abominations were still able to maintain their peak combat strength. Even if they lost 50% of their souls, they could still maintain a very high combat power. But human souls were different. A slight soul crack could cause a human to have a splitting headache, making them wish they were dead. They would almost lose the ability to cast spells. However, to the demons, such a slight soul crack was like a scratch to them. It did not hurt or itch. The loss of 5% of the soul could basically determine the death of a human. But for demons, they could recover after a period of rest. Devil creatures were extremely resistant to damage to the soul. On the other hand, humans' ability to withstand damage to the soul was next to nothing. Many supernatural beings believed in this. That was to ensure the completeness of the soul. The soul could not be injured, or it would easily leave behind future problems. He couldn't allow his soul to suffer injuries that couldn't be recovered. In the end, it was because the human soul's ability to accommodate damage was too weak, and its recovery ability was too weak. Once he was injured, he could slowly recover from the minor injuries. If the damage was slightly more severe, they would basically die on the spot. That was why the transcendent seniors would repeatedly emphasize that the soul should not be injured. The condensation of the occultic rune had solved the problem of his soul's recovery ability. These 2 occultic runes had clearly increased the damage tolerance of his soul. What's the exact tolerance range? Gun looked at the old wizard. It's still 5%. It's still 5%. Isn't there no change in this yin-yang? Gunai was startled. No, there are still some changes. The old magus said softly. The previous loss of about 1 to 2% of soul power can be regarded as a serious injury to the soul. They've lost about 3 to 4% of their soul power. They're basically dead. A loss of 5% of the soul, this is the theoretical limit of survival. However, in reality, those who lose 1 to 2% will suffer heavy casualties, while those who lose 3 to 4% will have less than 1 in 1,000 survivors. After condensing 2 occultic runes, as long as you don't lose more than 5% of your souls, you can ignore the damage done to your souls and still maintain your combat power. This made Gunai's heart throb. In other words, once you've condensed 2 occultic runes, you won't suffer a life worse than death from a slight crack in your soul, lose 1–2% of your soul and completely lose your ability to cast spells, or lose 3–4% of your soul and permanently lose consciousness. Before losing 5% of the soul, one's combat strength would be extremely high. Only after losing more than 5% would one's soul die? Yes, I am. The old magus nodded. The soul's ability to withstand damage has greatly increased. Although the theoretical upper limit has not changed, the actual effect has changed greatly. It can even be said to be a qualitative change, Gunai said. Yes. 2 occultic runes. This effect is truly astonishing. Gun rubbed his hands in his black cloak. What about the effects of the 3 occultic runes? Gun looked at the old wizard. The effects of the 2 occultic runes were already so shocking. Gunai naturally wanted to know more about their effects. If you condensed 3 occultic runes, would you easily tell others about their effects? The old magus looked over with a smile. Gunai was a bit surprised. This Tao Wu was also true. Condensing 2 was already extremely difficult. Condensing 3 was probably not something a transcendent master could do. Therefore, the expert who had condensed 3 of them would naturally not reveal it so easily. At the same time, no one dared to force him to say it. Although I have never heard of it, based on the characteristics of occultic runes, we can still deduce some things. The old sorcerer slowly explained. In essence, the occultic runes are a 3-in-1 transformation of the body, soul, and origin power. At the same time, it will increase its ability to accommodate damage. Although the efficiency is a little low, as the number increases, the transformation efficiency will greatly increase. The ability of the soul and the body to withstand damage will also greatly increase. We can deduce it to the extreme. It's not difficult to calculate the subsequent effects at this time. Extreme improvement. Gunai quickly let go of his imagination. If that's the case, then the consequence of the soul's extreme tolerance for damage is that even if the soul is completely annihilated, with a 100% chance of perishing, the frame of life will still not collapse, which means that I will still not die. After all, the soul is not a necessary condition for the framework of life. An energy can be quickly transformed into a soul. The death of the soul can be transformed again. Using the same logic, we can deduce that the complete destruction of the physical body, but the mana pool, which has its own independent layer, will not be destroyed with it. Then, the energy will flow backward, and the physical body will be condensed out of thin air. The body and the soul are not the necessary conditions for the framework of life. Both the soul and the body have been completely destroyed. However, as long as the energy core is not destroyed, it can still be revived. If you want to kill it, you must destroy all the energy that contains its life frame, including its body, soul, and even all the energy in the demonic pool. Only then can you kill it. Isn't this the type of swan ni natural disaster creature? Gunai's mind was slightly shaken. Even a natural disaster creature wouldn't be this powerful. I'm afraid that it's even more terrifying than a natural disaster creature. Even if you are a god, once your divine fire is extinguished and your divine crown is broken, you will still die. The runes that borrow the power displayed by the great ruler can allow one's body, energy, and soul to reach an unprecedented level of unique life. This is a completely different life form. Is this the power of Thulhu and the others from the great life system? And this is just a ruler. Above it are the old gods, the ancient gods, and other supreme existences. The more he understood the terror of this life form, the more Gunai felt how small he was. After a long time, Gunai slowly restrained his wild imagination. The gap between us and the great life is so big that it makes one's heart tremble. Gunai said softly. Therefore, we must always be in awe of such a great life. The old magus nodded. But Ying Luo is very fast. In the depths of Gunai's heart, a smile appeared. I will have a new K life form that is close to Thulhu's life form. 292 Chapter 113 Lord's Seal. He followed the old sorcerer. Soon, they arrived at the end of the long corridor by the side door of the hall. Further ahead was the mountain-like majestic sealed land. At the end of the corridor, the old magus stopped. I'll see you off until here. I've already explained everything I need to, especially the few things I warned you about. You must be careful. The old magus said softly. Senior, don't worry. I will be careful. Gunai slightly nodded. Then you can go. There aren't many people here, so you just need to find a place to quietly come into contact with, absorb, comprehend, and condense. After saying that, the old sorcerer turned around and left. Senior, I still don't know your name, Gunai quickly said. Zul Airman. The old magus said softly. Zul Airman. Gugni memorized the name of the wizard. After all, the kind old man had told Gunai a lot of important things along the way. If it was someone else, they would have been sick of it. Some wouldn't even say a word to Gunaidor. Senior Zul, when will the Forbidden Elemental Land open? Gunai asked. This was one of the questions Gunai was most concerned about. After all, Gunai was hoping that he could return after he finished forming the demonic runes. 2 or 3 months at least, and 4 or 5 months at most. With your talent, it won't be difficult for you to make it in time for the battle in the Forbidden Elemental Lands. After saying that, the old wizard Zul turned and left. 2 or 3 months at least, and 4 or 5 months at most. There's no rush. Gunai then looked at the giant ruler seal that was like a giant rock in the depths of the forest. Even standing there, Gunai could feel a faint power attracting him to worship and believe in it. This powerful force naturally gave off the effect of power worship. All living beings yearned for power. When faced with too much power, the original intention of life would faintly fall into the worship of power. If it were an ordinary person who did not have enough soul resistance, they would basically fall into fanatical faith and kneel until death. Fortunately, as an extraordinary, he could easily resist this slight power worship. Gunai's eyes swept across the forest and the huge rocky mountain as he quietly walked along the edge. Gunai wasn't like the other extraordinaries who came in. He had come here to absorb energy and then comprehend the inheritance. Gunai had come in to touch a great life form. During the process of reincarnation, Gunai naturally needed to find a quiet corner where no one could see him, and quietly complete the process of reincarnation. This secret could not be discovered by others. Only by touching and reincarnating would Gun be completely immune to Kuragru's summoning. At that time, Gun could freely condense more occultic runes instead of focusing his power on resisting Kuragru's call. At the same time, these reincarnations would allow Gunai's extraordinary talent to reach a higher level. Last time, just touching the ruler's flesh and blood had greatly increased Gunai's extraordinary talent. He now had the powerful innate ability to directly comprehend the profound meaning of the world. And this time, when he truly came into contact with this great creature, the power of the backlash would definitely be extremely terrifying. The more this was the case, the better the effect after reincarnation. It could even increase Gunai's comprehension of the world and dark profound by more than 10 times. He moved forward silently. About half an hour later, Gunai had entered a small stream. The ruler's sealed land had not moved for a long time and had undergone the changes of mountains and rivers. The rocks on this side of the mountain stream had already been stacked together with the ruler's seal. After being washed away, a small cave with a water curtain was revealed on the side. Gunai could tell that the cave had been modified by someone with extraordinary power. "Is there anyone inside?" Gunai called out. There was no response. Gunai's body flickered and he quietly walked into the cave. After 20 to 30 meters, there was a stone room covered in dust at the end. On one side, there was a slight stream of water. On one side was a wall formed by the ruler's seal. There shouldn't be anyone here. The person who condensed the occultic rune here has already left. Then this is the best place for me to gather and cultivate. After looking around, Gunai laughed. After tidying up the stone room, he also blocked the entrance. After some thought, Gunai placed a wooden tablet at the entrance. "There's someone inside, please do not disturb." After all these preparations were done, Gunai sat down beside the ruler's seal. Gunai sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. At the same time, he silently merged with the world around him. 10 minutes later, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. "No one is spying on me in the dark. In front of such a powerful life form, no one would be so bored as to do such a thing. For me, I can start my plan with a peace of mind." He stared at the ruler's seal barrier in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh. Under Gunai's control, the origin power in his body surged out and gathered into a tentacle as thick as a thumb, making contact with the ruler's seal. The moment they touched, boom, boom, boom. A power like a volcano erupting bloomed in front of Gunai. It was as if the lava from the volcano was about to rush to his face. The world that Gunai perceived was shaking. Gunai's soul, origin pool, and body were all trembling from the heat. This was the fear and trembling of the essence of life in the face of a supreme life. It was a good thing that Gun had already learned from Zol what would happen if he touched the seal. In the face of such a terrifying difference in level, he managed to calm his mind. Boom! Boom! A violent force surged out. Gunai felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. Fortunately, Gunai wasn't afraid of death. And so, Gunai gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Zol-Er had already told Gunai. The first step of contact had to be taken slowly. It required repeated contact and absorption before one could finally adapt to the trembling of the seal of a great creature. But Gun himself had experience and resistance against the reincarnation of the ruler's remains. In addition, he had absorbed so much wriggling flesh and blood. Gunai had enough capital to get used to it faster than ordinary people. For a normal person, it would take half a month to adapt. In fact, it would break after the first contact, or else he would die. However, Gunai found that the trembling only caused him some discomfort, but it didn't cause any serious damage. After calming down, Gunai began to slowly adapt to the violent power, and at the same time, slowly absorb it. Only by absorbing and digesting the energy on the surface could one move on to the next level and touch the essence of the occultic runes. The occultic runes were located on the second floor. Moreover, the difficulty of condensing occultic runes was far higher than the difficulty of absorbing energy and transforming it on the first floor. Fortunately, Gunai had plenty of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. The power of the first layer was the special energy formed by the outer layer of the seal. It was said that after absorbing it, one could slightly refine their own origin power. Gunai naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Gurgle gurgle. The surging energy was being absorbed by Gunai. The origin pool in Gunai's body was also receiving this energy, and it was slowly becoming stronger. 293 Chapter 114 Crazily Seeking Death. Unknowingly. 3 days had passed by quickly. Gunai was sitting cross-legged in the small cave. He had been absorbing the energy from the first layer of the ruler's seal for the past 3 days. It was like a volcanic eruption 3 days ago. In front of Gunai, it was like a lake with light waves, and it couldn't do anything to Gunai. Hoo hoo hoo. Gunai slowly opened his eyes. Then, Gunai carefully sensed his origin power. It has indeed been refined a little, but not by much. For those extraordinaries, there are not many opportunities for this kind of source power refinement. Only when they break through and advance will they have the opportunity to refine it on a large scale. This kind of small refinement is indeed of great help to them. For me, every time I reincarnate, the transformation of my origin power is 6 to 7 times greater than this slight refinement. It's better than nothing. Gunai closed his eyes again and merged into the space around him, trying to sense his surroundings. After half an hour, Gunai opened his eyes again. It's safe. No one is spying on us, Gunai thought to himself. During these 3 days, while Gunai was absorbing the refined energy, he was also sensing his surroundings to see if anyone was spying on him. And the result was that no one would spy on him in secret. This conclusion put Gunai at ease. When he looked at the seal barrier of the ruler in front of him again. The energy from the first level is no longer a threat to me. Now, let's move on. Gunai gradually gathered his thoughts. It's to come into contact with the second layer of occultic runes, and even reincarnate the mayfly. Then, using the origin power tentacle, Gunai's perception reached into the depths of the great ruler of life's seal. When he passed the energy of the first layer and entered the second layer, immediately, Gunai felt a vast and terrifying aura coming at him. Qua, la, ge, lu. Qua, la, ge, lu. The voice reverberated in Gunai's mind. Gunai was mesmerized by every note. Qua, la, ge, lu. Even Gun couldn't help but chant. Deep in his heart, he began to worship the voice. Originally, in the old wizard Zul's warning, he couldn't directly sense the second level. He had to have a corresponding way to suppress the call. Or, he could listen to a short syllable in an instant and withdraw immediately, and then completely break away from the call of the voice before he could continue to listen. Only after listening to the small syllables repeatedly and completely restraining his mind from being affected, could he come into contact with the second layer of occultic runes. The process of repeated contact and forming a defensive ability would also take half a month. But for Gunai, why would he resist the call? He wanted to sink deep into the call of Kula Gru and die. This way, he would be able to obtain the corresponding resistance. I don't need to resist, I just need to completely blend in. He was immersed in the call of Kula Gru. Gunai was still able to maintain a little self-consciousness. Instead of stepping on the brakes to stop the call, Gunai stepped on the gas pedal and drove deeper and deeper. As Gunai went deeper, the soft whispers had already turned into thunderous roars. There was only one voice in the world that Gunai could sense, and that was the supreme call, Kula Gru. At the same time, the essence of Ancient One's soul began to twist rapidly, and the energy in the origin pool began to surge toward the seal of Kura Gru, the ruler. Gunai's body began to exude absolute piety and firm faith. Gunai offered everything he had to Kula from the bottom of his heart. Very quickly. Hwala lala 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 lala. Gunai quickly woke up from his daze. And then, he entered the greyish-white, foggy death vision. Is he dead? When he saw his own body and the wall of the ruler's seal, he quickly collected his thoughts. After carefully examining it, Gunai nodded. It should be that I was completely immersed in the call of this great creature after becoming its staunch believer. I was determined to be dead by the system. I need to reincarnate. After all, in this state, I am no longer me. I am a puppet that worships strength. Speaking of which, this great creature is really terrifying. Even though I'm already dead, I'm still kneeling in front of it. Gunai's mouth twitched. The previous reincarnation dropped from late stage to mid-stage tier 4. However, during the time when I arrived at Dragonhead Harbor and stayed there for a period of time, as well as the time when I went to the mysterious moving island, my cultivation has also returned to the peak of the 4th step. The increase in cultivation after reincarnation is equivalent to a half-recovered state. The increase will be extremely fast, and after reaching a new height, the cultivation will return to the normal cultivation standard. This time, I should fall back to the mid-4th rank after reincarnation. I just don't know how it will turn out. Gun's eyes fell on the seal barrier of Kuragru. I need to reincarnate several times before I can completely come into contact with this Kuragru. His eyes swept over the number of reincarnations he had. Number of reincarnations, 8. No matter how many times, I need to get in touch with this Kuragru after all. No one knows if they'll have the chance to come into contact with this great existence in the future. Reincarnation. With the thought, Gunai immediately reincarnated. Space-time reversal. His view lowered. A moment later, Gunai was revived. He didn't rashly continue to touch and sense. Instead, he entered his own perception. 10 minutes later, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. My origin power, physical body and mental strength have all dropped to the mid-4th stage. At the same time, my perception of world intent and darkness intent has increased by 2.5 times. My perception of the other profound meanings of runes has also been greatly improved. The one that increased the most is the destruction profound. The third rune profound meaning that I have the clearest perception of is destruction. The world, darkness, and destruction. I like them very much. Gunai chuckled. Then, he looked up at the heavy ruler's seal. The road to death, begin. With the construction of his source power, Gun began his death charge against Kuragru. 294 The favored child of the world's profound. After reincarnating once, Gun had a strong resistance against Kuragru. When Gunai entered the second level, the call for Kara, Gru, was still ringing in Gunai's mind. However, it had no effect on Gunai. Seeing this, Gunai's mouth curved into a smile. Even Gun could easily block the call from Kuragru. At the same time, the occultic runes, the special black runes, were clearly displayed in front of Gunai. In other words, Gunai was now qualified to form an occultic rune. Moreover, after it was condensed, it would not be afraid of the other party's call at all. This was completely equivalent to a natural barrier. This was undoubtedly great news for the other extraordinary humans. But Gunai's goal wasn't limited to this. Controlling his soul perception, Gunai directly passed through the second level and charged into the third, fourth, and even deeper levels. As soon as he reached the third level, Gunai felt an endless darkness. The endless darkness continued to envelop them. Gunai could feel that once he was enveloped by this boundless darkness, he would die. Gunai braved the darkness and charged toward the 4th floor. He had just entered the 4th floor and felt the boundless light here. An endless, bizarre, and deadly force enveloped him. Gunai died at the age of 17. After returning to the death vision, Gunai was reborn after thinking for a while. Then, he began to try again. Death on 1 level, death on 2 levels. He would die either way, so he might as well go deeper and come into contact with more terrifying death factors to lead to his death. The effect after reincarnation would be better. Following the second reincarnation. During the third reincarnation, Gunai ran exceptionally fast. The second time, he only made it to the 4th floor. This third time, Gunai charged forward like crazy, heading straight for death. He charged straight to the 7th floor before dying. Fortunately, these powers were curses, memes, or Thulhu's mysterious power that had caused Gunai's death. It wasn't a direct attack. Therefore, every time he reincarnated, Gunai would have enough resistance. His talent had grown enough. Gunai didn't know how many layers the seal had. Each layer was isolated by a terrifying and strange power that could not be touched. But Gun knew that he had to rush in as much as he could to truly touch the great Kuragru. After his third reincarnation, Gunai calmed himself down and closed his eyes to rest. After half an hour of meditation, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. Somehow, Gunai felt like he was about to meet that great creature. Begin. After getting ready, Gun followed the path formed by the source power tentacle and began to sense the depths of Kregru Seal. First level, second level. He'd already touched the previous levels, so he wasn't much of a threat to Gunai. Gunai quickly reached the 7th floor. At this moment, the 7th level was filled with blood. It was a little like the bloody dream world, but it was also completely different. It was more like the shore of an endless sea of blood. The barrier formed by the power of self-sealing alone was enough to give Gun the feeling of an entire world. It was clear how powerful Kregru was. Before, when Gunai had entered the 7th level, the countless blood tentacles had enveloped Gunai and assimilated him. At this moment, when he once again entered this endless blood world, the weird tentacles were gone. After being assimilated once, Gunai was like half of their kind, and also had half a resistance. The power here didn't have much of an effect on Gunai. I'm already able to enter the blood dream world. I wonder if my abilities in the blood dream world will change after this strange transformation. But no matter what, after being touched to death by this strange blood-red power, I will definitely obtain the corresponding resistance. In the future, if I come into contact with a similar power again, I won't be too afraid. After confirming that the 7th floor wasn't too harmful to him, Gunai focused his mind and then headed for the 8th floor. On the 8th level, what emerged was an infinite light. However, the light on the 8th floor was too bright. Gunai felt as if his soul was being baked in the sun. The moment he entered, Gunai already felt like he was about to die. Once touched, one would die without any room for recovery. This was the power of the seal of a great life. In this moment of death, Gunai had to come into contact with even more deadly power. This way, the value of his death would be higher. And so, Gunai headed straight for the 9th floor. Upon entering the 9th floor, it was extremely dark. As soon as he entered, Gunai felt his soul become cold and suffocating. Even his thoughts were frozen. Fortunately, Gun had faced this deadly power many times, so his soul wasn't completely frozen. Furthermore, Gunai was on the verge of death, so he wasn't afraid of the deadly effects. Controlling the power in the depths of his soul, Gunai rushed to the 10th floor. The moment they entered the 10th floor, Gunai felt a warm feeling in his soul. This warm feeling almost warmed Gunai's soul. There was no more perception. Then, Gunir entered the view of death. In the view of death, Gunai saw his own body turn into steam and slowly evaporate. This scene made Gunai fall into deep thought. Wu didn't feel anything and just died like this. Or did I see that great existence, but I can't recognize him? Before you have resistance, you can't be named. You'll know once you're resurrected and feel it. Compared to the indescribable power, Gunai obviously trusted the system more. Gunai reincarnated. Time and space reversed, and streams of light gathered. Gunai came back to life. When he came back to life, he immediately felt that he was different from before. This Bayan. Gunai looked around in surprise. Gunai was in a completely normal state. However, he could clearly see the world intent. That's right, he didn't need to enter the thoroughly meticulous state of comprehension. He could directly use his naked eyes to see and even absorb and comprehend the profound meaning of the world. The movement of the air contained the fluctuations of the world's intent. The water trickled and spun, containing the weak and delicate fluctuations of the world's power Upanishad. The entire landscape was deep within the frame of the world, and Gunai could see it with a glance. It was even a profound meaning that the entire world was rapidly moving forward and changing its position within the framework of a larger extraordinary universe system. Everything in the world bloomed in front of Gunai in the form of power Upanishads. The essence of the world power Upanishad was displayed in front of Gunai. At this moment, Gunai was in an ocean of power Upanishads. Gunai was stunned by this scene. Gunai gently waved his hand. The energy of the world power Upanishad slowly flowed between his fingers. This is completely a Kazaya. the beloved child of the world's profound meaning. 295 The origin of favored children of profound meanings. Gunai looked around at the world power Upanishad fluctuations around him and then slowly looked away. After that, Gunai focused on his dark power Upanishad. Compared to the third reincarnation, the fourth reincarnation's increase in dark profound is about 4 times, and the previous ones were a little more than 2 times. Logically speaking, world intent should also be 4 times stronger than transformation. There shouldn't be such a huge change. There must be a reason for such an extraordinary change. Is it the great ruler, or is Yingluo the explosion of my reincarnation? Gunai began to search for the cause of this change. After all, if Gunai found it, he would have a better way to improve and transform his talent. This was a powerful innate talent at the favored child of the profound level. He was a powerful talent that could comprehend the essence of profound meaning with just a few glances. In ancient mythological history, favored children of the profound were extremely rare. Even in the extraordinary notes of the ancient masters of the foreign stars, it was only a supreme product in a few legends. The direction where the two people might be. First, I witnessed the existence of a great ruler creature, and then received the transformation of the world's favored child. There's a possibility, but I don't think it's high. The second direction is the thick accumulation of the long-term reincarnation and precipitation of the Paishu. Gunai rubbed his fingers. In the past year or so, I've been using the reincarnation function to stabilize and improve my extraordinary talent. The extraordinary talent of strengthening the body is reflected in the fact that I can easily master various techniques to exert the strength of the body. Even when I was in the blood origin cage, I watched the battle-type extraordinaries fight against the shadow-type extraordinaries. After I watched their moves and techniques once, my body naturally grasped them. However, this is only the learning ability after the transformation of the physical talent. The learning ability is only a manifestation of the deeper level. I think that other than the improvement in my learning and comprehension abilities, there are more talents that have settled in the depths of my body. Next is my soul. It's even more obvious in the soul aspect. Every time I reincarnate, the strength and volume of my soul will decrease, but I don't know what aspects it will improve in. And one of the manifestations is that I can withstand more incantation runes. From the looks of it now, it should be that the extraordinary talent has been continuously settling in my body. Finally, after this particularly huge increase in talent, it has reached the critical point. The power Upanishad I could feel the most clearly, the world power Upanishad. It has transformed to the extreme. In this aspect, I've become the favorite of this power Upanishad. And the method to verify this answer is very simple. As he thought about it, Gunai looked at the barrier that the ruler had sealed itself in. Just look at that great creature again. Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. No matter what, the harvest this time is really impressive. Let's not talk about the situation of comprehending the world's profound meaning. The speed of comprehending the dark and destruction ultimacy has increased by more than 30 times since I first entered. Right now, a day's worth of comprehension is comparable to a month's worth of comprehension. As long as I'm given a few years to cultivate and comprehend, my comprehension of the profound truths of darkness and destruction will be profound. I'll be able to catch up to those extraordinary masters who have cultivated for decades or even centuries. As for world intent, I'm afraid it'll be even faster. Next is to help me condense my occultic runes. As he pondered, Gunai's perception reached the second level. If Gunai didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't even have been able to hear the soft call. At this moment, the Kara, Ge. Lu's call didn't even have any effect on Gunai, let alone its death. As long as Gunai wanted to, he could easily form demonic runes. Gunai immediately focused his mind and continued to sense deeper. The 7th floor, the 8th floor, and the 9th floor. Gunai could sense that each floor was safe and there were no negative effects. It was obvious that the effect of entering the core layer was too great, to the extent that the effects of the outer layers were no longer effective. With the thought, Gunai's perception entered the core layer. After that, Gunai saw a dandelion-like object floating in the quiet space. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, or perhaps it was meditating, or it was floating gently. Gunai looked at his opponent, but he couldn't sense his opponent's condition. At the same time, Gunai felt like he was about to die. He hadn't been hurt, but Gunai felt like he was going to die. Last time, Gunai thought he had seen it, but the indescribable power must have made him lose his memory. And after the last time, when his memory was erased, he had developed a resistance to the strange power. This time, not only could Gunai see him, but he could also remember him. But Gun was staring at the great sleeping ruler. This also caused Gunai to be killed by an unknown power. Gunai knew very well that he was about to die. You can't even let me take a look when you're asleep. The unknown killing power began to eat away at Gunai's body, soul, and energy. When everything returned to nothingness, Gunai's everything disappeared. Gunai then clicked on reincarnation. A moment later, Gunai reincarnated for the 5th time. Inside the small cave, the water in the stream flowed, and the sound of it echoed in the room. Gunai wasn't sitting in front of the barrier anymore. Instead, he was pacing back and forth in the small stone house, thinking about something. At the same time, Gunai's number of reincarnations had been reduced to 3, and his realm had also dropped to the early 3rd rank. Gunai's comprehension of the power Upanishads had increased after this reincarnation. It was only 30 to 40%. Gunai wasn't surprised. After all, when Gun was staring at Kuragru, the dandelion-like creature, the power was slowly killing him. Obviously, the strange power wasn't that scary, so for Gun, the talent he gained after absorbing it was a bit weaker. However, an increase of 30 to 40% on top of the original foundation was already very exaggerated. But Gunai wasn't paying attention to this. Instead, it was about the source of the favored child of the world's profound. It's obvious that we're not heading in the direction of the dandelion-like Kuragru. The most likely source is the accumulation of my talent in my reincarnation, and the transformation that finally reached the critical point. Hoo. Gunai exhaled. As expected, the system is domineering. I can't believe I'm as talented as the favored child of the world's profound. The only pity is that I don't have a book on the profound meaning of the world yet. I can't use the power of world intent. However, generally speaking, only transcendent grandmasters are able to obtain incantation manuals that contain the power of the world's profound meanings. It's normal that I can't get it now. The slow death just now basically confirmed that this strange power of death is no longer a big threat to me. If I look again, it'll only be the power of Kuragru the Dominator himself that caused my death. This kind of death would be a meaningless death. At this point, my reincarnation has basically come to an end. Then next, Zhen. Gunai gently rubbed his palm with a smile. It's about the condensation of the misty demonized runes. 296 occultic runes. Gunai once again sat down and began to think. Previously, I've continuously advanced, but I didn't manage to form any secret crossing runes. The main reason is that we need to leave enough bearing capacity to bear the weight of the enchanted runes. The space that was left before should be enough to form 4 or 5 secret crossing runes. After 5 reincarnations this time, I should be able to condense about 5 or 6. In short, the formation of 10 secret crossing runes is about the same. I don't need to gather too many. The secret crossing runes are enough for me to use with the Dark Wizard staff to cast the Great Thunder Flame Curse. I'll just have to condense 6 more secret crossing runes. The rest of the power carried by the soul needs to be used to carry the occultic runes. I just don't know how much it can carry. With this in mind, Gunai gradually restrained his thoughts. It's not a problem to complete the upgrade in these 3 to 5 months. If I take too long, I might be able to reach the 5th step directly. My soul's defense is already very strong after continuously devouring the true netherworld origin fruit. coupled with the powerful damage tolerance of the soul brought by the occultic runes. My soul's level is also about to increase. Both the soul and the body have extremely strong defense and high tolerance to injuries. This is the most important thing. Gunai thought. Of course, defense is one thing. What's more important is my offensive ability as a mage. Such a long period of time is enough for all my incantations of law to increase by 1 or 2 levels. My hack system also needs to start choosing core incantations as my core combat power. For a law incantation master, it was necessary to strengthen the power of the core law incantation. It's a pity that I don't have any magical incantations related to the profound meaning of runes on hand. As he thought about it, Gunai opened his hack system. First hack position, Dark Arcane Passage, Level 4. Second hack position, Glyphbona Origin Pool, Level 5. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, Level 7. Fourth hack slot, Thunderfire Curse, Level 5. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, Level 7. Sixth hack position, Blood Source Great Blood Heavenly Dream Curse, Level 2. The 7th idle slot was 58%. In about 4 months, the 7th position will be unlocked. After some thought, Gun replaced the arcane channel in the first position. Then, he placed True Scale Kun's protection on it. After replacing them, he looked through the spells and relaxed. There were many spells on the screen, all of which were extremely important to Gunai. It was either used for cultivation or to improve one's core abilities. My demonic CO soul also fell to the early 4th rank with my realm. Fortunately, it can grow along with my strength. I'll start to form the incantation. I'll also start to comprehend the profoundness of the world, darkness, and destruction. Gunai immediately focused and started his cultivation. The ruler's sealed land was relatively safe and was indeed a suitable place for cultivation. The old wizard, Zul Araman, had also told Gun that he would lead him out when the time came. Gunai didn't need to worry. He just had to stay here and cultivate steadily while comprehending the profound meaning of runes. Just like that, he condensed the runes and comprehended the profound meaning of the runes at the same time. Gunai entered a steady state of cultivation. Unknowingly, more than 4 months had passed by. On this day, at the entrance of the underground world, the sound of water breaking was heard. Zul Araman had brought 3 extraordinary humans into the underground world. A moment later, the old wizard Zul opened a thick energy barrier and brought the 3 of them to the huge building sealed by the ruler. Flying alongside Zul Araman was a spellcaster swordsman from an alien galaxy, carrying 6 spell blades on his back. Compared to the development of the supernatural sequence in the area continent, the large transcendent worlds above the starry sky had a more complete development of their transcendent sequence. Battle, law incantation, shadow, and other beyonder professions of various sequences all had excellent magic weapon and corresponding book of law incantation that matched their own beyonder profession. As for the small to medium-sized transcendent world, the Oya continent, the beyonders only had the most basic class inheritance. On the other hand, spell manuals, battle manuals, and shadow manuals all existed in the form of a single spell. They were all learned from whatever they encountered and were relatively more chaotic, making it difficult to form a powerful combat system. After all, it was easy to construct a single incantation. As for a set of law incantation tomes and incantation weapons that were compatible with a transcendent class, that was extremely difficult to construct. Not only did it require a lot of powerful, experienced, and creative extraordinary scholars to conduct research and experiments, but it also required a lot of time. It also required a large number of extraordinaries to go through a long period of cultivation and to temper themselves in battle, settle down, and give feedback. Only then could a complete set of powerful professional combat system be formed. The transcendent Grandmaster with the demon curse sword on his back scanned the entire underground world. When he saw the shadow world like light in the sky, his expression changed slightly. The embryonic form of a higher dimension world? This is really rare. The spellcaster swordsman, Badaru, laughed. It's just that the great ruler's presence here has caused the embryonic form of the high-dimensional world in a small area to change. Such a strange natural scene is not naturally formed, so there's no potential for it to expand. If we really have the embryonic form of a higher dimension world, I'm afraid that even more extraordinary experts and evil gods will descend upon our world. Then, they will kill us all and build a new powerful force. In fact, the Scourge will wage war and completely occupy our world, nurturing our world into their core world. The old wizard, Zul, shook his head. Haha, Yingluo, that's true. To your world, the release of the source tide and the starlight between the stars is already a disaster. If your world really releases the embryonic form of a high-dimensional world, tisk 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 tisk, it won't be a disaster to you anymore, but a crisis of complete destruction. Badaru laughed. Even so, our transcendent world is not having a good time. Those evil gods have already descended, and those heretical transcendent powerhouses won't easily give up on our world's extraordinary origin. This time, I hope Sir Badaru can help me, Zul said. Don't worry. You should be clear about our long-term cooperation. Since your extraordinary association is willing to give me the occultic rune, we will naturally do our best to help you. Furthermore, those fellows who are intertwined with the evil gods are mostly not good people. In many major transcendent worlds, they are also people with bounties on their heads. To be able to kill them is naturally an extremely good thing. Badaru said. Zul asked Badaru after some thought. I haven't gone outside to get more details in the past 1 or 2 months. What's the situation on the island now? What else can it be? It's even more chaotic now. Badaru shook his head. You should know about the battle 3 to 4 months ago. It was extremely brutal, and many transcendents were killed or injured. Even 2 transcendent masters died. The entire moving island is shaking from the battle. It's fortunate that Old Man Strange Sea took action to suppress those transcendent grandmasters. Otherwise, those god emissaries would have taken action as well. However, it was also because of Old Man Strange Sea's actions that those divine emissaries became obedient. With the strength of a demigod expert, even those gods' messengers don't dare to attack casually in front of him. Is that Strange Sea old man really at the demigod level? That's natural. Badaru nodded slightly. Even so, in the past month or 2, although there was no conflict on the island, small-scale assassinations have been going on at the same time. Both sides have begun to patrol the surrounding seas to hunt down the other side's experts who have increased in strength. Although the Transcendent Association's official power is strong, the ocean is still a place where evil gods and pirates operate all year round. Right now, both sides are basically equal. However, in general, at least before the Forbidden Elemental Lands open, there will be no large-scale battle between the two sides. Even if there are fights, they'll be small-scale ones. Zul nodded slightly, then asked softly, the Elemental Forbidden Land is about to open. 297 Chapter 118 Assassination. Yes, soon. Badaru nodded. It'll only take half a month, or maybe a month. Once it's activated, I'm afraid it'll be another brutal battle. Zul sighed slightly. That's natural. In a battle of life and death, if you don't fight, you'll die. Compared to the evil gods' forces, the South Church's strength cannot be underestimated. They will also be sending more people to participate in this battle. That's for sure. Zul Araman nodded slightly. By the way, according to the agreement, we should have come in more than 3 months ago. Why did it take so long? Badaru asked Zul. At that time, one of the top geniuses of our Transcendent Association came in first. We deduced that the energy here is not enough after you enter, you will have to wait here for a long time in vain, thus, we delayed the time for you to enter. 3 months ago, a genius from your Transcendent Association. It should be the super spellcaster Gunny Lawrence who disguised himself as Captain Jack. Badaru laughed. Since the other party had guessed it, Zul did not hide it. After all, this Badaru had been working with their Transcendent Association for a long time, and they had even worked together several times. Furthermore, the other party's authority in the Transcendent Association was not low. Badaru had been involved in the encirclement and suppression of the human-faced flower church a few months ago. No information was leaked during the entire process. It was obvious that this Badaru was relatively reliable. The birth of a superior spellcaster is extremely rare. Badaru sighed softly. Also, I heard that Gunai's extraordinary profession is only a 4-star blood curse mancer. It's the birth of a super spellcaster. It's the easiest job in the star system to produce such a super spellcaster. The weaker ones are also top-tier 7-star spellcasters. However, this 4-star blood curse mancer can actually become a superior spellcaster. This is simply unbelievable. You have to know that the blood curse mancer is not a supernatural profession that leans towards the magic curse system. It is more inclined towards the combat body and the strange blood curse system. Even a blood curse mancer who's not as good as the others can become a super spell caster with the help of this genius named Gun Lawrence. I really don't know how terrifyingly talented this guy is. A 4-star blood curse mancer is not weak. If you can suppress the curse that comes from the depths of your blood, you'll be equivalent to a 6-star blood curse mancer. Zol said. Even if it's a 6-star, it's not a 6-star that's biased towards a law magus. Badaru shook his head. If he was given the title of Blood Source Curse Mancer or Blood Demon Curse Mancer from the star sequence, this Gunny Lawrence would definitely soar. Oh! Can ordinary transcendent professions really be promoted to a higher level in the star sequence? Zol's eyebrows twitched. Of course, it's just that the difficulty is very high, and the chances are slim if you don't succeed on the first try. There's basically no chance of a second try. I'm not too sure about the specific situation. If this Gunnier Lawrence has the opportunity to enter the higher dimensional extraordinary world in the future, perhaps he can go and search for it himself. The high-dimensional transcendent world is so far away. It's not easy to enter. Indeed, Badaru nodded slightly. Badaru then turned to look at the two extraordinary humans in their early 20s, a man and a woman. Look at that Gun. He's only a 4-star extraordinary professional, but he's already a 4th-rank super spellcaster. Besides, you should also know the news that came from the Dragon Slayer. In the Dragon's Necropolis, that Gunai could kill a top 7-star or level 6 superhuman in a one-on-one fight. He could even easily kill a level 5-star sequence master. He is extremely powerful. It's because you have powerful extraordinary professions in the star sequence that you are able to make yourself strong enough. He might even be considered a genius in a transcendent world. However, in the many extraordinary worlds, the combination of your talents and extraordinary professions will not be as outstanding. After all, there are many talented geniuses in the endless extraordinary worlds. As for that Gunai, even if he was placed in many transcendent worlds, or even in the top major transcendent worlds, he would still be a top genius. Therefore, don't think that you are the chosen ones just because you have a supernatural profession in the star series. That is good enough. If you don't work hard, 7-star, 6-star, or even 4-star extraordinary professionals of the same level can still have the strength to kill you. Lord Badaru, we will train hard. The two of them said in unison. Badaru nodded slightly. It's also because you are willing to work hard in your cultivation that I've brought you to this ancient, great ruler of life's sealed land to accept the inheritance of the occultic runes. Remember, you might not even have such an opportunity even in a major transcendent world. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity and condense the occultic rune as soon as possible. This will be of great help to all of you. It might even bring about a qualitative change when you reach the realm of extraordinary master or even higher in the future. Yes, Lord Badaru. The two of them said in unison again. Lord Badaru had already explained the power of the occultic runes to them. Naturally, the two of them were filled with anticipation for the occultic runes. Now that they were here again, they naturally did their best to condense the occultic runes. 10 minutes later. At the end of the corridor, an order was issued. A man and a woman, two extraordinaries of the star sequence, bade farewell to the two transcendent masters and walked towards the huge ruler's sealed body. The two of them silently entered the depths of the forest. When the two of them passed by a dark forest, a shadow silently separated from the female extraordinary and disappeared into the shadow of a tree. No one noticed the entire process. After the two of them left. After that, the shadow quietly emerged from the dark corner of the forest. As expected, Gunny Lawrence is here? The translucent dark shadow looked around and said softly. The difficulty of this mission on the night god ship is really high. Fortunately, he gave me some clues and the method to enter. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to find Gunai. But since I'm already here, it's time to end this Gunai's life. A super spellcaster? Interesting. Immediately, the figure blended into the shadows and disappeared. Hwala-la-la-la-la-la-la. The gentle sound of the stream was like a melodious music score, flowing gently as usual. In a corner of the stone chamber, Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged on the cultivation seat, slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. I've finally reached the 5th rank. He had been cultivating for several months. In the first 3.5 months, Gunai had easily advanced from the early stage of Transcendent Rank 3 to the peak of Transcendent Rank 4. The entire process was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. Even when he broke through from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank, Gunai, who had been immersed in his comprehension of the profound truths of darkness, hadn't been able to sense his own realm. In the end, when he came out, he discovered that he had broken through from the peak of the late 3rd rank to the 4th rank. And this time, when he advanced from the peak of the 4th step to the 5th step, it was equivalent to a relatively large leap. After all, a 4th rank could only be considered a mid-stage extraordinaire. As for the 5th rank, they were high-level extraordinaries. Advancing from the peak of the 4th step to the 5th step was much more difficult than advancing from the peak of the 3rd step to the 4th step. In fact, he was very close to advancing from the peak of the 5th step to the 6th step. However, after more than 10 days of the system's automatic idle mode, Gunai had easily broken through to the peak of the Type 4 realm, automatically reaching the Type 5 realm. From obtaining a transcendent profession to advancing to rank 5 in 1.5 years, this speed is already quite terrifying. Now that I've reached the 5th step, my strength has increased quite a bit. More importantly, my demonic CO soul also advanced to the 6th step half a month ago. With a rank 6 devil overlord in my hands, ordinary rank 6 extraordinaries won't be a match for me. Only peak rank 6 extraordinaries like August Han and Senior Nigel, who's at the peak of rank 6, can fight me. What? Just as he was thinking, Gunai suddenly felt something. Didn't I hang a sign at the east gate? They even blocked the entrance with stones, but someone still came in? And look at how sneaky this guy is, and the strength of his shadow concealment state is definitely not something an ordinary extraordinary person can do. Could it be? Rubbing his fingers, Gunai felt something was wrong. 298 A strange shadow. Over the past 4 months of training, the Soul Seal Codex had already reached level 9. With the unique nature of Gunai's soul, the amount of soul he had was naturally increasing. By now, Gunai's soul perception range had expanded to almost 40 meters. In other words, everything within 40 meters was within Gunai's soul perception. Gunai was the favorite of the world. As soon as this guy entered the range of Great Gunai's perception, Gunai clearly saw him. After some thought, Gunai let out a cold laugh. Roar! It was almost touching the shadow's face. The Devil Lord bit down on the soul. Crack! A sound. This bite didn't manage to bite the Devil Lord's soul. Fortunately, the Devil Lord was a powerful Crown Lord, so even if it didn't manage to bite the shadow's soul, it was able to tear off its head. No soul? Is this a strange projection power? This made Gunai's heart skip a beat. The devil overlord didn't bite anything, but it exposed its own tracks. In a flash, the shadow appeared at the entrance of the cave. At the same time, the shadow's head rapidly grew out. Devil Lord! Seeing this Devil Lord, the shadow was somewhat surprised. Immediately, the shadow smiled gloomily, as if he had guessed something. His figure leaped and instantly turned into an afterimage as he pounced into the cave. As soon as the shadow passed the Devil Lord, it saw Gun in the corner. Die! In a flash, the shadow appeared in front of Gunai with incredible speed. At the same time, the dagger in his hand was filled with shadow power, and he was aiming for Gunai's neck. However, as soon as the dagger fell into the air, a large number of densely packed puppet secret threads bloomed on the shadow's body. Within Gunai's soul perception, he could cast spells from any angle. In other words, within a 40-meter radius of Gunai, Gunai was in a perfect state of locking down, and there was no way to avoid it. At the same time, these puppet secret threads were also different from the past. Every puppet secret thread contained a little bit of the world's profound meaning. This also increased the secrecy and toughness of the puppet secret thread by several times. The powerful pulling force was about to imprison the entire shadow in the air. The shadow killer didn't give up resisting despite being bound by a large number of puppet threads. His shadow dagger slashed towards the puppet's secret thread. The sharp dagger fell. Boom! With a crisp sound, one of the puppet's secret threads was cut off. However, when it came to the second puppet thread, the shadow assassin's dagger had already run out of power and was unable to cut through the second thread. His gaze swept past the hidden and tough puppet threads. The shadow's pure black eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. His shadow's attack power was not weak. No matter what, it was at least at the peak of the sixth step. He didn't expect that this unremarkable puppet secret thread would be so tough. If it was controlled, it would be impossible to break free. Gunai took advantage of the gap in the puppet's secret thread to control the puppet's power and completely imprison the shadow killer in the air. The controlled shadow didn't panic at all, and its body trembled slightly. Swish, a sound. The shadow's entire body actually disappeared. The shadow of a transcendent master. This scene made Gunai's eyes narrow and his heart become cautious. To have a shadow at the peak of the Lu class, this was something only a master could do. This transcendent master used his shadow to assassinate. This kind of method was definitely not to be underestimated. Before Gunai could react, a faint crackling sound quickly rang out. It was like the sound of light shattering. Then, endless darkness descended. The entire cave quickly turned into a kingdom of darkness. Darkness, Gunai's eyes narrowed. Gunai stood still as his dark power Upanishad bloomed. Without making a sound, Gunai also perfectly blended into the darkness. Apart from the world power Upanishad, Gunai had spent the longest time learning the dark power Upanishad. At this moment, this extraordinary master of the shadow element was using the shadows to cast the darkness descent of the profound meaning of darkness. In the area of the darkness descent, the darkness would perfectly block the vision, hearing, smell, and even the movements inside. Nothing would be transmitted out. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Gunai could completely merge his darkness descent into it. His surroundings quickly turned dark, and Gunai blended into the darkness. A sharp, penetrating attack appeared behind Gunai's head without a sound, and it was frighteningly fast. Gunai, who was also in the darkness, used his soul perception domain to see every movement of his opponent. At the same time the other party attacked. Chi 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 chi. A series of rapid lightning bolts instantly bloomed on the shadow. However, the little thunder flame curse's annihilation effect didn't seem to have much effect on the shadow. The shadow braved Gunai's lightning and rushed toward Gunai's head. He dodged the attack with blood escape. He raised his hand slightly, and a large number of puppet secret threads quickly bloomed. As he sensed his surroundings, Gunai began to think. After all, it's the shadow of a transcendent master. It'll be a little troublesome to deal with. It's a good thing that this shadow isn't too strong. At most, it's at the peak of the 6th rank. It's just that its methods are a little strange. If Gunai wanted to, he had many powerful methods to deal with this shadow. For example, he would be killed by hard damage. For example, the explosion of the Destruction Upanishad. For example, he could run out and shout, "Help! Someone has assassinated him." After all, this area of darkness could trap others, but not Gunai. But Gun didn't do so. Fighting with the seed was a rare opportunity to understand the extraordinary master's methods and abilities. As soon as Gunai moved away, the shadow immediately chased after him. Even the puppet thread was unable to control it. Gunai sneered. He continued to use Blood Escape to move quickly, while bombarding the enemy with Little Thunder Flame Curse. The penetrative power of the Little Thunder Flame spell was not very harmful to creatures like shadows. However, it couldn't withstand the damage from the large number of attacks. After about 50 small Thunder Flame curses were continuously poured down his throat, Gunai could clearly feel that the shadow's speed and frequency had dropped. "I'm afraid I've miscalculated this time." He looked at Gunny Lawrence, who was running faster than him in the area of darkness. The corner of the shadow's eyes twitched slightly. In the shadow concealment state, the moment he was discovered, this assassination could be considered to have failed halfway. When the darkness first attacked Gunai, Gunai quickly dodged and attacked him instead. He had a bad feeling about this. It was obvious that the darkness had no effect on Gunai. Without concealment and surprise attacks, assassins were not much of a threat to a mage. Even though his shadow was immune to most of the offensive power of magic curses due to his unique talent, it was still a powerful spell. However, the pervasive power was enough to slowly annihilate him. More importantly, he found that Gunai's spells were terrifyingly powerful. Even if it was just an ordinary Little Thunder Flame spell, every strike of the spell would greatly reduce the power of his shadow. This level of law incantation's attack is probably a threat to even a transcendent master. He knew very well that this incantation master, Gunny Lawrence, had a frighteningly high rate of overlapping in a single second. At this time, the opponent didn't use such a high 1-second overlap to kill him. It was obvious that the other party was doing this on purpose to test his methods. The shadow's powerful concealment and the darkness descent's shielding were useless, so there was no need for the shadow to expose too much. After all, this time, the shadow had most likely come in to scout the way. The real killing move was not on the shadow. Chi 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 chi. A series of lightning bolts filled the air and struck the shadow. The shadow, which was already a little weak, was already unable to hold on. In the end, 7 or 8 thunderbolts were poured down. The power of the entire shadow quickly dissipated, and it died completely. After the shadow's death, the extreme darkness in the surroundings also dissipated rapidly. Gunai's face gradually turned serious as he emerged from the darkness. Although it was only an assassination, many things had been exposed. The Transcendent Association's experts' hierarchy has been eroded really badly. As long as their traces are exposed, they can still find their way into such an important place. They are really everywhere. You keep trying to assassinate me. Do you really think I, Gunai, am someone you can mess with? Gunai slightly rubbed his fingers and thought. My current strength is no longer the same as before. Even if I'm facing an attack from a master of extraordinary power, I still have the ability to resist to a certain extent. I'm no longer like before, sitting around and waiting for death. In fact, the extraordinary master's strange shadow is no longer a threat to me. After some thoughts, Gun looked around, then bombarded the cave with ring spells. As he flew away, Gunai detonated a large number of ring spells. Boom! A violent explosion instantly bloomed in the underground world and then spread in all directions. 299 Inspection. Boom! Following this explosion, source power sound waves reverberated throughout the entire ruler's sealed region. At that moment, many experts at the square at the entrance of the ancient hall opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the explosion. Zul Araman and Badaru, who were discussing something in the corridor of the hall, stood up and looked in the direction of the explosion with a serious expression. At the same time, many other cultivators who were condensing demonic runes in the ruler's seal were also interrupted by the explosion. Everyone's faces were filled with different degrees of caution. An explosion near the great ruler of life wouldn't cause it to react. However, such an abrupt explosion would cause anyone to panic. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Zul Araman and Badaru immediately got up and flew towards the explosion. A moment later, Zul Araman landed and saw Gunny, who was at the edge of the explosion. What's the situation? The old wizard, Zul Araman, said with a serious expression. A shadow tried to assassinate me. It should be the shadow of a transcendent master. It was very powerful, but I still killed it. Gunai said. Zul Araman's expression didn't change. On the side, Badaru's eyes narrowed. Zul didn't ask Gunny any more questions. He took out his staff. Following the chanting of the incantation, the tiny crystal at the tip of the staff was like a starry sky crystal, emitting a star-like luster. Then, the collapsed cave was projected in the light and shadow, and the scene quickly reversed. The scene of the shadow and Gunai fighting in the dark was quickly reconstructed. When he saw the shadow, he was stunned. Zul's eyes narrowed, as if he was trying to find something from the shadow. At the same time, Badaru's expression grew uglier and uglier. There had been nothing unusual here before. As soon as they entered, such a vicious assassination happened. This was definitely related to them. He and his 2 students would probably die here today. After all, Gunai was no ordinary person. He had a good relationship with the Transcendent Association's higher UPS, and he knew how much the Transcendent Association valued Gun when they found out that he was a superior spellcaster. Even the higher UPS of the Transcendent Association had the intention of nurturing Gunai as a core member. If they were really involved in the assassination at such an important place, he dared to say that the Transcendent Association would definitely kill the 3 of them for Gunai. When Zul Araman rewound the scene, the 5 Transcendent Grandmasters quickly landed in the vicinity. As soon as they landed, they immediately looked at the battle in the dark. When they saw that Gunai was able to quickly avoid the Shadow's assassination in the dark, they looked at Gunai. Many Transcendent Masters were tempted. It was obvious that Gunai had some understanding of dark power Upanishad, and he wasn't weak at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to move so freely in the dark area. Previously, they had more or less heard that the super spellcaster Gunny Lawrence was a genius among geniuses, and his strength was extremely powerful. But that was only a rumor. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes and roughly deduced that his comprehension of the profound meaning of darkness was relatively deep and not weaker than an ordinary transcendent master. Suddenly, many of the transcendent masters looked at Gunai with strange eyes. The comprehension ability of this kind of rune profound meaning was truly frightening. After he finished reading, he realized that Gunai had deliberately bombarding the area to attract people. Zul-Er Layman's eyes narrowed. Then he looked at Gunai, who was standing beside him. Zul also knew that if an ordinary person had been assassinated, the extraordinary masters would just say something and investigate it. But Gunai had deliberately caused such a huge explosion, clearly not intending to keep the peace. More importantly, Gunai wasn't an ordinary person. The Signet Potion, which could change the power of the North and the South, had been created by Gunai. Just this contribution alone was enough to give him the qualifications to enter the upper echelons. More importantly, Gunai was terrifyingly powerful. He was able to kill a rank 6-star sequence beyonder at rank 4. His reputation as a super spellcaster was even more impressive above the sea. Even the angel had once cooperated with him. Not to mention, it had a good relationship with the Dragon Slayer, Time Hunter, and other mysterious beings. It didn't matter if others believed it or not. This Gunai was currently rising to the top, and no one could stop him. If he became a transcendent master, he would definitely be one of the best among the transcendent masters. In the future, he might become an oracle, an ancestral spirit, or even the extremely rare sage position. The talented Gunai had hidden his tracks in order to avoid assassination. This time, he was once again assassinated while cultivating and condensing the demonic runes here. From the looks of it, it was obvious that this matter would not be resolved if they did not give a good explanation. He looked at Gunai. Badaru's expression was extremely ugly and he knew that it would be hard for him to let this matter rest today. Sir Zul, I'll bring the two of them here. I'll be willing to accept the truth inspection later. I'll give Sir Gunai an explanation. Glancing at Badaru, Zul Araman finally suppressed the thought of sending people to follow Badaru. If that was the case, he didn't trust the other party too much, and the other party would inevitably feel ill-pressed. Furthermore, without the special incantation to open the barrier, Badaru would not be able to escape. Zul Araman nodded slightly. Immediately, Badaru's divine steps rose from the ground and flew into the distance. After Badaru had flown away, Gun looked at Zul. Zul said after a while. Someone came in today, 3 people in total. One of them is that peak rank 9 Transcendent Grandmaster Badaru who just flew away. He's an expert who came to a major transcendent world. He trains in a special manual, and his techniques are no small matter. His 2 students also came in with him. At the same time, it's very likely that the shadow is attached to his 2 students. We usually don't check them. After all, anyone who can enter can be trusted. It's just that I didn't expect that someone would find out about your whereabouts and send the shadow of a transcendent master to assassinate you. It's a good thing that you're not weak at all. If it was anyone else, given the concealment of this transcendent master's shadow and the sealing properties of the darkness, they would have died without a trace after that. The shadow will automatically disappear at that time, we won't be able to find any traces of it. Who is that shadow? After Zul finished, Gun looked at him. After a moment of thought, Zul finally spoke. If I'm not wrong, it should be Brian Warwick. This is an extremely notorious assassin who does nothing but backstabbing and backstabbing. Because our Transcendent Association issued an assassination order against him, he has been targeting our Transcendent Association. This guy's reputation is very bad. He often kills his teammates who cooperate with him, so those evil gods' churches that don't refuse anyone are not very willing to take in such a guy. But this guy is not weak. He often takes on all kinds of assassination missions on the night god ship to get paid. As such, he has many enemies. This Bowen Warwick's shadow assassination abilities are very strong, and his ability to use his shadow to escape is also very good. He has also dodged the assassination plans of our Transcendent Association several times. I didn't expect that this time, this guy would actually use his shadow to enter this hidden place. It seems that it's necessary to report this to the higher UPS. In the future, all Transcendents who enter this place will have to go through a strict interrogation. Zul Araman said. As the 2 of them were talking, Badaru had already brought the 2 of them over. 300 The personal letter of a saint. Lord Zul wants to examine the 2 of you, and he'll ask you the truth later. You 2 cooperate with him and are not allowed to resist. Badaru said sharply. The 2 young extraordinaries had noticed that something was wrong when they landed. They recognized Zul Araman, who had brought them in. As for the other 5 transcendent masters who were standing around in a state of alert, they did not know them. However, the atmosphere at the moment was particularly depressing. They could feel it. When they saw the pile of ruins not far away, and the black-haired young man was actually Gunny Lawrence, they had already guessed a little. He was afraid that the commotion just now was not something good. Yes, the 2 of them could only nod in response. Walking forward, Zul gently waved the staff in his hand, and a light emerged from the top of the staff, enveloping the 2 of them like twilight. After a while, Zul pulled his staff. Immediately, a black shadow was pulled out of the female extraordinary's body. After seeing the black afterimage, Badaru's face immediately darkened. Gwyn, what's going on? No matter how unclear Gwyn was, he knew that she was involved in this. Gwyn, who wasn't clear about the situation, didn't explain much. He immediately said, Teacher Badaru, I've followed you into this place only to pass down the occultic runes. I've never participated in any plans to destroy or assassinate anyone. I'm willing to accept the inspection of the mantra. I'm also willing to accept the inspection of the mantra. Fabian knew he couldn't escape the inspection, so he spoke up. Seeing this, Badaru looked at Zul and said, Your Excellency Zul, lead the three of us to the door of truth for an inspection. Zul glanced at the three and nodded. Of course I believe in Sir Badaru, but after this incident, we still have to go through the necessary procedures. I understand, Badaru replied in a low voice. It was clear that Gunai had to be given an explanation for what had happened. Gunai quietly looked at the three. From their attitudes, Gunai could tell that they had no problems. After all, the shadow could attach itself to anyone. If he died, then so be it. There would be no price to pay. On the other hand, if the three of them brought their shadows in and were exposed, they would be in trouble. It was most likely that the three people's whereabouts had been discovered by the masters who had been secretly plotting, and then the shadow had hidden into the woman's body. That was why there was an assassination. I'm Brian Warwick, Gunai muttered the name in his mind. I'll remember you. An hour later. In a huge and towering palace complex, there was a stone table and stone chair area in a side hall. Gunai, Zul Araman, and Badaru were all sitting around a stone table. The inspection of the mantra had ended. The result was obvious. None of the three had any unusual thoughts. He didn't even know about the existence of the shadow. It was obvious that the three of them were also being watched and were victims. Fortunately, the small mistake this time did not cause too much loss. Sir Gunai, I'm really sorry for this, Badaru said apologetically. Your Excellency's cultivation was interrupted because of us. It's nothing. It doesn't affect me much. Gunai said, waving his hand. The other side didn't have any intentions of killing him, and Gunai wouldn't deliberately make enemies. That's true, but we have indeed disturbed you, Sir Gunai. Badaru's attitude was very low, and he was on the same level as Gunai. After all, with Gunai's talent, he'd become a master or even higher in the future. He was worthy of his attention. Sir Gunai is now rank 5, right? Badaru asked with a smile. Gunai nodded. Just now, in the video, Gunai's aura had been rank 5. To express my apology, please accept this, Sir Gunai. As he spoke, Badaru placed a black stone tablet the size of a palm on the table in front of Gun. This is a handwritten article regarding the usage of the profound meaning of runes that I once obtained from a special small world. The senior who left behind these notes is a sage-level expert. If I'm not mistaken, this senior should have become a god. Sage to god. Zul's expression changed. Oracles were on the path of divine power, and their essence was to become gods through faith. In the past, the predecessors who had established religions in the Oya continent had taken this path. This was also the most common method to become a deity in many transcendent worlds. However, with this method of becoming a god, the benefits of faith would also be subject to faith. The ancestral spirit became a god. It was slightly similar to the oracle route, which was to expand the faith internally. The difficulty was much higher than the oracle route. At the same time, once it was successful, it would not be limited by the power of faith. It was rumored that the most difficult sanctum was not the path of faith. As for how to become a god, there was no record of it in the Oya continent. However, although the path of sainthood was relatively weak at the beginning, as one cultivated further, after advancing to the demigod level, it would be much more powerful than the divine envoy and the ancestor soul, and its potential would be even greater. After becoming a true god, the sage would be able to easily kill the other two paths deity powerhouses. However, it was really rare to see a sage become a god. And the value of the handwritten letter left behind by this sage who had become a god was so high that it couldn't be estimated. These are the notes he left behind. Although they are messy and unsystematic, the use of profound meanings is eye-opening and amazing in many ways. There's also a lot of knowledge I've compiled about the various techniques for the introduction of the profound meaning of runes. I'll give them to you as well, along with this senior's personal letter. At the moment, it can allow you to master a lot of techniques to use the profound meaning of darkness. You can even merge the profound meaning of darkness into the spell of law, making the effect of the spell more powerful. In the future, if you can get your hands on the Book of Law incantations, you'll be able to master it faster with these notes and the corresponding techniques. When Gunai's eyes fell on the black stone slab, his expression was calm and natural, but his heart was filled with joy. The profoundness of the ancient Nirvana runes was not bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to perfectly fit into the darkness that the extraordinary master's shadow had cast. Gunyek was the technique of using the rune's profound meaning. In fact, Gunai had also figured out some simple techniques. For example, he could use the Dark Power Upanishad to merge with the Dark Power perfectly. For example, he could use World Intent to easily aim at his enemy. Or, he could merge the World Power Upanishad into the Puppet Secret Thread, making it tougher. These were all simple means of blessing, not considered any profound means. At this moment, the usage techniques of the rune's profound meaning in the black stone slab were obviously not as simple as superficial usage. Since it could be passed down, it must have been tested by countless people, which was of great help to the use of profound meaning. And the guidance and understanding of the profound meaning of runes in the notes of the sage who had already become a god was even more valuable. All in all, the contents of the stone slab would be of great help to Gunai. As for how much help it would provide, that would depend on the content and how much Gunai could comprehend. It was clear that this foreign star realm expert was only offering such an important item because he wanted to befriend Gunai. This technique related to the profound meaning of the runes will be of great help to me. I thank Senior Badaru. Gunai accepted the black slate as he thanked the old man. Zul Araman couldn't help but feel envious. The technique to use this profound, as well as the personal notes of the expert who had become a god, were of great help to extraordinary masters like them. Seeing this, Badaru also laughed lightly. You're a fifth-order transcendent, but you have a deep understanding of the profound meaning of runes. It's quite rare even in a large-scale extraordinary world. After all, most extraordinary masters are only able to comprehend the profound meaning of runes after stepping into the extraordinary master realm. In the future, if I can get my hands on the real Book of Law incantations, my power will definitely soar. Gunai only shook his head. Our transcendent world doesn't even have a powerful book like the Law Incantation Profound Meaning Book. Gunai's words were true. The Aoya continent didn't have a powerful being like the Book of Power Upanishads. Even the many spells were created by themselves or spread from the outside world over thousands of years. Even if he created it himself, most of them were limited to engraving level. It seemed that no one in the entire history of the Oya continent had created a powerful forbidden spell. It was so difficult to create a single law incantation. There was no need to even mention the entire set of incantation manuals that were on a higher level. Actually, Badaru thought for a while and said, "It's not like there aren't any. This time, you might have to face a powerful Upanishad cultivator." These words made Gu Ni look at Badaru with caution.